Chapter 61. All the food was distributed. Only a small part of the water was left. The food would basically be eaten up. The exploration team members sat at the entrance of the cave and ate silently. Some of them had solemn expressions, while some looked at the scorpions with strong killing intent in their eyes. Everyone knew that the next step was the final battle. As if sensing the different killing intent of the exploration team members, the scorpions were also ready to move, emitting strange and ear-piercing hisses. As usual, Jinjin ate the most food. Every piece of food was carefully chewed by him, then rolled down his throat, down his esophagus, and into his stomach. This simple process brought Jinjin an indescribable sense of happiness. His stomach was already hungry and thirsty. It was like a bottomless pit, swallowing everything that entered it. Soon, Jinjin felt that his physical strength had recovered a lot. But at the same time, his stomach was still wriggling violently. It was sending a signal to its master, I want more food. But there was no more. Jinjin stood up, jumped a few times, and arrived in front of the scorpions. The silver spear scorpion sensed Jinjin's fighting spirit and immediately stepped out of the crowd. But this time, Jinjin did not tangle with it. Instead, he suddenly jumped into the middle of the scorpions. He descended from the sky and landed on the back of an ordinary spear scorpion, piercing its head with his sword. This unlucky spear scorpion let out a shrill hiss, and its body twisted crazily, like a wild horse with an extremely fierce nature. Then, yellowish-brown blood spread all over the ground, and it soon stopped moving. The spear scorpions all froze for a moment, as if they were stunned by Jinjin's sudden assassination. Then, in the next moment, as if they had poked a hornet's nest, the entire group of scorpions let out a terrifying hiss and pounced on Jinjin crazily. The silver spear scorpion was the most violent among them. Jinjin laughed and jumped out before the scorpions could surround him. Then, he quickly ran away. The scorpions chased after him closely. In their fury, they burst out with astonishing speed. If it was in a desert or grassland, Jinjin would be caught up very quickly. But on this volcano, Jinjin could jump to high places. Because the scorpion's body was too low and flat, it could only climb up diagonally, which gave Jinjin a lot of opportunities. Seeing that they could not catch up with Jinjin for the time being, some of the spear scorpions changed their target and attacked the exploration team members at the entrance of the cave. The previous tacit understanding had been broken by Jinjin. The attack of the scorpions carried a strong sense of revenge. Enter the cave. The exploration team was already prepared. They quickly turned around and entered the cave behind them. The spear scorpions chased after them relentlessly. After entering the cave, they were immediately stuck at the small hole inside. The small hole was specially made with corrosive chemicals. A person could enter it, but the scorpion's body was too big. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the members of the exploration team in the small hole raised their arms. For a moment, the swords and knives were drawn together, ruthlessly stabbing the body of the spear scorpion. The scorpion's shell was tough enough to withstand the stab. Its huge pincers were also constantly waving, constantly bombarding the walls of the cave, making loud banging sounds. Cracks appeared on the walls of the small hole, and there were more and more of them. Retreat. Sensing that this small hole was about to collapse, the exploration team members immediately retreated into a deeper hole. In about 10 breaths of time, the first small hole collapsed with a loud bang. The spear scorpion let out a high-pitched hiss and rushed in. However, it immediately discovered that there were 5 or 6 small holes in front of it, and each small hole was emitting the scent of a human. The spear scorpion was not intelligent enough. Without hesitation, it randomly chose one and continued to smash it with its huge pincers. At this moment, swords and knives stabbed out from the surrounding small holes. The scorpion shell on the back of the spear scorpion was the toughest, and its abdomen was relatively soft. This time, the swords and knives kept stabbing the spear scorpion's abdomen. The spear scorpion could not hold on any longer. Its scorpion shell was pierced, and yellowish-brown blood flowed out of its wound. It wanted to retreat, but it was very difficult to turn around in the cave. Moreover, there were companions behind it, blocking its escape route. Not long after, it died under the swords and knives. Seeing the death of its companion, the spear scorpion behind it became even more violent. It waved its huge pincers and smashed the corpse of the spear scorpion in front of it, charging in. The exploration team members did the same and killed the second spear scorpion. If it was a head-on confrontation, the exploration team would have long been wiped out. However, after using the correct tactics, they did not lose members. Let's do it like this. We can kill them. The morale of the exploration team members was greatly boosted. The third spear scorpion crawled in and quickly fell into the predicament of its previous companion. It was quickly injured and let out a painful hiss. Then, it swung its scorpion tail and easily pierced through the cave wall. One of the exploration team members in the small hole did not expect that his entire chest would be pierced through. Bright red blood spurted out and he died on the spot. The strong smell of blood stimulated both sides to become even crazier. It turned out that the fight and struggle of the two spear scorpions had caused the cave wall to collapse a lot and the space to expand. Only then did the third spear scorpion have room to swing its scorpion tail. The scorpion tail was the spear scorpion's strongest weapon, and the exploration team's swords and knives were limited in length. To stab the spear scorpion, they had to be close to the small hole. Every time the scorpion tail stabbed out, it was possible to end the life of an exploration team member. Die. Kill, kill, die, die. The exploration team members were all in a frenzy. None of them ran away. In this kind of terrain, even if they wanted to escape, there was nowhere to escape. In the open area, they did not have Jinjin's physical fitness. Even in the mountains, they would be easily hunted down by the spear scorpions. If they could not escape, then they could only kill them head-on and get rid of the scorpions. Only then could they survive. Moreover, the exploration team members knew that there was no food. Only by killing these spear scorpions would they have a source of food. It was a hopeless situation. There was no way out. They could only charge forward and carve out a bloody path. That was the consensus of everyone. The situation on the battlefield gradually tilted in favor of the spear scorpions. As time passed, the exploration team members who had erupted quickly became weak. Their attacks weakened, and it became more and more difficult for them to resist the spear scorpions' wild attacks. Those were ordinary spear scorpions, and their strength was far greater than that of humans. Although the corroded cave walls were strong, they could not withstand the continuous bombardment of the giant pincers for long. In order to create a favorable terrain, ZDI had used up all the potions in her hands. The favorable terrain was limited, and there were more spear scorpions. The exploration team kept retreating. The small cave's terrain was destroyed one after another, and they finally reached their limit. They had no way out. One team member after another died in battle. The exploration team's casualties soared, and the casualties were heavy. ZDI's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. A scorpion tail was like the tip of a charging knight's spear. It directly pierced through the small cave wall, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the girl. At the moment of life and death, the shadow of a sword flashed. The scorpion tail was directly cut off, brushing past ZDI's ear and shooting diagonally into the cave wall behind the girl. It was very close to the ground in the cave. YA, who was unconscious, was lying there. The scorpion tail spear was only 2 or 3 fingers away from his head. "Sir, you're back." ZDI had narrowly escaped death. The stimulation of death made her grab Jinjin's hand. The young girl's face didn't even have time to reveal a pleasantly surprised expression before it was replaced by worry. "Ah, sir, you're injured," ZDI exclaimed. Jinjin's body was covered in bright red blood. The spear scorpion's blood was yellowish-brown, and the source of the blood was obvious. Jinjin patted the girl's hand. "Don't worry, it's just a small injury." He scanned the surroundings. The exploration team's casualties shocked him. Only ZDI, Kang Shu, and the unconscious YA were left in the entire exploration team. If he had come one step later, he would have to collect everyone's corpses. Jinjin had already done his best. In order to get rid of the silver spear scorpions, he even paid the price of minor injuries. But when he killed his way back to the cave, the exploration team's casualties still made him very sad and disappointed. "Quick, let's hurry up and get out of here." Junjin carried by Ya on his back. Zdi and Kang Shu followed closely behind. However, just as they reached the entrance of the cave, they saw the silver spear scorpions leading a group of scorpions, surrounding the cave. Zdi and Kang Shu's faces were pale. Junjin's face was also quite ugly. Retreat. The young knight gritted his teeth. His mouth was full of bitterness. The exploration team paid a terrible price, but their last fight did not succeed. Compared to the pterosaur group, the scorpions were too strong. The silver spear scorpions pounced forward. Junjin used the limited terrain to fight them. The spear scorpion leader's body was larger than ordinary spear scorpions, making it difficult for it to turn around in the cave. Even waving its pincers was difficult. Junjin made it suffer. The silver spear scorpions retreated from the cave and let out a hissing sound. Under its command, none of the spear scorpions went back into the cave. They just surrounded the entrance of the cave. Night fell quickly. The scorpions lay motionless at the entrance of the cave, as if they were hibernating. But sometimes, they made rustling sounds. In the cave, Junjin's wound had been properly bandaged. Zdi looked at the pile of spear scorpions' corpses with an ugly expression. These can't be eaten. Their flesh and blood contain very small metal particles. Humans were not spear scorpions. They could not digest metal particles. If they ate these, their kidneys and other digestive systems would die. So, there was only food left, and only 2 bags of water. Zdi rummaged through her small leather bag. The originally full bag of potions had long dried up. Without the basic materials, even with such a large pile of spear scorpion corpses, she could not make any new potions. After a while, the girl's shoulders twitched and she cried softly. "There's no other way. I can't think of any other way." This strong girl finally broke down emotionally. Junjin gently pulled her into his arms. "I've disappointed you. I can't make any potions that can help you, sir." Zdi sobbed. Junjin shook his head and sighed. "It's okay. You've already done very well. It's all thanks to you that I'm able to live until now and reach this place. You can't use low-level magic here. It's been hard on you all this time." "No, it's me. I've dragged you down, Lord Junjin. If it wasn't for my suggestion, we wouldn't have sneaked onto this ship. We wouldn't have ended up on this island. When we encountered the lizards and spear scorpions, you could have abandoned me and survived on your own." At this point, Zdi suddenly realized something. She raised her head and looked at Junjin with her amethyst-like eyes. She begged, "Sir, please leave. Don't worry about me anymore. You can leave this place." Junjin smiled with a hint of affection. He brushed away a strand of hair that covered Zdi's eyes. "You're my fiancé. I'm your knight. It's my responsibility to protect you. I'll protect you until the end of my life." Chapter 62. Kang Shu looked at him in surprise. It was the first time he heard this secret. It turned out that Zdi and Junjin had such a close relationship. "Lord Junjin, you are a true knight." The old scholar expressed his heartfelt admiration. "Your noble conduct has always been our spiritual banner since we started working together. We may still have hope. These scorpion tails are very sharp. According to your strength, throwing scorpion tails is likely to cause fatal damage to the spear scorpions. We can rely on the cave and launch attacks from time to time. When the spear scorpions attack, we will hide inside." Kang Shu proposed a good tactic. Junjin's recovered memory made him very good at throwing weapons. Kang Shu had a deep impression of it when he killed the flying squirrels. But Junjin shook his head slightly and said frankly, "It may be very small." Without the enhancement of fighting energy, he killed the flying squirrels because of the mutation, which made his arms swell and burst out strength beyond Junjin's current physical limit. But now, the young knight seemed to have lost the ability to mutate. Whether it was provoking the scorpions before, breaking through the lizard nest, or the fierce battle with the silver spear scorpion not long ago, there was a life and death crisis. Junjin relied on his fighting skills to avoid these crises. From beginning to end, no mutation occurred. At the critical moment of life and death, the ability to mutate was not stimulated. It seems that the magic of the heart magic crystal is too little. There were actually ways to replenish the magic. For example, eating demon beast meat and drinking demon beast blood. But although the blood of the brown monkey bear was processed by ZDI and saved a few vials, they were all given to Jinjin. But because of the sandstorm, these vials of demon beast blood were lost. Now in ZDI's small leather bag, there was no similar potion. I'm afraid that in this case, I can't mutate anymore. Without the mutation, the young knight threw these scorpion tails by himself, the effect would be very poor. Without the enhancement of speed and throwing strength, there was no way to threaten the spear scorpions. Even this won't do. Kang Shu sighed, his face full of disappointment. Jinjin handed the water bag to ZDI. The girl gradually stopped sobbing and drank the water in small mouthfuls. With the help of eating, his emotions gradually stabilized. The cave fell into a dead silence. He was truly at the end of his rope. After a long time, "My lord, you should drink some water too." The girl in his arms handed the water bag to Jinjin. Jinjin took a sip, moistening his throat that was as dry as a desert. The air in the cave was no longer as pungent as before. People's ability to adapt sometimes exceeded their expectations. Moreover, under such circumstances, even if he couldn't adapt, what could he do? "My lord, please leave." ZDI tried to persuade him again in a low voice. Jinjin made up his mind. He nodded and replied, "I'll leave. I'll leave at dawn. After I rush out, I'll try my best to attract the spear scorpions. You guys take the opportunity to leave this place and split up." Although he wanted to protect ZDI, Jinjin knew that among the three of them, he was the only one who could bear the heavy responsibility of attracting the scorpions. This was their last chance. They chose to escape during the day because the ground here was uneven, there were many deep pits and magma traps. During the day, before the magma spurted out, there would be grayish-white smoke first. But at night, the smoke was difficult to be seen by the human eye. This was very dangerous. "Okay." ZDI's heart trembled. She agreed with Jinjin's escape plan. Kang Shu also nodded and didn't say anything. Everyone knew that this escape plan was very simple and the hope of escaping alive was very slim. But what else could they do? This was simply sending themselves to their deaths. But what else could they do? This was their last resort. ZDI fell asleep in Jinjin's arms. She drank some water, and her stomach rumbled with hunger. However, ZDI didn't notice and slept soundly. This was the most peaceful sleep she had had since she fell into the desert. Perhaps, it was also the last sleep of her life. Jinjin didn't sleep. He looked at the girl curled up in his arms, and the love in his heart grew stronger. He felt that the latter was like a skinny kitten that had been wandering for a long time. Bai Ya was still unconscious. Most of the exploration team members had died in battle, but he was still alive. But if he didn't wake up, he would definitely be buried here. Time passed slowly. Midnight passed. Around 3 or 4 o'clock, Kang Shu slowly opened his eyes. The old scholar let out a deep sigh. "Sir, you're too hungry." Jinjin was taking a nap. At this moment, he opened his eyes slightly. This was indeed the case. The stronger the chi cultivator, the more nutrients he needed to absorb. The Grand Duke of Steel Armor in the north of the Empire had to eat 3 meals of subdragon meat a day. The Prince of Fire Phoenix of the Elven Empire had to eat 2 kilograms of white frost spirit deer antler a day. Jinjin was now sitting against the wall of the cave, not even daring to move. He was afraid of wasting his strength needlessly. Even a little more strength would be precious in the fierce battle tomorrow morning, so he had to save as much as possible. "Lord Jinjin, you need food very much now." Kang Shu's voice sounded, his tone heavier than before. Jinjin opened his eyes completely and saw the grief and coldness in Kang Shu's grey eyes. Jinjin snorted coldly. He knew what Kang Shu meant. The food that the latter was alluding to was Bai Ya. However, asking a paladin to eat people? This was simply a fantasy, an extremely ugly suggestion. "Sir, you're too hungry. How can you fight without strength? Bai Ya's meat is our only food. His blood can also replace water." "Shut up." Jinjin scolded in a low voice, his eyes full of anger. I will never slaughter the innocent for my own sake. If you were by YA, would you want to be treated as food? Kang Shu was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. His smile was full of bitterness, but also seemed to be relieved. Kang Shu raised his head and took a deep breath, then said something shocking, "Then please eat me first." Zhen Jin was stunned. Seeing the doubt on Zhen Jin's face, Kang Shu said with a smile, "Lord Zhen Jin might have some misunderstandings about me. I don't fear death. After living to my age, what can't I see through? I'm just afraid that my pursuits and dreams won't be realized. Therefore, I know how to cherish my life far more than those young people, because I know that I don't have much time left. My time is very precious. However, if fate bestows an end upon me, what can I do? I've already resisted with all my strength, using my life to argue. The process of my struggle may be laughable, pitiful, and lamentable, but I don't regret it. Lord Zhen Jin." Kang Shu looked deeply at Zhen Jin, and said very seriously, "Although we haven't been together for long, I know very well that you are a noble character, a true temple knight. You are brave, strong, and brave. No matter how strong the enemy is, they will not be able to defeat the flag in your heart. Although you have extraordinary strength and talent, you have always remained humble, and are full of thirst for knowledge. Although you are young, your adaptability is extraordinary. Your growth in this period of time is amazing. You are of noble birth, but you still maintain an equal attitude to those of lower status. This is especially valuable. Sir, for tomorrow morning's breakout, Miss CDI and I have no hope. The scorpions won't let us go. Any ordinary spear scorpion can easily take our lives. The one most likely to survive is you, sir. However, sir, in your current state, can you escape?" Kang Shu shook his head. "You don't even have confidence in yourself. And before that, any food can increase your chances of survival, my lord. If we put aside morality and emotions, eating by YA is the wisest decision. Sir, you won't deny this, right?" Zhen Jin did not speak. Kang Shu continued, "I once read the ogre's notes. According to the standard of food, the young by YA's meat is more tender and nutritious than mine. However, I can be considered qualified to serve as food. The most important thing is that I am different from by YA. I am willing to sacrifice myself. Therefore, sir, you are not a demon that slaughters the innocent, but a savior. What's different is that you're not saving the life of a weakling, but the insignificant wish of a weakling on his deathbed. Before I die, I have a small request, and I hope you can agree to it." Kang Shu had a very deep understanding of his situation. He was too old, and breaking out tomorrow morning would almost certainly lead to death. In addition, he had a request, so he sacrificed himself, wanting to use saving to achieve his last wish. Zhen Jin sighed and shook his head. "I will not eat anyone, whether it is you or by YA. Because I am a knight, a temple knight. Fate favored the strong, but it never pitted those who accepted their fate. Kang Shu, if you think you are going to die, then you are really going to die. However, if you have any last wishes, you can say them. I promise you that I will do my best to help you achieve them without violating my principles." Chapter 63. Kang Shu nodded slightly. He was silent for a while, as if he was considering his words. Then, he said in a desolate tone, "My name is Kang Shu. I was born in a farmer's family. I was originally the son of a farmer. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I started working. My main job was to clean horse dung. Our family had a short-legged old horse. We mainly used it to pull plows. Once, when I was cleaning horse dung, the old horse suddenly got angry and kicked me with its back hooves. I fell head first into the dung and almost suffocated to death. Although I was lucky to be saved, being so close to death filled my young heart with fear. I couldn't let go of it for a long time. I became very timid. I was afraid of any kind of horse, even things that were similar in shape. I didn't even dare to go near the stable. My parents arranged other work for me to do. I was also timid. If there was any trouble, I would hide. Naturally, I was laughed at by my playmates and alienated by my parents. No one in the village was optimistic about my future. After a long time, I realized that my fear might not be fear of horses, but fear of life as a farmer. Shame made me lonely. Loneliness made me think. The gift of fate is bitter first and sweet later. It made me afraid that I would live as a farmer for the rest of my life. Luck came. When I was 8 years old, I saw the dawn of fate. A priest from the horse god church came to our village and wanted to build a church. There was no church in the village. Everyone in the village hoped that there would be a priest to treat them when they were sick. Therefore, the villagers spontaneously organized and built a church for the horse god for free. Among all the volunteers, I was the one who worked the hardest. I tried my best to please the priest. I tried my best to show my faith in the horse god to win the priest's favor. The priest wanted children of my age very much. After a day of work, he would gather a dozen children, including me, and teach us arithmetic, writing, and other knowledge. Spring passed and autumn came. After the church was built, the priest announced a piece of news. He wanted to choose a few volunteers to become his colleagues. He even wanted to recruit 2 of the children and train them to become trainee priests. No one was an idiot. The villagers scrambled for this. The status of clergy was much higher than that of farmers. And families with children of the right age are even crazier. I really want to become a trainee priest. I know that this may be the only chance in my life to change my fate. For this, I can even sacrifice my life. The competition is very fierce. I relied on my hard work and previous hard work to stay until the final selection. There were 4 people in total, but only 2 trainee priests were recruited. The other 3 people were all rich people in the village. One of them was even the village chief. In order to increase their hope, they used their power and wealth to oppress my family, forcing my parents to admit defeat. My family has been ostracized to the point that it's almost impossible to survive. Every day has become a torture. My parents tried to persuade me, but of course I refused. I almost broke with them. I went to participate in the final test with a do-or-die attitude. But I failed. The shadow of my youth still hangs over my heart, and I am afraid of horses. Towards the horse god, I only have fear, not respect. I can't believe in him, even if I try my best. The priests of the horse god are wise and far-sighted, but they are also ruthless. Even though I knelt on the ground and begged him, he still eliminated me. I was very disappointed and felt that my whole life was bleak. That evening, I walked down the street in a daze, surrounded by villagers who ridiculed me. I don't know how I got home, but I couldn't eat anything. For a period of time after that, my father beat and scolded me. My mother reprimanded me for having excessive thoughts. Although my family is free, because my father had a serious illness, our family conditions were very poor. We were forced to farm other people's farmland and pay the rent. This is actually no different from being a serf. However, because of what happened to me, none of the villagers rented extra land to us. In order to punish me, my parents gave me a heavy amount of labor. Every day, with a body that was almost falling apart, I slept on a haystack. The punishment and failure didn't make me admit defeat. The ridicule and ostracism didn't make me despair. I became more and more unwilling, and this unwillingness gradually turned into a kind of resentment. Although I was depressed for many days, I soon cheered up. The biggest way I worked hard was to review the knowledge I learned from the priests. I only had time to spare at night. During the day, I had to get up very early. If I couldn't finish the work my parents gave me, I wouldn't even have a piece of black bread. Although every day was very tiring, I never gave up on studying at night. I memorized the things the priest taught me and deeply engraved them in my heart. Until now, I still remember every piece of knowledge in it very clearly. I cherish them, love them, and cherish them like the hope of my life. They are my resistance to my fate. One night, priest horse god quietly came to the haystack and woke me up from my sleep. I was surprised and happy, thinking, could there be a turn for the better? I immediately knelt on the ground and swore to the priest that I would do my best to believe in horse god and eliminate all the fear in my heart. But priest horse god shook his head and said, horse god doesn't force belief. The reason he found me was because he found out about my life and had been secretly observing it for a while. I worked hard and was full of desire for knowledge, which moved him. Priest horse god gave me a new choice. If I became his slave, he would teach me the knowledge I wanted. As for the future, it would all depend on my own efforts. I convinced my parents to sell me. Of course, the main reason was that priest horse god spent a lot of money to buy me. The priest didn't deceive me, and even treated me much better than I thought. He even kept the deal a secret and let me be a servant in the church. I served the priest's daily life with all my heart, and he taught me valuable knowledge. I learned more about arithmetic, literature, astronomy, and geography. Of all the gains, I think the most precious was priest horse god's curiosity for knowledge and his attitude of diligently seeking knowledge. This attitude influenced my life. At this point, Kang Shu paused for a moment. The long narration made him a little breathless. Kang Shu continued, "The competition for belief is sometimes more intense than war. Horse god originated from the wilderness continent and was the god of the beasts. In the Shengming continent, his influence was too small. Therefore, when the life sect spread, horse god's belief was immediately shaken and quickly collapsed, without any strength to compete. Priest horse god was forced to leave. Before he left, he released me from my slave status and declared me free. Moreover, he advised me to continue my studies. I went to Silver Bridge Academy and participated in the examination. Priest horse god's teachings gave me a solid academic foundation, so I passed the examination and became an extremely poor student in the academy. 3 years later, I graduated from the academy and became a scholar. I taught in Silver Bridge Academy for 3 years, then relied on the connections in the academy to become the steward of a small noble. Later, I transferred many nobles to take up small positions in the management of the territory. I wasn't a noble, nor was I a servant raised by a noble. More importantly, I didn't have the talent to cultivate. For these reasons, I was repeatedly looked down upon and excluded, and my position was never high. After 5 years, an opportunity appeared in front of me. There was a riot in a village, and the official who went to collect taxes was killed. The steward in charge of collecting taxes deceived his superiors and was afraid of being discovered by the Lord, so he offered a large reward for the person who could successfully collect taxes. I was familiar with the villagers in that village, so I thought this was an opportunity and volunteered. I was hung up and beaten, locked in a cell, and tortured continuously. Just as they were about to kill me, they asked me if I had any last words. I laughed out loud, but I just shook my head and didn't say anything. This confused the villagers. I told them that I was their friend, and that I had never been hostile. I was here to save them. If they were obedient and paid the taxes, then the steward would pretend that nothing had happened. If they were unwilling, then the knights would come to destroy them. The villagers were afraid, knowing that the entire village couldn't resist the knights. However, if they paid the taxes, their food reserves would be depleted, and they would starve to death. I pretended to tell them that the steward had secretly lowered the taxes. If they paid the taxes, the villagers would still have food reserves and could still survive. However, as a condition, the villagers had to keep it a secret, or other villages would follow suit. After the villagers discussed it, they agreed. I secretly made up for the missing taxes and then reported back. Just like that, I gained the steward's favor and was finally promoted. I was in a high position, and at first, no one thought highly of me. They think that I'm just a simple scholar who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, and that an assassination would be enough to end my life. But in reality, I had been in this position for more than 30 years. The position I'm in gives me a chance to perform. My knowledge allowed me to show my value, and the Lord gradually had a deep impression of me. During this process, I never gave up my pursuit of knowledge. It was because I kept gaining new knowledge that my value grew. Although Pastor Horse left me a long time ago, his spirit of pursuing knowledge has already merged with my blood. I thought that I would serve the Lord until I died, but fate arranged a new path for me. As time passed, I became older and older, and this made many people see an opportunity. At the same time, I pursued knowledge more than power, and tried my best to avoid the internal strife of the Lord, which made those in power unhappy. They instigated a young man. His name was Lantu, and he daydreamed of becoming a knight all day long. He was my most trusted deputy. The Lord's third lady tempted him with love, and finally made the young man decide to betray. He reported me, claiming that I was a dangerous criminal who had been hiding for many years, and that I had always had ulterior motives towards the Lord's family and the Lord's family. In order to save my life, I could only escape. The young man smoothly took over my position and was recruited by the third lady. The act of fleeing to avoid punishment undoubtedly confirmed the young man's accusation. At the beginning of the escape, I was very sad, angry, and indulged in all kinds of negative emotions, unable to extricate myself. After a long time, I finally figured it out. It was fate that gave me a new path. I asked myself, I'm already so old, and I don't have much time left, how should I spend the rest of my life? In the end, I decided to pursue what I really wanted, and that was knowledge. Of all the knowledge, I was most interested in biology. I wanted to achieve something in academia, and I wanted to complete a work, and do my best to explain the mysteries of life. Soon, there was a warrant for my arrest. I was not surprised. I served the Lord's family, held an important position, and knew a lot of secrets. The Lord's family would not let me go so easily. I could not continue to stay in the Shungming continent, so I could only take a ship to the Beast continent. It just so happened that the Wilderness continent had many unique ecosystems, which would be of great help to my academic work. Lord Shinjin, I am an old man with a warrant for his arrest. If you want to recruit me, you will undoubtedly become the enemy of the Mianxia family. This was the reason why I rejected your offer. And the reason why I mastered the method to tame the violent horse, most of it came from the horse god's priest. The remaining part of the technique was completed by me after 30 years of experimentation. That's my story. Very interesting. Jinjin praised. Kang Shu smiled slightly. Thank you for your praise, sir. It is my honor to have you listen to me. Half of my academic work has been completed, and it is hidden in my brain, but at the same time, I have also secretly hidden a copy in the Mianxia territory. This half of the work is hidden in a prison cell in the ruins of a village. That is the place where I was tortured. It is in the bricks under the iron shackles. My last wish is that if I die here, then please give the half of my work to Lan too. Of course, sir, you can read it and take it. If it can be used by you, then it is my great honor. Jinjin frowned, and could not help but feel puzzled. Lan too? ZDI woke up at some point. If I did not hear wrongly, Lan Tu is the young man who framed you. Yes, Miss ZDI, you did not hear wrongly. Kang Shu's face showed a complicated expression, bleak, sad, with a trace of pain and hope. He continued, because this young man is my son. Chapter 64. There was a moment of silence in the cave. Being betrayed by his own son was a huge blow to Kang Shu as a father. However, when Kang Shu was facing death, he still thought of his son. Kang Shu hoped that his writings would be of help to his son. Of course, at the same time, he also hoped that his writings could be passed down. There was hatred, love, and a lot of helplessness and vicissitudes. Very complicated emotions. Jinjin and ZDI finally began to understand the old scholar in front of them. No wonder he cherished his life so much before, and no wonder he was willing to sacrifice himself now. If I manage to escape, I will help you fulfill your last wish, ZDI promised solemnly. Thank you, Miss ZDI, Kang Shu thanked sincerely. Then, Lord Shinjin. Kang Shu looked at Jinjin again. Although Jinjin did not say anything and only shook his head slightly, his attitude was very firm. In the stalemate, ZDI took out a few letters. In fact, I think that Bai Ya also told us his last wish. Jinjin recognized it with a glance. These letters were found on Bai Ya's body. Bai Ya once seemed to struggle out of his unconscious state for a short while. He pointed to his chest and gestured to us letters. Kang Shu and I have read the contents of the letters. Sir, you should also take a look. ZDI handed the letters to Jinjin. Jinjin took them and browsed through them curiously. These letters were all love letters. The male lead was Bai Ya, and the female lead was called Shiyu. Some of the letters were written by Shiyu to Bai Ya, and Bai Ya kept them with him. Some of the letters were written by Bai Ya to Shihua. They recorded the experiences and thoughts of Bai Ya after he boarded the ship and had yet to be sent out. Shiyu was a noble lady while Bai Ya was the son of a hunter. Shifu's family had a summer villa in the mountain village, and hunting was a traditional entertainment for the nobles. Bai Ya was selected as a guide. Because of this, the two of them interacted. Although there was a huge disparity between their statuses, they fell in love with each other. This kind of situation was very rare. It was like a story told by bards. Bai Ya was overwhelmed by this love and felt as if he was in a dream. He treated Shiyu as his whole life. He wrote many times in his letters, but because of the person he loved, he gave up his life. However, there was a huge gap between their identities. In order to make their love come to fruition, Bai Ya wanted to become a knight. It was very difficult for a commoner to become a knight. To be precise, it was extremely difficult. Becoming a knight from a commoner was something that had happened several hundred years ago. Even when the Shengming Emperor unified the human continent and completely subdued the noble alliance in the south, there were only a few newly promoted nobles. For Bai Ya, his only hope lay in the overseas battlefield. Under the Shengming Emperor's orders, the human ships set out for the wilderness continent and began an invasion of the beast race. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although it was very dangerous, for a commoner, fighting the beast race on the battlefield gave him a chance to become a knight. This was the reason why Bai Ya took the ship to Baisha City. Jinjin sighed. If I am lucky enough to survive, I will give these letters to Miss Shiyu. Moreover, I swear on my honor as a knight that I will tell her that her beloved Bai Ya is a very brave man. He is skilled in archery and once helped me. He is benevolent and did not hesitate to take heavy injuries to save his companions. He is brave and unyielding. Even at the last moment of his life, he did not cower. Although he is not a knight, I am sure that he possesses many of the virtues of a knight. In truth, Jinjin did not want to be a messenger of pain. When he said this, he could already imagine Miss Shiyu's heartbroken and pitiful appearance. However, Kang Shu shook his head. The old scholar revealed a hint of ridicule. As far as I know, the reality might not be like this, Lord Jinjin. In recent years, there has been a trend among the female nobles of the empire. The source of this trend is Duchess Amy. This duchess pursues love and beauty. She has always loudly proclaimed that she wants to increase the power and status of women in the empire. She is very powerful and is one of the living gods. Her life is extravagant and indulgent, and she is best at lying. She is famous for playing with men. With Duchess Amy as her role model, the female nobles scrambled to imitate her. They tempt men with love, teasing them, making them kneel before their skirts, or watching them fight to the death for themselves, or manipulating them to become puppets. Jinjin frowned and pinched the letter. So you think that Bai Ya and Shiyu are in the same situation? Kang Shu nodded. I am not guessing out of thin air. There is evidence in the letter. First, the love came too suddenly. The time they spent together was too short, and there was no incident of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Second, Shiyu took the initiative to encourage Bai Ya to become a knight. Therefore, this was not Bai Ya's original intention. Third, Shiyu took the initiative to ask Bai Ya to write to her. From Shiyu's point of view, making fun of Bai Ya, changing the fate of a hunter's son, and manipulating him into becoming a knight is a very interesting thing. If she succeeds, she will gain a knight who will serve her with unparalleled loyalty. She will pay very little in return. If she fails, then from Bai Ya's letter, she will be able to greatly reduce her boredom in the boudoir. Even if Bai Ya is sacrificed in the end, it will become something for Shiyu to brag about. You see, someone died for me, a fool who wants to become a knight. Fourth, the reason why I am so sure and even certain is because my son is the victim. It is very likely that even now, he is still dreaming of marrying the third miss of the Sand Tower family. Perhaps, this is my fault. I passed on my mediocre bloodline to him, but did not give him the talent to cultivate. This pitiful and sad little guy, he is exactly like me when I was young, not satisfied with the status quo, and wants to break free from his current life. The love of the third miss gave him a bright future. However, he does not know that his father once paid a great price and spent a long time in order to break free from his original life, surpassing his lowly status. Young people always think that they are favored by fate. When good luck comes, Even if it is hard to believe at first, they believe that they have been treated well and should be treated well. Any good thing, any success that happens to them is a matter of course, a matter of course. Only when they have been beaten and tortured, through wind and rain, and thunder, will they gradually understand that they are ordinary, how precious the kindness of others is, and how they should cherish it. The reason why beautiful love stories are so widely spread is because they are too rare in reality. Do not look at the records in the history books. Those heroes seem to have been blessed by the heavens, born to rule a country, or achieve great things. Even if they encounter a disaster, they will always turn the danger into safety. When faced with a difficult choice, they will always choose morality and glory. That is because they are all victors. When they defeat all their enemies, after victory, what the history books will write will be decided by them. They magnify the virtues on their bodies, or even fabricate them out of thin air, like holding a dazzling torch high for the world to look up to. Noble character, outstanding talent, destined by the heavens, and so on, it is convenient for them to rule, or to protect their great cause, or to reap external benefits. And their vulgarity, desire, filth, and insidiousness are all hidden in the shadow of the torch. When people see the torch, their eyes are immediately attracted by the brilliant flames, and they will not look down at the shadow cast by the ground. Sir, even if you eat me, no one will know. By YA is unconscious and unconscious. Miss ZDI is your fiancée, and her interests are linked, and she will never betray you. And you can only escape with enough food. You are the victor, and your experience is recounted by you, and no one can refute it. What happened here, outsiders will not know. And I am also truly willing, I believe that you will do your best to fulfill my last wish. Jinjin shook his head slightly. You overestimate me, I am not a victor, I am just a knight. The young knight smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, ZDI brought people to search for me, and I woke up alive. However, I have lost most of my memories. I only remember my name and my identity. Sometimes, one or two pieces of memory will suddenly come back, reminding me or letting me master a certain skill. Kang Shu was suddenly stunned. After reacting, the old scholar continued to persuade, Sir, if you remember that you are a knight, then you should eat more food. Your physical fitness is too poor, how long can you fight tomorrow? Maybe you will be unable to avoid the fatal blow of the scorpion tail. You need food now. A lot of food. Think about your identity, your family. As the defeated party, although the 100 Needles family has entered the Shengming Emperor's camp, their situation is not very good, right? You are the only heir of the family, and the whole territory needs your leadership and revitalization in the future. In addition to your innate responsibility, you also need to protect your fiancé's life. Eat food, and you will have physical fitness. Not only will your chances of survival increase, but you will also protect your fiancée. Perhaps it was because you ate an extra piece of meat that she was lucky enough to survive the breakout tomorrow morning. Are you forcing me? Jinjin was furious. Kang Shu smiled. Yes, I am forcing you. But please forgive me, Lord Jinjin. I am going to die, and a dead man does not fear worldly authority. I want to fulfill my last wish, and for this, my life is just a bargaining chip. Jinjin unconsciously clenched his fists. He glared at Kang Shu, very angry. He was angry at Kang Shu for bullying him. He was angry at himself for falling into such a situation. This was fate's abuse. He hated himself for being weak, for being forced into a desperate situation by the scorpion swarm, unable to bear the responsibility, and unable to protect his fiancée's life. But what made him most angry was that he found himself wavering. Jinjin knew that Kang Shu was a wise man. He also knew that Kang Shu's words were very reasonable. Purely according to reason, he should follow Kang Shu's advice. Then, what about his morals? What about his conscience? Where did it place him? Then, what if he ate people as food? He would no longer be a human, a criminal, and drag out an ignoble existence. Glory and reputation would never be linked to him. However, thinking like this, was he too selfish? Only caring about his own reputation and virtue, but disregarding other people's lives. Eating food, could he sacrifice a person to save himself and others? Maybe not, But Zhenjin was clear that doing this would indeed increase everyone's chances of survival. If he were to be stubborn, would it be a kind of foolishness? Just like what Kang Shu had said, history was written by the victors. If he did not eat people, perhaps he would really die under the silver spear scorpion. Then what would his father think? Would the ancestors of the past scold him for not being flexible? If he ate people, would he regret it in the future? If he did not eat people, he would live, but everyone else would die. In the future, there was a chance in front of him, but he chose to give it up. Maybe it was possible to save his fiancée and others, but he did not do so. Zhenjin struggled in his heart, all kinds of thoughts came one after another, lingering in his mind. Hesitation, doubt, confusion, and all kinds of emotions made his thoughts gradually become chaotic. Zhenjin was not the only one who suffered this night. The cold wind of the night was like a knife blowing. Huang Zhao braved the wind, carrying Lan Zhao on his back, and moved forward with difficulty. He felt like a broken scarecrow that could be blown away by the wind at any time. It was pitch black in front of him, he could not see, he could not touch, just like Huang Zhao's heart at this time. The reason why he kept moving forward was more due to numbness or inertia. His heart was cold, and despair gradually enveloped him. The only warmth was from Lan Zhao on his back. Lan Zhao's body temperature was getting higher and higher, and his wounds were festering. He was about to die. "Don't die, brother, don't die. I paid such a big price to carry you so far. If you die, it would be too unfair to me. I wanted to get off the boat long ago, you know. But you want to live on the sea. If I was on land, why would I be reduced to this damned island? So, it's all your fault, all of this is your fault." Huang Zhao shouted in his heart. With the help of these calls, he encouraged himself. However, compared to the encouragement of his spirit, the feeling of hunger and thirst stimulated his body and mind. Chapter 65. Xian Zhao was too thirsty. His throat felt like it was stuffed with a sun, his entire throat and the base of his tongue were half-cooked, he couldn't speak at all. Xian Zhao was too hungry. He was so hungry that his stomach was sticking to his spine, his body was weak, he staggered as he walked, his head was dizzy, he was even hallucinating. In the hallucination, he felt like he was walking on clouds. But there was a mountain on his body. The mountain was too heavy, it wanted to flatten him into paper. Soon, the mountain changed its appearance, it turned into a devil with goat horns. The devil opened its bloody mouth and shouted in his ears, "Eat! Eat you! Eat you!" Xian Zhao was terrified, he wanted to throw the mountain or the devil off his back. But his arms and hands didn't listen to him, they were completely numb. He just let himself carry the mountain or the devil. Then, very quickly, the devil on his back changed again. The devil turned into a suckling pig. This suckling pig gave off a strong stench of sweat, as well as the smell of rotting wounds. Xian Zhao lowered his head and saw that there was a flame burning in his stomach. It was a raging fire. It burned very fiercely and quickly spread. In almost an instant, the huge flame almost covered Xian Zhao's entire body. Then, the flame spread to the suckling pig on his back, turning him into a roasted suckling pig. The aroma of food seemed to reach his nose at this moment. No, definitely not as if he smelled this aroma. Xian Zhao's body trembled, as if he was electrocuted. He miraculously broke free from the hallucination. He returned to reality. In front of him was a dark night, he couldn't even see his own fingers. The endless night wind blew past his ears, whistling coldly without end. On his back was his brother, who was unconscious. He was walking forward, his steps staggering, he was like a puppet. It was extremely small and lonely. Xian Zhao didn't notice that he was crying. He looked forward, as if there was light in front of him, as if there was a wide and flat road in front of him. He said to himself in his heart, "The night is almost over, dawn is about to come, hold on, Xian Zhao, there should be an oasis in front of us. That oasis is where you and the other team members arrived before. Look at the terrain, doesn't it look like it? You're almost there. You're almost there. Hold on, don't let up. There must be an oasis. There must be. When you reach the oasis, you will have water and prey. You can hunt, you're a black iron ranker. You won't die, you won't die. Your brother won't die either. He will be saved by you." Huang Zhao was firm in her beliefs, but Zhenjin felt himself wavering. Hunger was gnawing at him. Every cell in his body was calling for food. Food. I don't care what I eat, just give me some food. Kang Shu is right. No one will know what happened here. If ZDI survives, she will be even more grateful to me. If it really doesn't work, then I can only give up on her. As long as I live, I can continue to shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing the family. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Jinjin shuddered, even though the cave was very hot. Immediately, a strong sense of shame made Jinjin's face burn. He felt how ugly he was. Could it be that he was so afraid of death? Another thought surfaced in his mind. If I eat this food, my physical strength will increase tremendously. With enough stamina, I will definitely be able to face this challenge more calmly. I don't eat meat for myself. I want to kill the silver spear scorpion. I want to defeat the entire group of scorpions. That way, no one will die. I won't die, ZDI won't die, Kang Shu won't die. I'm doing this for them. This thought was even more tempting than the previous thought. Then, another thought appeared and disappeared. Then, a new thought appeared. Jinjin knew that he was wavering. The cave wall he was leaning on was unable to give him a strong perseverance. Although Kang Shu and ZDI remained silent and Bai Ya remained motionless, their existence seemed to be oppressing this poor youth. I am a Templar Knight. Can a Templar Knight do such a thing? Needlepaunt asked himself. He began to reflect on himself. Things have fallen to this point. Is it because my leader made a mistake? Did I do a lot of things wrong? Opening up a battlefield here to deal with the scorpions, am I overestimating my abilities? If I had known this would happen, would I have chosen another path? Jinjin began to doubt himself, and this doubt increased his hesitation. Jinjin was hesitant. If I eat them as food, in the future, when I recall the past, will I be tormented by guilt? Or will I not have a trace of regret? If I don't eat, how can I fulfill my responsibilities? Do I have to watch my fiancé die? In order to save me, she did not hesitate to put herself in danger. How many times has she been in imminent peril? And my father is looking forward to me bringing new hope to the family. I am the only heir of the 100 Needles family. What about me? I was once bullied and silently accumulated, just to rise up and show my opponents. Will my past self look down on me for making such a choice? At this moment, a memory surfaced in his mind. A room that was clearly meticulously decorated, luxurious and extravagant. The walls were hung with famous paintings, and the air was filled with the smell of expensive perfume. The pink and gold curtains were drawn, blocking most of the daytime sunlight, making the whole room seem dim and ambiguous. A dancer was wearing a foreign costume from the Empire's northwest. Her face was covered with a purple veil, making her stunning face even more mysterious and seductive. Her figure was slim and enchanting, with a curvy front and back. The red dance dress mixed with gold thread was very short and tight, revealing her slender arms and snow-white navel. As soon as the dance music ended, she stepped on the thick carpet and slowly climbed up, following the rhythm of the dance, until she reached her waist. Her hands were clasped together, no longer moving. At this time, the tip of her shoe was turned over, revealing half of her foot. Under the candlelight, it revealed a sparkling and translucent luster, making people's hearts throb and want to take a bite. Her face was dignified, her beautiful eyes were like amber, and her fixed movements revealed her beautiful figure as a woman. The 3 youths in the room were stunned. After a while, the youths came back to their senses and applauded. Only then did the dancer slowly put down her feet, standing on the spot with her legs slightly bowed. This is the dancer, Ji Sai, whose name has recently shaken the capital. She truly lives up to her reputation. One of the youngsters praised sincerely. Jinjin was one of the 3 youths. His main attention was on the other youth. This youth's identity was not ordinary. Jinjin asked with a smile, "Dark Ji, didn't you ask me to see Ji Sai's dance? What do you think? I can now make the decision to give this Miss Ji Sai to you. Tonight, you can use her to warm your bed." Ha ha ha. What? The youth who just spoke was shocked, looking at Dark Ji with eyes full of envy. Dark Ji's appearance was different from Zhenjin's. Although the two of them were very handsome, Zhenjin had a head full of blonde hair and dark blue eyes, while Dark Ji had shoulder-length black hair and a pair of very special eyes. The normal sclera of the eyes was pitch black, but his white pupils were wrapped in the pitch black sclera, showing a cold light. No matter when he was sitting, his body was always straight. But at this moment, Dark Ji stared at the dancer Ji Sai, unconsciously leaning his lower body. As long as he opened his mouth and said a word, this extremely alluring dancer would be in his bag. Temptation, an enormous temptation. Dark Ji's throat moved, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He stared at Ji Sai, his gaze full of aggression and possessiveness. As if his gaze was too scorching, the dancer Ji Sai shyly lowered her head, revealing even more of her snow-white neck. This kind of attitude made Dark Ji's lower abdomen feel even more hot. Seeing Dark Ji's expression, Zhenjin revealed a complacent smile. Dark Ji usually maintained a strict discipline, being the most honorable person in the 5th Temple Knight Regiment, and also the one who trained the hardest. But as long as one was a normal man, they couldn't avoid it. Even those who usually suppressed themselves, once they released their desires, would become even more frightening. However, contrary to Zhenjin's expectations, as time passed, this Dark Ji's expression became more and more sinister, and then gradually calmed down, returning to his usual calm appearance. Dark Ji. You. The other youth also noticed the change in Dark Ji's expression, bewildered. Dark Ji smiled, calmly reaching out his hand, wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead. Fierce, the temptation of beauty is really fierce. He seemed to have a lingering fear, however, this beauty is already of no value to me. I won't take her. Zhenjin was puzzled. What do you mean? Dark Ji said, Zhenjin, thank you for helping me. To tell you the truth, cultivation isn't just about cultivating the body, but also the mind. Do you know the teachings of my dark clan? Zhenjin nodded. The teachings of great nobles had always been widely spread. Dark Ji continued, my clan's bloodline originates from the Abyss Demons. Although this bloodline is high-end and gives the clansman powerful cultivation aptitude, it is also very dangerous. Often, there are clansmen who are addicted to their desires, unable to extricate themselves, causing them to lose their rationality and become chaotic lunatics. Therefore, my clan's teachings are this: hell is at your feet, depravity is imminent. The teachings remind us to remain vigilant. Desire is an abyss. If we don't pay attention, we will turn into a demon, no longer human. The youth on the side suddenly realized, so, this is actually your cultivation. Dark Ji nodded, looking at Zhenjin. Zhenjin, you and I are colleagues. Since you've helped me this time, I'll try my best to persuade you. Your own cultivation is the most important. Blindly currying favor with others will only be a leaf fluttering in the wind. After saying this, Dark Ji ignored Zhenjin's ugly expression, got up and left. The memory faded, and Zhenjin suddenly woke up. Unknowingly, he was covered in a cold sweat. Every part of his body conveyed a feeling of weakness. Another memory recovered, but it didn't bring him any obvious improvement. However, that sentence was very profound. Hell is at your feet, depravity is imminent. Zhenjin couldn't help but murmur. Looking back at this new memory, Zhenjin began to analyze. The Dark Hui clan is a great noble clan of the empire. Duke Dark Hui is a living god, and also the right hand of the Shengming Emperor. As the son of Duke Dark Hui, Dark Ji's position is very stable, so of course he doesn't need to curry favor with others. However, my 100 Needles clan needs to stand firm, so making friends with Dark Ji is a wise move. Ji Sai is indeed a charming and seductive woman. Then, I can control her freedom and let Ji Sai's fame spread throughout the capital. This proves that the 100 Needles clan has a certain amount of resources and power in the capital. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, worthy of being an old noble clan of the south. On the other hand, you can see how successful my forbearance is. Dark Ji also misunderstood me, thinking that I am a person who seeks personal gain. I am a bit curious, how is my relationship with Dark Ji after this? Did I make any progress in making friends with him? Feeling that the thoughts in his mind were overflowing, Zhenjin shook his head slightly and stopped guessing. Now is not the time to think about this. Although the memory recovered couldn't increase Jin's fighting strength, it unexpectedly solved his problem. Hell is at your feet, depravity is imminent. Did I almost fall into depravity? That was close. I almost covered my knight's armor with dust that can't be erased. I am a brave, noble, and resolute holy knight. Even if there is the pressure of death, the threat of responsibility, I should scrupulously abide by the path of a knight. Jin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, as if he had removed 1,000 pounds of weight from his body. He slowly stood up. This action immediately attracted the attention of Zdi and Kang Shu. Seeing Jin's calm expression, both of them realized that Jin had made a decision. Lord Jin. Kang Shu cast an expectant gaze. But Jin shook his head slightly. I will not treat people as food. Kang Shu opened his mouth slightly, revealing a look of deep disappointment. Jin's eyes were clear, and he stopped him before he could persuade him. Don't persuade me anymore, I have already made a decision. He shifted his gaze to Zdi with a trace of apology. Zdi was considerate and shook her head slightly. Sir, you and I are one, any decision you make is my decision. Jin smiled. Let's go. According to this time, when we walk out of the cave, we will see the light of dawn. Chapter 66. A glimmer of light began to appear on the horizon. The light was extremely weak, but it was clear in the darkness of the night. Then, as if it were accompanied by the beating of a heart, the glimmer grew stronger and stronger. The darkness receded under the expansion of the light. The latter was like a giant that had just awakened, spreading its arms and stretching its limbs. Dawn. Dawn. The light shone on Huang Zhao's face, but it didn't bring him any warmth. Woo-woo. Huang Zhao burst into tears and fell to his knees in the desert. Lan Zhao on his back also fell to the ground. Oasis. Oasis. Huang Zhao screamed. His eyes were already cloudy and unclear. In his vision, there was only an empty desert. The oasis he encouraged himself to go to didn't appear. But I clearly heard the sound of water. I clearly heard it. Huang Zhao screamed, desperate to break his throat. There was the sound of water. Lan Zhao unexpectedly woke up. This was a sign of terminal lucidity. Yes, big brother, you heard it too, you heard it too. Huang Zhao was like a confused child who suddenly found his backbone and shouted wildly. However, Lan Zhao didn't respond to him. Instead, he whispered, I heard it. It was the sound of the sea. It was the sound of the waves. Huang Zhao was stunned. He suddenly realized that Lan Zhao had fallen into an illusion. In a trance, he swayed. The feeling of blue-green algae was wonderful. His hunger had completely left him. He felt as light as a feather, as if he was doing one of his favorite things. And that was diving. He liked to dive into the sea and then stay motionless, allowing the tide to carry him in any direction. Or, he would slowly sink and look at the blue, boundless sky through the light of the water. It was such a pure blue, without a trace of impurities. The blue of the sky was originally cold and aloof, but under the light of the sea, the blue became gentle, elegant, sad, and approachable. Lan Zhao liked this kind of blue the most. Immersed in this kind of blue, he could forget himself. In such a beautiful scene, did it matter who he was? It wasn't important anymore. Let's just keep going like this. Lan Zhao sighed with satisfaction in his heart. Then, a huge shark quietly appeared. It had a snow-white belly, sharp fins that were as straight as blades, and rows of terrifyingly sharp teeth. Its eyes were also blue, refracting light like glass. The shark and the unconscious Lan Zhao stared at each other. Looking at those eyes up close, Lan Zhao felt a trace of fear from the depths of his heart. As if he had been electrocuted, he woke up with a start and remembered who he was. That's right, my name is Lan Zhao. I was born in a fishing village by the sea. My favorite hobby is to swim in the sea. I almost didn't grow up. When Lan Zhao was 10 years old, there was a famine in the fishing village. Of course, it wasn't just the fishing village. The entire territory didn't harvest much food. However, the owner of this territory continued to impose harsh taxes. The surplus food of the fisherman village was forcibly plundered. In a simple thatched hut, Lan Zhao and his family sat at the dining table. In front of the others were large bowls, and at the bottom of the bowls was a small pinch of dark green paste-like food. But in front of Lan Zhao's bowl, there was no less than half a bowl. Lan Zhao looked at the food in his bowl. It was more than he ever had before. At the same time, an unprecedented fear shrouded his entire body and mind. Eat a little more. Lan Zhao's father's voice was gentle, like the undulating waves of the sea. Lan Zhao raised his head, but he couldn't see his father's face clearly. The fishing village was barren, and no candles could be lit. In the dim room, most of his father's face was hidden in the darkness. Only his blue eyes could be seen, refracting the light from the glass. In the middle of the night, Lan Zhao heard the sound of breathing in his ears. The sound was getting heavier and heavier. He opened his eyes and saw his father lying on the edge of his bed, staring at him. Their faces were almost touching. Lan Zhao opened his mouth to shout, but in the next moment, his father stretched out his hands and grabbed Lan Zhao's neck. Lan Zhao struggled frantically. The sound of his struggling woke up his mother and brother, Huang Zhao. Seeing that their father wanted to choke Lan Zhao to death, they hurriedly ran to stop him. "Get out of here." His father kicked his mother away. Huang Zhao cowered in the corner of the Fang family, trembling in fear. "This is your son," his mother screamed. Her voice was incomparably mournful, like the last cry of a bird before it was pinched to death. "I gave birth to him. I gave him his life. I'm just taking it away now." His father roared, "Don't struggle, eat. Only by eating me can you live, only then can our family live." "No." His mother shook her head frantically. "His life wasn't given by you, it was given by the god, Mother Lin. When I had a difficult birth, it was Mother Lin's priest who saved me. That's the god that the elves believe in, the evil god of our human race. You still have the face to mention it." His father roared. But in the next moment, Lan Zhao grabbed his hardwood pillow and slammed it on his father's head. His father was caught off guard and fainted. "I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to beat you to death." Lan Zhao didn't let him go. He kept shouting, as if he was possessed. He raised the pillow again and again, and then slammed it on his father's head again and again. There was more and more blood, and the room was filled with the smell of blood. His father didn't move at all. Don't hit him, he's already dead. In the end, his mother hugged Lan Zhao tightly in her arms. Only then did the cyanobacteria stop its mechanical beating action. Its sluggish expression disappeared. It sobered up and cried loudly. In the next few days, 7 people died in the fishing village one after another. Most of them were old, weak, sick, and young. Lan Zhao's father was the only exception. Cyanobacteria and his mother buried their father together. Hunger can torture people into beasts. Orphans and widows were the easiest to bully. The villagers, who were usually gentle and kind, became violent and rough. His mother was attacked and seriously injured. Sensing the danger, Cyanobacteria's mother secretly left the fishing village with the 2 brothers. Near the fishing village they lived on, there were many small deserted islands. The small deserted island became their new home, and also became his mother's grave. "It's good that I'm dead, so you can live." His mother called Lan Zhao to her side and whispered her last words into his ear. "The great god is calling me. Mother's soul will ascend to Mother Lin's holy temple. Don't worry about me. Take good care of your brother." Cyanobacteria wept and put his mother on the boat. There was firewood and flowers on the boat. Other than that, the most exquisite burial object was a statue. The statue was in the image of Mother Lin. She looked like a doe, but with branch-like antlers, which were bigger than the antlers of a male deer. Vines were wrapped around the deer's legs, and flowers bloomed on the deer's body, forming deer skin stripes. Lan Zhao and Huang Zhao pushed the boat to the sea, and then used a torch to light the dry wood on the boat. They watched the burning boat drift with the waves, reflecting an orange color on the surface of the sea. The continuous sound of the waves seemed to be repeating his mother's last words. "Take good care of your brother, take good care of your brother. Take good care of your brother." This last wish was deeply engraved in Lan Zhao's heart. Until now, it still lingered in his ears. Cyanobacteria struggled to open her eyes. All he saw was a sea of confused whiteness. "Huang Zhao." My brother, where are you? He called out. He was very surprised that he actually had the strength to call out. It's fake, it's fake. There's no oasis, there's no oasis. Brother, there's no oasis, sob sob sob. Huang Zhao lay beside Lan Zhao, crying bitterly. He had already broken down. Lan Zhao suddenly stretched out his arm and pulled Huang Zhao's head over. He put his mouth next to Huang Zhao's ear, just like how he used to do for his mother. Lan Zhao told him his last words, Huang Zhao, eat me, and you can continue to walk. Live well and take care of yourself. Huang Zhao's body shook violently, as if he had been hit by a petrifying ray, and turned into a stone statue. After about 2 or 3 seconds, Huang Zhao suddenly moved and pounced on Lan Zhao, his hand strangling Lan Zhao's neck. Brother, brother, he shouted. I'm sorry, he cried. I'll eat you, I'll eat you. His eyes were red, like a beast. Lan Zhao felt very uncomfortable and gradually suffocated. He opened his mouth and tried hard to smile. He seemed to hear the sound of waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body seemed to be immersed in the sea, as if he was swimming at the bottom of the sea, leisurely and peaceful. Chapter 67. Zhenjin felt as though he was on fire. After leaving the cave, he took the initiative to kill the scorpions and killed 3 of them. The silver spear scorpion was provoked and was enraged. It led the scorpions to surround Zhenjin. Previously, Zhenjin took the initiative to break the agreement. This caused the scorpions to no longer follow the rules. All the spear scorpions attacked Zhenjin alone. Zhenjin dodged left and right, climbing the mountain rocks. His movements were agile and nimble. The mountainous terrain was very unfriendly to the scorpions. Ordinary spear scorpions' movements were greatly hindered. Only the silver spear scorpions could catch up to Zhenjin. Zhenjin fought with them. Every time, he mainly defended. After a few attacks, he saw that the scorpions were about to surround him again, so he continued to retreat. Good, that's it. Although Zhenjin was under a lot of pressure, he was happy. This was because the situation in front of him was what he wanted the most. The entire scorpions were attracted to him. This way, ZDI and Kangshu could escape quietly. Stall for time. The longer we stall for time, the higher the chances of them escaping. However, good things did not last long. Zhenjin's movements quickly became slow. He was panting. Although he was full of fighting spirit, his limbs were weak and he could not exert any strength. In the craggy mountain rocks, he had just dodged a stab from a scorpion's tail. Another spear scorpion appeared behind him and waved its pincer legs. Zhenjin wanted to dodge, but because he did not have enough strength, his movements were slow. With a loud bang, Zhenjin was sent flying by the spear scorpion's pincer legs. Zhenjin's back hit a huge rock. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell down. Just as he landed, 3 spear scorpions surrounded him. Zhenjin bent his waist and rolled to avoid the pincer legs. He then jumped up and stepped on the head of a spear scorpion and climbed up the huge rock. Just as he was leaping into the air, the silver spear scorpion arrived. Its sharp tail pierced through the air and attacked Zhenjin. Zhenjin heard the sound of the wind and turned around with difficulty in midair, using the spider blade to block. The scorpion tail pierced the spider blade, bringing about a huge impact. Zhenjin was about to use this force to rise to the top of the boulder, but at the moment of impact, he saw the cracks on the spider blade rapidly spreading. Shit! Zhenjin's pupils shrank. Just as he realized that something was wrong, the entire spider blade shattered with a bang. Without any obstruction, the scorpion tail pierced through Zhenjin's left shoulder and collarbone. Furthermore, its momentum did not diminish as it nailed Zhenjin to the boulder. Zhenjin cried out in pain and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He grabbed the tip of the scorpion tail spear with both hands and tried his best to pull it out. However, the strength of the silver spear scorpion was not something he could compare to. No matter how hard Zhenjin gritted his teeth and tried his best, he could not move the tip of the scorpion tail spear an inch higher. For a moment, Zhenjin could not move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the silver spear scorpion used all its limbs to climb up the boulder. However, the boulder was steep and the walls were smooth. It was simply straight up and down. The silver spear scorpion stuck its body to the boulder and almost stood up, but its pincer legs could not reach Shinjin. The scorpion tail was very long, so it was able to pierce Shinjin and nail him to the boulder. However, the spear scorpion could not climb the boulder and its pincers could not reach Shinjin. It could not give Shinjin a fatal blow. The battle entered a strange stalemate. Shinjin could not escape, and the silver spear scorpion could not kill Shinjin for the time being. Blood continuously flowed out from the wound on his left shoulder. It flowed along Shinjin's legs and dripped onto the silver spear scorpion's pincers and head. The silver spear scorpion tried for a while, but it could not reach Shinjin. It was so angry that it screeched, its voice sharp and ear-piercing. However, it seemed to be afraid that Shinjin would jump and escape again, so it did not move its tail away. It kept Shinjin firmly fixed to the boulder. The blood loss gradually increased, and Shinjin felt dizzy. He had used up all his strength. He was unarmed. The boulder was like an axe, and there was nothing on the surface that he could borrow strength from. Once the scorpion tail loosened, Shinjin would fall down and be cut into pieces by the spear scorpion. I am going to die. Death had truly arrived. When Shinjin realized this, fear engulfed his entire body. Brave. Do not be afraid. I am a Templar Knight. Even though he was shouting in his heart, there was still a strong sense of fear that continuously grew in his heart. It was like a tide, quickly drowning his soul. If death happened in an instant, he would not have time to think, and would not have such a strong sense of fear. But when death gradually approached, the huge pressure was not something he could imagine. Only when he experienced it personally, would he know how terrifying it was. When he killed the brown monkey tail bear in the cave, he felt fear when he woke up. But the fear he felt after escaping was not as strong as it was now. I also know that I will be afraid, but I never realized that I would be so afraid. Afraid. He was afraid of death. Then, because of the strong fear in his heart, Shinjin felt ashamed and humiliated. Maybe I am a greedy person who is afraid of death. No. The young knight's heart was in pain. He realized that he was a greedy person who was afraid of death. To him, this was even more cruel than death. His blood quickly flowed into a pool, dyeing the entire head of the silver spear scorpion red. Shinjin's vision gradually dimmed, and his strength was constantly fading. His struggle became weaker and weaker. Well, although I am dead, ZDI and Kang Shu are still alive. He could almost see the scene of ZDI and Kang Shu escaping from the cave. At this time, another sense of absurdity arose in Jinjin's heart. Those who are weaker than me can escape. I am stronger than them, and I am going to die. I wonder if they managed to save by YA? This possibility is very small. If I had listened to Kang Shu's advice and ate human flesh, maybe I could have been saved. As soon as this idea popped up, Shinjin wanted to deny it. But the more he denied it, the stronger this thought became. Thus, the young knight felt regret. Extremely regret. If I die, will my soul be lucky enough to enter the Shungming Emperor's holy palace and become a heroic spirit? The possibility is too small. In here, I can't even pray to the Shungming Emperor. In other words, if I die, I will have nothing. My responsibilities, my family, my ambitions, and my future will all be gone. If I have to choose again, I will not be stubborn. I will eat. Why should I listen to the words of a person of the same age as me? Something like hell is at my feet, and I will fall immediately. Bullshit. I am so stupid. Other people's answers are not my answers. I thought about it for almost the entire night, but have I really thought about it? I want to live. I really want to live. I realized that living is more important than anything else. Even. What does the death of others have to do with me? I want to live. Huang Zhao also shouted the same words. I want to live. Brother, you are right. You are going to die anyway. If I sacrifice you, I can live. Don't blame me, don't blame me. It's all your fault. You are the one who is injured. Otherwise, how could we have run out of water so early? It's you. You are the one who killed my father and caused me to lose my father so early. You are the one who ate my mother. It's all your fault, all your fault. Huang Zhao screamed as he watched his brother, his only family member in this world, gradually stop breathing. After being stunned for a moment, he let go of his hand and buried his head in Lan Zhao's chest as he cried loudly. But at this moment, Lan Zhao suddenly opened his eyes. The muscles on his arms bulged, and his 10 fingers were like iron hooks as he firmly hooked Huang Zhao's head. Then, Lan Zhao quickly turned around and pressed Huang Zhao onto the sand as he sat on top of him. Huang Zhao's eyes widened, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was unable to react to such a shocking change. He wanted to scream, but in the next moment, Lan Zhao's iron fist landed on his eye. For a moment, he felt as if the world was spinning, and his ears were ringing. Huang Zhao subconsciously wanted to push his brother away. But his arm was caught by Lan Zhao, and then his arm was broken. Lan Zhao's strength had strangely increased dramatically. It was simply beyond the limits of the human body. Ah! Huang Zhao screamed miserably. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Zhao swung his fists and beat Huang Zhao fiercely. He was like a powerful boxer beating up a weak punching bag. Huang Zhao was unable to resist at all. He was beaten until he vomited blood, and his teeth were all broken. Stop, stop. Spare me, I am about to die. Brother, I won't do it again. Lan Zhao, I am your brother. Your biological brother. Brother, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. The frightened Huang Zhao could only loudly beg for mercy. But Lan Zhao didn't seem to hear him. He punched again and again, until Huang Zhao gradually stopped moving and struggling. Finally, Huang Zhao's arm fell limply to the ground. His eyes widened, and his face changed beyond recognition. He was beaten to death by Lan Zhao. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Zhao was still continuing. His eyes lost focus, and his lips were tightly pursed, maintaining a deathly silence. His punching movements made him seem like a machine doing repetitive exercises. Zhen Jin's vision gradually darkened. Before he died, his mind was abnormally active. But as his body gradually approached death, his mind became hazy. He was once again in the darkness. Boundless darkness. Where is this? Am I dead? Wait, who am I? Even though there was no point of reference in the darkness, the young man could feel himself sinking deeper and deeper. He had forgotten almost everything, but at this moment, there was a huge sense of danger shrouding his heart. The youth realized that if he didn't do anything, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. But he didn't know what he should do, what he could do. What did I forget? What exactly did I forget? What should I remember? Damn it, who can answer me? The youth felt extremely powerless. It was as if he was in a nightmare. His mind was both clear and hazy. He realized that he was in a dangerous situation. He wanted to be completely awake, but he couldn't. This feeling of helplessness made him especially angry, and anger was like a spark that seemed to have triggered something. Roar. The roar of a wild beast suddenly came from the darkness. The roar was so mighty that it instantly shattered the entire dark space of consciousness. In reality, Zhen Jin, who had closed his eyes, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes wide, but his pupils had shrunk to the extreme. He opened his mouth as wide as possible and panted violently, like a person who had just been rescued from drowning. A ferocious and strange power was stirring in his heart. Blessed with inspiration, Zhen Jin immediately activated this power. The power was like a ferocious tiger that had opened its gate, and suddenly rushed out from his heart. Zhen Jin's hand, which had already fallen to his waist, reached out again and grabbed the silver spear scorpion tail tightly. The next moment, that ferocious and strange power surged into his palm, causing his hand to turn blood red. The blood-red light overflowed and turned into 4 lines of blood. Each line of blood was as thick as an adult's finger. The lines of blood were like poisonous snakes attacking. They quickly followed the scorpion's tail and spread to the silver spear scorpion's entire body. On the surface, the silver spear scorpion looked like it was tied up. But the silver spear scorpion didn't seem to feel anything. The lines of blood were dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had seeped into the silver spear scorpion's body from the surface. But very quickly, the crisscrossing lines of blood quickly regained their previous luster. Wait a minute, the bloodlight seems to be more enchanting and brighter than before. Zhen Jin squinted his eyes. Just as he noticed this change, all the lines of blood suddenly retracted. Almost in an instant, there was nothing left on the spear scorpion's body. The lines of blood converged into his palm and returned to their previous nature of power. But the scale of the power was obviously much more than before. The power flowed quickly in Jinjin's body and converged into his heart. At this moment, Jinjin's consciousness also focused on his heart. Once again, he clearly saw the magic crystal in his heart. It is indeed the power produced by the magic crystal. Jinjin had just confirmed his guess. The spear-tip scorpion's tail in his hand was like a weathered bone. With a bang, it cracked and turned into countless tiny pieces. Without support, Jinjin fell down along the stone wall. When his feet landed on the ground, the pieces of the silver spear scorpion crumbled again and turned into a pile of ashes. Their leader died in a strange battle. The spear scorpions shrank back, but Jinjin's legs were weak. He only stood for a moment before sitting down on the ground. The spear scorpions saw that Jinjin was weak and surrounded him again. Numerous scorpion tails swung and the sharp spear tips pierced towards Jinjin from all directions. Jinjin had nowhere to hide. At the critical moment of life and death, he subconsciously activated the magic crystal. His movements were skillful as if it was instinct. The magic crystal in his heart immediately burst out a bright red light. The blood light penetrated Jinjin's body from the inside out. Clang clang clang. The spear-tip scorpion tail pierced Jinjin, but it did not pierce his skin. It only made a series of metal clashing sounds. At this moment, Jinjin's skin almost turned into a scorpion's shell. And it was a silver-level scorpion's shell. The scorpion's shell was tough and completely blocked all the stab from the scorpion tail. Then, the remaining blood light flowed down and poured into Jinjin's buttocks. Poochie. With a soft sound, Jinjin felt a sharp pain in his tailbone. A long scorpion tail shot out from his buttocks. Jinjin changed his sitting position to a half-kneeling position and tried to move the scorpion tail. The end of the scorpion tail was like a sharp spear, like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, piercing through a spear scorpion. A fatal blow. The spear scorpions were stunned. They could not understand how a human could grow the same shell and scorpion tail as they did. But Jinjin's performance was enough to prove his strength. After the scorpions realized this, they all turned around and fled. Jinjin did not chase after them. He was still half-kneeling on the ground. He was exhausted. Looking at the scorpion shell and long scorpion tail on his body, the young knight's shocked expression was still frozen on his face. I grew a shell. I even grew a tail. Yes, I can actually control the magic crystal. Chapter 68. Most importantly, I survived. I survived. The joy of surviving was so strong and moving that Jinjin subconsciously kept repeating this sentence. There was a time when Jinjin thought that he was dead for sure. Ever since Jinjin woke up, he had experienced this kind of near-death experience several times. The joy of surviving each time moved his entire body and mind. This time, it was especially strong. It was as if all his cells were jumping for joy. Huff, huff, Jinjin's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. The pain from the wound on his shoulder blade continued to attack him. The joy and happiness faded. The young man gritted his teeth, tore open the hem of his shirt, took out a strip of cloth, and bandaged it. The cloth used as a bandage covered the wound and immediately printed a red bloodstain. Jinjin wrapped the cloth around his armpit, bit one end of the cloth with his teeth, and tied it tightly with his hands. A burst of intense pain caused his eyes to darken. The young man sucked in a breath of cold air and endured for a few seconds. Only then did the pain lessen slightly. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and panted continuously. After a long time, his eyes regained focus. The tail in front of his eyes attracted his gaze. This scorpion tail was like gold, shining with a metallic luster. Jinjin had suffered enough from this scorpion tail when he fought with it before. But now, this scorpion tail was his. It was a very strange feeling. With a thought from Jinjin, the scorpion tail was straight and motionless, like a bamboo pole. With another thought from Jinjin, the scorpion tail was bent into an S shape, and then like a wave, it continued to undulate. It was like an arm moving a finger. Although this is the first time I grew a tail, It feels as if this scorpion tail was originally a part of my body. Junjin reached out to touch the scorpion tail. The cold and hard feeling was transmitted to his heart. But the scorpion tail did not feel being touched. Junjin lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a scorpion shell on his chest. The scorpion shell was like a layer of natural armor that tightly protected his body. Junjin touched the scorpion shell on his chest and felt the same coldness as when he touched the scorpion tail. Similarly, the scorpion shell on my chest doesn't feel touched either. But previously, when the scorpion shell protected me from the spear scorpion stab, I felt a clear impact. In other words, it wasn't as if he couldn't feel it. It's just that when you're caressing me like this, your strength is very light, so I can't feel it. People have many kinds of feelings. It mainly consisted of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Most beasts had shells, fur, feathers, and so on. Compared to these, the human body had sparse hair and delicate skin. Therefore, the human body's defense was very weak. But at the same time, human skin and the fine hairs on the surface of the body gave people a sharper sense of touch. Sometimes, when a mosquito landed, it would be quickly detected by people. A scorpion's sense of touch was weaker than a human's. However, the defensive capabilities brought about by the scorpion shell was completely incomparable to that of the human body. It was the scorpion shell that saved my life. Without the scorpion shell, his entire body would have been pierced by the spear scorpion's tail. Junjin tried to look inside himself again. It was very smooth. Or rather, without any hindrance, he once again saw the magic crystal in his heart. The magic crystal constantly flashed with a bloody light and continued to be consumed, silently supporting Junjin's current mutation. Junjin's eyes flashed as he tried to control the magic crystal to stop the current consumption. In the next moment, the magic crystal's radiance in his heart rapidly weakened. In less than a breath, it completely stopped. Without the support of this mysterious crystal, Junjin's scorpion shell and tail quickly turned black and then carbonized. Almost in the blink of an eye, the mutated tissues and organs turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. Immediately, a sense of weakness surged from the bottom of Junjin's heart. Junjin was very familiar with this feeling. Previously, when his hands mutated into bear claws, when his arms were no longer mutated, and when he took the vomiting potion. Junjin lowered his head and looked at his chest. The original scorpion shell had disappeared without a trace. What appeared in front of him was his perfect and healthy chest muscles. Of course, his chest muscles were not very big. I'm only 16 years old. I'm still developing. Junjin inspected his chest and did not notice any lingering negative changes. Then, he reached out and touched his buttocks. There was a hole in the pants that covered his buttocks. It was pierced by the scorpion tail that grew out. Junjin touched his tailbone. It was normal, just like before. Junjin quietly sighed in relief. He began to focus his attention on the magic crystal in his heart again. He found that the more he focused on this mysterious magic crystal, the clearer his perception of the magic crystal's situation became. When this perception became clear to a certain extent, Junjin could completely detect the remaining energy in the magic crystal. With the previous degree of change, if the duration of each change is the same, I can probably change twice more. Naturally, Junjin calculated the result. Moreover, his intuition told him that the result of this calculation was very accurate. After the mutation, I will become very powerful. But there is a limit to the number of mutations. It can't let me mutate endlessly. The fundamental reason is that the energy in the magic crystal is limited. Junjin's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. It's not just limited in this aspect. There is another limitation. I can only transform into scorpion shell and scorpion tail. The scorpion's pincers could not be transformed. Wait, this is... Junjin's perception went deeper and he had a new discovery. A flash of joy flashed across the young man's face. Because he found that he could not only transform into the body parts of the scorpion, but also transform into the monkey-tail brown bear again. But the same limitation as the scorpion, he could only transform into bear claws and bear arms, but could not transform into the other organs of the monkey-tail brown bear. Apart from the monkey-tail brown bear, I can also transform into a poisonous fire bee. The discoveries came one after another. Following Zhenjin's thoughts, the magic crystal in his heart was quickly activated by him. Zhenjin was clear about the changes of the scorpion and the monkey-tail brown bear. The other mutations needed to be tried and experienced one by one. This bit of energy could not be saved. The poisonous fire bee's mutation immediately took place. Zhenjin looked at the back of his hand. The back of his hand quickly turned black and yellow, covered with a layer of fluff. This was the fluff of the poisonous fire bee, similar to the stripes of a zebra, except that it was black and yellow. I can cover all the skin on my body with this layer of fluff. But if I do this, the consumption will be greater than before. Zhenjin immediately stopped activating the magic crystal in his heart, and a similar scene happened again. The fluff of the poisonous fire bee quickly turned grey, then turned into a pile of fine carbon powder. Zhenjin shook the back of his hand lightly, shaking off the layer of carbon powder, revealing normal skin that was exactly the same as before. Scorpion, monkey-tail brown bear, poisonous fire bee. I can also transform into a goat. However, this goat mutation could only turn Zhenjin's meat into mutton. Compared to the previous mutations, the value was very low. Zhenjin still gave it a try. The transformed mutton is not covered with the previous frost and chaos magic power. But this is normal. The reason why those goats contain it is because they ate the grass. Stopping the magic crystal in his heart, the transformed mutton quickly turned back to normal human meat. If I dig out the transformed mutton with a dagger, can it be used as food? I can eat myself. Zhenjin thought again and shook his head slightly. Previous practice had already proved that the mutated part, once without the support of the magic crystal, would quickly turn grey and turn into a pile of carbon ash. Therefore, the plan of eating himself would not succeed. When Zhenjin's senses reached the limit, he found that he had two other mutations. One was moss. The other was the meat of the acid green lizard. This moss. Zhenjin looked at the back of his hand after the mutation and immediately felt that it was somewhat familiar. In the next breath, he recognized it. Isn't this the moss that poisoned me? Setting off from the monkey-tail brown bear's cave, he and ZDI explored the road together. In the process, his skin was poisoned because it brushed against the moss. ZDI tried to detoxify it, but could only alleviate it, not cure it. In the end, the two of them found the source of the poisoning and used the moss as a material to make a medicine, which allowed Zhenjin to completely eradicate it. Let's call it green spot moss. Zhenjin remembered that after being poisoned, green spots grew on his face. These spots were round and small, but he himself did not feel anything strange. The last type of meat was the meat of the acid green lizard. Zhenjin also transformed it. It was basically the same as mutton, and its practical value was not high. After a while, Zhenjin's understanding of the magic core in his heart deepened a lot. In that case, after the magic core absorbs external life forms, the energy stored in the magic core can be used for any mutated form. But why can I transform these, but not the blue wolf, the python vine, the horned black panther, and the blade spider? After thinking for a while, Zhenjin had his own answer. The spear scorpion. Is it because I activated the magic core and absorbed all its life? The monkey-tail brown bear. Is it because I received a large amount of blood infusion when I received ZDI's treatment? I ate a lot of goat meat. Similarly, there was lizard meat. Recently, my main food source has been lizard meat. However, I also ate snake meat, flying squirrel meat, and some other small insects like spiders and scorpions. Maybe it's because I ate too little of these foods. As for the fire poison bee, I was poisoned. There was a large amount of fire poison in my body, so much so that I was on the verge of death. The poison and the meat both entered my body. From this point of view, there is no difference between the two. So, they were all quietly absorbed by the magic core. As for the other magical beasts, although I have encountered them, I have not had close contact with them. The blue wolf, the lava giant turtle, the python vine, and so on are all the same. Thinking of this, Zhenjin obtained another very valuable speculation. At present, it seems that the magic core absorbs and transforms living things. Pure magic cannot be absorbed by the magic core. Zhenjin had been poisoned by the cold poison, and there was a large amount of chaotic frost magic in his body. However, these magic powers were not absorbed and transformed by the magic core, or he would not have been poisoned. So, the function of the magic core in my heart is probably to forcibly absorb and transform life into a special mysterious magic power. Once this magic power is activated, it can cause a certain degree of mutation in the human body, transforming into a series of life tissue structures related to the life that was previously absorbed. Chapter 69. Then, how do I replenish this magical energy? Almost instantly, the scene of Zhenjin defeating the silver spear scorpion jumped into his mind. That was a moment of life and death, a moment of life and death. It left a deep impression on Zhenjin, as if it was engraved in the youth's heart. Zhenjin immediately stood up and walked to the corpse of a spear scorpion. The silver spear scorpion had already turned into ashes, and the other surviving spear scorpions had escaped, but there was still an ordinary spear scorpion that had died. Zhenjin activated the magic crystal in his heart, and his palm glowed with red light. The red light could not be emitted directly. Does it need to be in contact for it to be effective? Zhenjin frowned slightly. He did not rush to put his palm on the scorpion's shell, but stopped first. Zhenjin carefully felt the magic crystal in his heart, and muttered, "It can be activated at any time, and can also be stopped immediately, and there will not be any backlash from the magic crystal." Moreover, this activation and stopping does not seem to constitute a mutation of the human body, so the consumption is very little, completely negligible. Then, let's test the blood first. This spear scorpion was killed by Zhenjin's scorpion tail, and scorpion blood continuously flowed from the wound. A lot of the scorpion blood flowed to the ground, steaming on the hot volcanic lava surface, and the strong smell of blood quickly spread in all directions. The red light enveloped Zhenjin's palm. Zhenjin put his palm into a small pool of blood on the ground. The red light spread instantly, almost disappearing in a flash. The small pool of blood immediately turned into a pool of carbon powder. As the scorpion blood continued to drip down, the carbon powder immediately mixed in with the blood. As long as it is a part of a living body, it can be transformed through the magic crystal. Zhenjin waited patiently for a moment. When the small pool of blood on the ground was almost the same as before, he activated the magic crystal again to absorb it. This time, the transformed and stored magic energy is a little more than before. Is it because the scorpion blood has just been accumulated, so the magic energy is dispersing better than before? Zhenjin guessed. Although mana can't be directly converted into mana, as long as it's targeted at a life form, the higher the amount of mana in the life form, the more special mana can be converted. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the higher the life level of a life form, the higher the quality of its magic power. After absorbing and transforming it, the more magic energy in its magic core. What's the upper limit? At the very least, the magic cores of silver-level life forms can be absorbed. In the end, Zhenjin covered Spear Scorpion's corpse with his glowing red palm. The same thing happened again. Red light spread out from Zhenjin's palm and turned into 4 bloodlines. The blood threads wrapped around the Spear Scorpion's corpse like a snake, and then quickly turned dark, as if they had penetrated the insides of the spear scorpion's corpse. After 2 breaths of time, the 4 bloodlines became clear again. The blood-red color was even more vibrant and rich than before. The blood veins were rapidly retracted, and a lot of mana was added to the demon core. At the same time, the spear scorpion's corpse turned into a small pile of ash. It can't be compared to the gains from absorbing the silver spear scorpion. Practice proved Zhenjin's previous guess. Wait, I can transform the claws of a spear scorpion. Originally, Zhenjin could only mutate the tail and shell of a spear scorpion. After absorbing the second bronze-level spear scorpion's corpse, he added a new spear scorpion's transformation. The young knight's eyes flashed with a light of contemplation. From the looks of it, the more life forms of the same type absorbed, the more options there will be for variations. These options are related to this life form. As long as I absorb and transform enough spear scorpions, theoretically, I can completely transform into a spear scorpion. Zhenjin continued to clean up the battlefield. In this battle, his spider blade was damaged and broken into many pieces. He carefully picked up these pieces from the battlefield. Then, he activated the magic core in his heart again. A red light appeared, and the pieces of the spider blade quickly turned into ash. Zhenjin sprinkled it lightly, and it turned into ash and scattered. Zhenjin focused his attention on the magic core again. Soon, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He tried to activate the magic core again, and the 5 fingers on his left hand quickly mutated. After a few breaths, they turned into 5 slender spider blade. The 5 spider blades were very small, and could not be compared to the blades he swung before. They were only slightly longer than the 5 fingers of an adult. However, the blades were shiny and emitted a cold light. Zhenjin's 5 fingers moved and clashed with each other. When the blades collided with each other, a crisp sound similar to metal clashing could be heard. Obviously, the sharpness of these blades is the same as when I first obtained the spider blade. Zhenjin tried to activate more magic energy from the magic core in his heart again. The spider blades that his 5 fingers mutated became longer and longer, and looked like they were on the same level as the broken spider blade from before. However, what followed was the increasing consumption of his magic energy. Zhenjin quickly stopped this attempt. The magic energy in the core must be conserved. I've tried many times today, and I've used up enough. That's amazing. The young man praised from the bottom of his heart. With such a powerful trump card, he could face many dangers calmly. The existence that could threaten him before was now threatened by the young man. With such a mysterious and wonderful magic core, I'll definitely be able to walk out of this island and leave this place alive. Ever since he woke up, the young man had never had such confidence in escaping. Zhenjin scanned the place one last time. It was here that he controlled the magic core in his heart for the first time. Perhaps, this is the turning point of my fate. Zhenjin smiled. Without hesitation, the young man turned around and left the battlefield. He returned to the original cave without a hitch. Kang Shu and ZDI were already gone. The spear scorpions were defeated and fled. If they encounter ZDI and Zhenjin, their situation will be very bad. I have to find them quickly. But before that, Zhenjin focused his gaze on the corpses of the spear scorpions in the cave. Red lights kept flashing in the cave. Previously, the exploration team fought with their backs to the wall and killed many spear scorpions. Under the red light, these spear scorpions were turned into piles of ashes. Although it had been left there for a night and most of the magic power in the spear scorpions had dissipated, little drops made a mickle. At this moment, the magic power reserve in Zhenjin's core had reached an unprecedented level. Sensing the core, Zhenjin raised his eyebrows slightly. As expected. Scorpion shell, scorpion tail, chelicerae, scorpion eyes, scorpion feet. I can now transform into a complete spear scorpion. Zhenjin had already expected this result. He just did not expect that the process to achieve this result would be so short. The corpses of the spear scorpions were all absorbed by Zhenjin. The young knight was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he went into the deepest part of the cave. There, he found Bai Ya. As expected. Zhenjin sighed softly. Bai Ya was abandoned. Whether it was ZDI or Kang Shu, these 2 people could not even protect themselves. It was impossible for them to bring Bai Ya, a burden, with them when escaping. But Zhenjin could not blame these 2. Everything was for survival. Zhenjin put his finger under Bai Ya's nose and immediately felt a weak breath. Bai Ya was not dead yet. Zhenjin reached out and touched Bai Ya's forehead. He found that his high fever had subsided. Good job. The young man praised, seeming very happy. Since he woke up, he had been fighting, struggling to survive, fighting for his ideals. Bai Ya also did not give up. Even if he was unconscious, he was still trying to survive. This kind of spirit and willpower resonated with the needle gold. But soon, the young man's expression became a little complicated and subtle. Looking at Bai Ya with his own eyes, he could not help but recall the scene when his life was hanging by a thread. At the moment of death, Zhenjin was so battered and exhausted. In the face of death, he could not help but feel a strong sense of fear, which made him panic. His desire to survive was so strong that it made him roar in his heart, trying to break his moral bottom line. Those who are weaker than me can escape. I am stronger than them, but I am going to die. If I had listened to Kang Shu's advice and eaten human flesh, maybe I could have been saved. Why should I listen to the words of a person of the same age in my memory? Something like hell is at your feet, depravity is imminent. Bullshit. I am so stupid. I realized that living is more important than anything else. Even if others die, what does it have to do with me? I want to live. These were all real thoughts that came from the deepest part of his heart. And these thoughts would not have come to him under normal circumstances. Although it happened not long ago, it all felt like a dream. What a nightmare. Could it be? I am really a greedy person who is afraid of death. Am I a despicable and shameless person? Jinjin asked himself in his heart. The joy of surviving had faded, the curiosity to explore the secrets of the magic nucleus was gone. Jinjin finally had to face himself. The life and death battle with the silver spear scorpion made him see his ugly side. Is that really me? Would I really think that? The young man half knelt beside Bai Ya. His lowered face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of darkness. He lowered his head, his posture was no longer as straight as before, and looked a little crooked. No, I am a holy knight. I am a holy knight. Although he told himself this in his heart, Jinjin still felt shame, self-blame, and doubt towards himself. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Bai Ya let out a cough, and then in the next moment, he actually slowly opened his eyes. Master Jin, Master Jin. Bai Ya realized that Jin Zhan, who was half kneeling beside her, had a very weak voice. Jin's body shook, and he hurriedly leaned closer to Bai Ya. It's me, Bai Ya, you have to hold on. Sir. Thank you, you must have saved me. Bai Ya looked at Jin, full of gratitude. After saying this, he closed his eyes again and fell into a coma. He was too weak, and his body's condition was very poor. Yes, I saved you. I will definitely save you. Jin stared blankly at Bai Ya, his mouth constantly muttering. Bai Ya's words were like a ray of light, a pure white dawn, illuminating the young man's heart and dispelling the gloominess on his face. It was as if a force was injected into the young knight's body. The young man raised his head, and his posture was no longer stooped. His eyes swept across the cave, and the scene from last night appeared in front of his eyes. He seemed to hear the echoes of his voice in his ears. At dawn, the young knight said in a powerful voice, I will not treat people as food. At that time, he was very firm, don't try to persuade me, I have already made my decision. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he still maintained his optimism and hope. Let's go, according to this time, we will see the light of dawn when we walk out of the cave. In the young knight's mind, the teachings of the Dark Clan appeared once again. Hell is at your feet, and depravity is at hand. Jin's eyes gradually brightened. I have not fallen. I have held on to my bottom line, the principles of a knight. Don't worry. He looked at the unconscious Bai Ya. I will save you. And not eat you. The young man carried Bai Ya on his back, and slowly stood up. Bringing Bai Ya with him, he left the battlefield in the cave. Dawn had already arrived. Chapter 70. The black rocks were twisted and stacked on top of each other. This was the appearance of the magma after it cooled down. Hot steam rose and the pungent smell of sulfur filled the air. On the spacious black surface, the two of them walked together. One of them was a young girl. She was wearing a tattered apprentice robe. The hood did not cover her head, revealing her delicate and beautiful yet haggard face. The most attractive thing was the girl's eyes. They were bright and clear like the finest purple crystals. At this moment, the girl's eyes were filled with worry. The other person was an old man. His white beard reached his chest. Because he had not taken care of it for a long time, it was dirty like a rag that had been used for a long time. He wore a pair of glasses on his nose, but the lens was broken. He walked unsteadily. His body was thin, and the wrinkles on his face made the suffering he had suffered even more. The old man and the young girl were Kang Shu and Zdi. According to Jin's plan, when Jin was the first to break through and lure away all the spear scorpions, the two of them took the opportunity to escape the cave. At this moment, They were going back the way they came. They wanted to leave this area of igneous rocks and return to the desert. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from afar. ZDI and Kang Shu stopped and looked back. They saw the volcano in the distance spewing out a huge amount of red magma. The magma spewed high up. Just by looking at it, it was at least 800 meters high. Thick black smoke covered half of the sky. The bright red magma rushed to the peak and started splashing everywhere. ZDI and Kang Shu were shocked. Luckily, we are still outside. Let's go, Kang Shu urged. ZDI walked slower and slower, turning her head from time to time. Kang Shu knew what the girl was waiting for. He immediately persuaded her, Lord Zhenjin will definitely meet up with us. We have to have faith in him. We were able to escape because Master ignored the danger and lured away all the spear scorpions. It wasn't easy for us to escape here, but it was mostly due to luck. We can't let down the Lord Zhenjin's efforts and effort. ZDI gritted her teeth and looked at the volcanic ash that filled the sky. Although I've left some pink potions along the way, the volcanic ash will quickly cover these marks. Let's wait a little longer. Kai. Just as ZDI's voice fell, the ground near the two of them suddenly shot out dozens of pale yellow streams of air. The airflow was very rapid, and the smell of sulfur in the air quickly became very strong. Bang! The ground shook violently. ZDI and Kang Shu couldn't help but sway. It was as if they were in a small boat, and the bottom of the boat was being hit by a great white shark. What's going on? While ZDI and Kang Shu were bewildered, the jet of air rapidly grew thicker. The cracks between the black volcanic rocks rapidly expanded, and then red lava began to spurt out from these holes. For a moment, the temperature in the air crazily rose. ZDI and Kang Shu hurriedly ran away, leaving this dangerous area and arriving at a relatively stable volcanic rock a few hundred meters away. The cracks in the volcanic rock where they had been standing had already expanded to dozens of meters. Large amounts of lava surged out, covering and destroying everything at the same time. Then, the land within a radius of 200 meters disappeared, and was replaced by a pool of red lava. A huge creature slowly rose from the lava. It had a huge turtle shell. The shell wasn't flat, and there were many holes in between. The giant turtle's head was as red as earth, and two thick tusks protruded from the sides of its cheeks. The lava, which was more than 1,000 degrees Celsius, didn't hurt the giant turtle. The giant turtle leisurely climbed out of the lava, its posture leisurely. It was obviously overweight, and its 4 thick legs would sink deeply into the volcanic rock every time it stepped on it. When it pulled its legs out, some red lava would seep out from the deep pits it left behind. Semi-liquid red lava would also seep out from the holes in the giant turtle's shell. The aura of a gold-level creature was very vast, and it intimidated ZDI and Kang Shu's hearts. However, what shocked them even more was that it wasn't just one lava giant turtle. Following the first one, a second, a third, and a fourth emerged from the lava pool. 4 lava giant turtles climbed onto the shore and wandered around, even letting out an elephant-like cry. Looks like this is their home. The one I saw in the rainforest was probably teleported out, ZDI thought. Could it be that this is a lava giant turtle? Kang Shu's voice trembled. This was the first time he had seen a lava giant turtle. But before this, he and Zhenjin had exchanged detailed information about each other. Kang Shu's eyes shone brightly, and his voice trembled not because of fear, but because of excitement. Gold-level magical beasts, but their bodies of flesh and blood can swim freely in lava. They aren't elemental life forms. Amazing, too amazing. Let's go. This time, it was ZDI's turn to remind them. This place was too dangerous. The two had no choice but to escape. The lava giant turtle seemed to be gentle and didn't pursue them. We should be safe at this distance. After retreating for more than 1,000 meters, ZDI stopped and looked into the distance again. Kang Shu sighed and didn't escape alone. He stood beside ZDI. It hasn't appeared yet. Zhenjin is probably doomed. This was Kang Shu's heartfelt thought. But he didn't say it out loud. Lord Zhenjin's body is in poor condition. He hasn't eaten at all and is exhausted. Facing the encirclement of scorpions, his stamina will be greatly depleted. The more time passes, the slimmer his chances of survival. Sigh, Kang Shu sighed inwardly. He really hoped that Zhenjin could survive. With Zhenjin's protection, his chances of survival would be greatly increased. Kang Shu knew very well that with just him and ZDI, escaping from this island was simply wishful thinking. However, after waiting for a while, the two still didn't see Zhenjin's figure. Kang Shu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The disappointment in his heart kept accumulating and finally turned into despair. He looked at the girl's frail back and was thinking about how to persuade ZDI to leave when ZDI suddenly cried out in surprise. Then, Kang Shu also saw Zhenjin's figure. A large amount of volcanic ash scattered between heaven and earth. A young man was carrying a young man. His steps were very steady and his speed wasn't slow. His posture revealed a sense of stubbornness and determination. "Sir, it's Lord Zhenjin," Kang Shu also cried out, overjoyed. He also brought Bai Ya back. ZDI sighed, her tone complicated. "This is a holy night," Kang Shu praised from the bottom of his heart. After a while, the four of them successfully gathered. Zhenjin distributed some weapons to ZDI and Kang Shu. This was what he got after cleaning up the cave battlefield. These weapons originally belonged to the other members of the exploration team. These members had all sacrificed themselves. "Sir, you're injured. Let me take a look." ZDI saw the wound on Zhenjin's shoulder and her eyes quickly turned red. The wound on Zhenjin's shoulder was caused by the silver spear scorpion. On the spot, the wound had already been bandaged. Although Zhenjin killed the spear scorpion and took control of the magic core, there was no way to heal the wound. On the way, after Zhenjin confirmed that Bai Ya was in a deep coma, he activated the magic core in his heart and mutated the wound. When he mutated the scorpion shell would cover the wound. When he turned into mutton or lizard meat, the wound would still be damaged. When he turned into the fur of the poisonous fire bee, the fur would cover the surface of the skin. However, a wound without skin could not mutate into fur. ZDI carefully untied the cloth and exposed the wound. After examining it, the girl exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Sir, your wound should have been pierced by the scorpion tail. Although the injury is serious, it has now stabilized. Sir, your body's recovery is really extraordinary." ZDI tested a new potion on the spot. She took out a few bottles of potion from the small leather bag at her waist and poured out some powder or liquid. Then, she mixed them in an empty bottle and shook it violently. Finally, she carefully poured the potion that she had just made on Zhenjin's wound. Zhenjin immediately felt a wave of coolness, and the pain of the wound from time to time was quickly alleviated. It was really different to have a pharmacist by his side. "We can't stay here for long, let's go quickly." After hurriedly treating the wound, Zhenjin urged, "I have already shaken off the scorpions, I don't want to be entangled by them again." Zhenjin concealed the death of the silver spear scorpion. Although the core was under his control, he did not intend to reveal this secret. He was a holy knight, but the core could mutate him into a magical beast. The former was open and aboveboard, while the latter was strange and ferocious. The two had completely different styles and could not be directly linked. If people saw Zhenjin's mutation, they would most likely suspect that Zhenjin had been lured into depravity by the devil. In addition, the volcanic eruption also helped Zhenjin a little. The volcanic ash covering the ground would cover all traces of the battlefield. If the lava erupted and rolled there, it would be even better, completely destroying all traces. "Yes, we had better leave this place as soon as possible." Kang Shu agreed. Before leaving, Zhenjin took a deep look at the 4 lava tortoises. "I wonder if my core can absorb gold-ranked life forms?" This question flashed through the youth's mind. The lava would melt the scorpion's shell, and the red light from the core also needed to come into contact with the target. It was very risky for the needle gold to deal with the lava tortoise. Moreover, he had to hide it from ZDI and Kang Shu. Lastly, he had to take care of ZDI, Kang Shu, and the unconscious Bai Ya. Therefore, Zhenjin wisely gave up on the idea of attacking the lava tortoises. ZDI did not know that Zhenjin had actually thought of attacking the lava tortoises. On the way, The girl was worried. We have used up all our food, and there is very little water left. Not only that. The entire exploration team only had 4 people left: Zhenjin, ZDI, Kang Shu, and Bai Ya. Kang Shu said, "Sir, I suggest we go back the way we came and return to the acid green lizard's nest. Lizard meat is edible, and large groups of lizards can survive, so there must be a large water source near the nest. The possibility of an oasis is very high. Then let's go back." Zhenjin nodded. "Let's try to reach the gold stones tonight." Chapter 71. His left foot stepped on the black volcanic rock, while Zhenjin's right foot was already on the desert. After half a day, they once again came to the boundary between the desert and the lava landscape. As far as the eye could see, the yellowish-brown sand spread to the end of the horizon. The scorching sun distorted in the distance, turning into a dense fog. Zhenjin, ZDI, and Kang Shu were all hungry and thirsty. Without food, everyone was starving. The high temperature brought by the volcanic eruption made them sweat profusely. This was very dangerous. Sweating would consume the precious water in their bodies. They had to replenish their water in advance. This consumed a lot of water, which was not much to begin with. Everyone rarely spoke and maintained their silence. Their footsteps paused at the boundary, then Zhenjin carried Bai Ya and continued to walk forward. Carrying a young man, Zhenjin's burden was the heaviest. On the way, Kang Shu tried to persuade Zhenjin, "If you don't treat him as food, then just abandon him." Zhenjin refused without hesitation, and warned Kang Shu not to mention this again in the future. The young knight's firm attitude made Kang Shu speechless. ZDI repeatedly said, "She is willing to share the burden with Zhenjin and replace Zhenjin to carry Bai Ya." Kang Shu could only helplessly make the same gesture. But both of their proposals were rejected by Zhenjin. ZDI was only a 15-year-old girl, and Kang Shu was an old man with a white beard. Both of them were also in bad physical condition. If one of them was paralyzed, it would be even more difficult. "I once said that I will do my best to save everyone, and will not give up on anyone. This is my promise, and also my responsibility," Zhenjin said to ZDI and Kang Shu. "Your Excellency, your noble character even makes the bright stars in the night sky pale in comparison." Kang Shu sighed from the bottom of his heart. "You are the model of the Knights Templar." Zhenjin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was the only one who understood his own feelings. He had once wavered and almost fallen. He had even had the evil thought of treating Bai Ya as food. He was ashamed of it and doubted himself. Therefore, saving Bai Ya at this moment was more like a form of verification. He wanted to prove to himself that he was a qualified Templar Knight. Zhenjin was in a very difficult situation at the moment. He felt his knees and legs go weak. He had not eaten anything since last night. After the battle with Spear Scorpion, he had barely survived. He was injured, and his stamina had been severely depleted. Although he had mastered the heart core, the mutation was not enough to fill his stomach. Its empty stomach secreted gastric acid, as if even a piece of iron could be digested by it. His throat felt like it was filled with volcanic ash. In order to divert his attention, Zhenjin began to think about the many questions that troubled him. The first question was, what did the heart core absorb? Any life form, whether it was complete or a part of a life form, could be absorbed by the heart core. Other than turning it into a special bright red magic energy, the heart core also had the option to mutate more. So, what the heart core absorbs is actually blood. Although Zhenjin had lost his memory, he knew that the concept of blood was not limited to blood. Blood was not only a talent for cultivation, it was also an information inheritance of a life form. For example, drinking dragon blood could not make one a dragon. Dragon blood included dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon body, dragon crystal, dragon language, dragon magic, battle techniques, and so on. Now that I have mastered the heart core, does that mean I can master all the blood in the world? Zhenjin was not here, so he could not help but feel a rush of excitement. He knew very well what this meant. By mastering the heart core, one could absorb and transform external blood, which would bring about unlimited power, wealth, and resources. If a life form had an outstanding bloodline, then the faster and more efficient the cultivation would be. It would grow rapidly and become stronger in a relatively short period of time. After possessing great power, one would naturally have followers. Even if one did not have followers, one could overturn the old order with one's own strength. Violence brought power, and power made it easier to obtain resources. With abundant resources, the cultivation of the strong would be like adding wings to a tiger. In this way, the strong would become stronger, and the weak would become weaker. Over time, the strong would transform into the upper ruling class, and the weak would become the lower class that was ruled and exploited. This was the history of all races, and also the current situation. The cornerstone of the human nobles' domination of society and their unwavering existence was bloodline. Bloodline was very, very important. The influence of bloodline ran through one's entire life. Without enough bloodline, one was an ordinary person. The members of the exploration team who had sacrificed themselves were such people. Kang Shu was able to become one of the nobles' butlers. Such an achievement was already very high. In the entire human society, examples like him were very rare. Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao had bloodline, so they had reached the bronze level by relying on the common qi cultivation method. Unsurprisingly, this was the peak of their lives. Not only was it difficult to improve, but their qi cultivation and life level would also decline with age. ZDI was a black iron level mage. She admitted that her personal cultivation potential had been tapped out. Why? It was because she did not have a noble bloodline. Zhenjin belonged to the 100 Needles family. This family was once a great noble in the south, and the quality of their bloodline was very high. The source of their bloodline could be traced back to the legendary Golden Needle Queen Bee. Therefore, the members of the 100 Needles family could theoretically cultivate to the legendary level. In history, the 100 Needles family also had endless powerhouses. Silver level, gold level, and even saint level. It was just that no legendary powerhouse had appeared yet. The legendary level was the theoretical limit of the 100 Needles bloodline. In this world, there were many more bloodlines that were better than the 100 Needles bloodline. The Shengming Emperor represented the Templar bloodline, the Orlaw Grand Duke represented the Seeker bloodline, the Chimera bloodline of Grand Duke Heir, the Joy bloodline of Duke Henry, the Dark Demon bloodline of the Dark Clan, and so on. The upper limit of these bloodlines was generally higher than the legendary level. The efficiency of cultivation was also higher than the 100 Needles bloodline, and the results of cultivation were much greater. The advantage of the 100 Needles bloodline was accuracy, and these bloodlines brought about more comprehensive advantages. If I master the Templar bloodline, wouldn't I have the hope of becoming the second Shengming Emperor? No, in theory, how could I only master the Templar bloodline? The Seeker bloodline, the Chimera bloodline, and so on, I can have them all. Because I have this magic crystal in my heart. As long as I kill enough targets and take the bloodline from them. Thinking of this, Zhenjin's heart suddenly trembled. A chill ran through his body in an instant, making him extremely frightened. What's wrong with me? I actually want to sacrifice others. I want to make a move on those high-ranking nobles, and even the members of the Templar family. If I'm not careful, I'll make the entire 100 Needles family fall into eternal damnation. No, I shouldn't have such thoughts. This is a crime. To satisfy my own selfish desires, to sacrifice the innocent. This is too cruel. This is too evil. I am Zhenjin. I am a Templar Knight. I won't do it like this. I swear, I won't make a move on the innocent. I won't walk the path of evil and depravity just to satisfy my own selfish desires. Zhenjin secretly warned himself. At the same time, he developed a strong sense of vigilance towards the heart core. It's too wonderful, too mysterious. It helps me to survive in the face of death, but it also constantly tempts me to fall into the path of evil and cruelty. However, in reality, it may not be able to absorb so many bloodlines. All of this is just my guess. It can absorb the bloodlines of silver-ranked lifeforms, but I haven't even tried to absorb gold-ranked lifeforms. Not to mention saint-ranked and legend-ranked ones. Maybe it can't absorb them. Also, is there any harm in using the demon core to absorb and transform other bloodlines? Every time I mutate, are there any repercussions? Is it possible that there are no repercussions, but they're actually hidden so deeply that I can't detect them? Will these repercussions accumulate in the future and cause me to explode? Or will I become a complete magical beast, unable to return to human form? Jinjin's eyes were filled with a hint of darkness. Such a strange, and excessively powerful foreign object suddenly appeared in the human body. As long as one had some sense, they would be vigilant and suspicious. They would think of ways to understand it, do their best to control it, and at the same time avoid any possible dangers. But now, Jinjin had only figured out some of the uses of the heart core. As for the nature of this foreign object, he still didn't understand it at all. Why can the demon core in my heart be activated? Jinjin always remembered that this island was a special anti-magic environment. Low-level battle energy and magic could not be used. Even my prayers were blocked. Why can the heart core be activated? The magical energy in the heart core is very strange and mysterious. It doesn't belong to battle energy, magic, or divine arts. Could it be that it bypassed the anti-magic mechanism, so it wasn't affected? Or is it because the purpose of the master of the island was to create this kind of demon core? So, the entire surrounding environment was deliberately created to give the demon core great preferential treatment. Jinjin's thoughts were scattered, and he thought of more and more. But all of this was a mystery. He had no answers. At present, I only know that as I use the heart core again and again, my control over this demon core is also rapidly deepening. The first time was when he was dealing with the silver-ranked blade spider. Jinjin experienced the first mutation. The second time was when he was facing the attack of the plasma flying squirrel. Jinjin felt the demon core in his heart for the first time. The third time happened just this morning. Jinjin had preliminary control over the demon core and killed the spear scorpion leader. In the future, will my control over the heart core be deepened? The most important thing is actually that old question. How did this thing come about? After thinking for a long time, Jinjin felt that the most likely answer to this question was still related to the master of the island. According to Kang Shu and ZDI's discussion and speculation, the master of the island was a powerhouse. He, or she, transformed the entire island and created a large number of monsters in an attempt to stabilize the chaotic magical energy in the monsters' bodies and make it reach a balance. The goat's magical energy was a kind of half-finished product, showing the direction of the master of the island's efforts. The anti-magic environment and the teleportation array encouraged the monsters to continue killing each other. The real goal was to let the living beings break through and leap under the stimulation of life and death to produce demon cores. So, this demon core is very likely to be accidentally produced in my body after I fought with the bear and was treated by ZDI's medicine. Thinking back carefully, I was poisoned with a lot of fire poison at that time. This demon core is the product of my fierce battle with the poisonous fire bees and the monkey-tailed brown bear. Did the master of the island encourage the monsters to kill each other, plan to use life and death battles to stimulate the production of the demon core? Perhaps the reason why he, she, didn't succeed is because he lacked the most crucial factor, people. And I just happened to fill in this flaw. Chapter 72. It was noon. The scorching sun hung high in the sky above the withered desert. Waves of heat constantly assaulted them, and the sand under their feet was frighteningly hot. The hunger and lack of physical strength made them dizzy. Kang Shu and ZDI staggered as they walked. There were a few times when their knees almost gave out and they almost fell to the ground. Because of this, Jinjin and the others had no choice but to hide in the shadow of the sand dune to rest. Bai Ya was still unconscious, and the other three were gasping for breath. It was as if the gods had taken pity on these pitiful people. A wind blew in the desert. Although the wind was not strong, it eliminated some of the scorching heat. As the wind blew, fine sand rolled on the sand dune facing the wind, and on the other side of the sand dune, sand flowed like water. The rolling sand made a rustling sound, and the resting people could not appreciate the beauty of the sound itself. A large amount of physical strength was consumed, and Jinjin and the others, who had empty stomachs, felt very tormented. Jinjin felt that he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. As soon as he entered the shadow of the sand dune, he put the unconscious Bai Ya on the ground. When he first set out, he was carrying Bai Ya on his back, and did not feel that it was a heavy burden. But now, he felt like he was carrying an elephant. With the heavy burden gone, Zhenjin immediately felt relaxed. He did not forget to check on Bai Ya's condition. He has a high fever again. Zhenjin's eyes dimmed. Bai Ya's condition kept going back and forth, and it was very bad. Zhenjin wanted to help him, but Bai Ya had already used ZDI's medicine. If there was enough food and water, Bai Ya's body would be well nourished. But the current situation was that Zhenjin and the others only drank a few mouthfuls of water on the way, and did not eat at all. Zhenjin really wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only open the water bag and pry open Bai Ya's mouth to pour a small amount of water in. The water had already been divided into 3 equal portions, and everyone had a water bag. Zhenjin gave Bai Ya his share. Kang Shu and ZDI watched Zhenjin in silence. Both of them sat on the ground, motionless. They didn't want to speak at all, or rather, they didn't even have the strength to speak. Zhenjin also remained silent. He sat quietly, feeling like he was an hourglass. His physical strength was like sand grains, falling into his body one by one, accumulating and storing. Ever since he woke up on this island, Zhenjin had never been as thirsty as he was now. The closest he had come was the day he broke free from the bottom of the sand. But at that time, he had food, a desert viper with no eyes. Now, Zhenjin looked at the withered desert, looked at the vast sky and earth, and hoped that something like a viper would attack him. Once, he had just eliminated the rat pack and had food and loyal subordinates. That night, he was teleported away, and all his hard work turned into bubbles. He crawled out from the sand and was attacked by a viper. His heart was filled with sorrow. But now, he sat on the sand and recalled that scene. He felt that the viper's attack might have been a gift from nature, or the mercy of the gods. Zhenjin suddenly had an epiphany. Ha ha! He couldn't help but chuckle. His voice aroused ZDI and Kang Shu's doubts. Sensing their gazes, Zhenjin explained, "There have been many times, when fate's attacks and torments have happened to me. Every time, I thought that I had suffered the heaviest suffering in the world. But, in fact, that's not the case. There is no such thing as the most difficult time. In life, there will be more torturous hardships. Now, my situation is even more difficult than when I was attacked by a viper. Maybe in the future, there will be more difficult times for me." ZDI was silent. They had exchanged information long ago, and the girl knew what Zhenjin had encountered after he was separated. Kang Shu also laughed. "My lord, after hearing you say that, I feel inexplicably relaxed. Your attitude is no longer optimistic, but open-minded." ZDI thought for a while and said softly, "Suffering is a kind of wealth. The difference is whether people can dig out this wealth from suffering." Zhenjin recalled everything he had experienced on the island since he woke up, especially the magic core in his heart. "If that's the case, then I'm a millionaire." The conversation ended there. After a few words, everyone immediately felt more tired. For a long time after that, they remained silent. As time passed, the power of the vicious sunlight weakened. Zhenjin carried Bai Ya on his back and led ZDI and Kang Shu on their way. Their luck turned for the better. On the way, they found a withered willow, as well as many spiders and scorpions. The latter all became precious food. They also found a desert lizard and a desert jerboa. This jerboa was an ordinary beast. It was small in size, similar to an ordinary mouse. Its ears were wide and its hearing was very sensitive. It had yellow fur that was very similar to the desert. Its hind legs were well developed, and with a light jump, it could jump 1 or 2 meters. After Zhenjin gave chase, its corpse was placed in Zhenjin's pocket. The lizard and the jerboa were not eaten immediately, and the rest went into Kang Shu and ZDI's mouths. Even so, this replenishment could not compare to their physical exhaustion, and they had to stop many times to rest. Their progress was greatly reduced, and even when night fell, they still had not reached their destination, the gold hempstones. Kang Shu sized up the surrounding terrain, looked at the stars, and drew a map on the sand. "I don't know much about the stars, but the terrain is familiar. We have only been in the lava landscape for a few days, so the sand dunes should not have changed too much. So, we are not far from the gold hemp stones. Tomorrow morning, we will reach it after a short walk. Let's rest here tonight, sir. We can't walk anymore. The old scholar sighed. The night wind blew his snow-white beard, causing it to tremble slightly. ZDI and Kang Shu both knew the benefits of reaching the gold hempstones, but the two of them could not walk anymore. In fact, Jinjin was not much better. The young knight nodded. We have firewood from cutting down the willow. The desert night is very cold, but we can light a bonfire to get through the night. Sparks flew from the sparks, and the firewood was extremely dry. The bonfire burned smoothly. Everyone sat around the bonfire. The bodies of the small lizard and the jumping mouse were pierced through by 2 wooden sticks. Jinjin picked them up and let them be roasted over the fire. Smelling the aroma of the roasted meat, ZDI could not help but gulp. This must be the most delicious food in the world, ZDI said, her eyes revealing desire. Kang Shu also stared at the 2 portions of roasted meat. He looked away with difficulty and grabbed a handful of sand under him. I look at this handful of sand now and feel that they are incomparably cute. They are so cute that I can't help but want to swallow them. ZDI laughed and agreed. I feel that the black volcanic lava is very similar to fluffy chocolate bread with a burnt surface. I have read some historical records. When a famine broke out in the empire, many of the refugees ate themselves to death by eating soil. I understand their feelings now. Hunger can really drive people crazy. They don't think about anything but eating. They want to eat everything they see, eat grass, eat soil, and eat sand. Kang Shu let out a sigh. There are indeed people who eat soil. The southeast and southwest coast of the empire will have a famine every few years. The refugees by the sea will collect soil, mix it with butter and salt, and make mud biscuits. The Sand Tower family once sent me to deliver a batch of relief supplies. When I arrived, I also tasted these mud biscuits. Speaking of which, the texture of these mud biscuits is actually very delicate. But when you eat it, you will feel the unique wet taste of the sea. These mud biscuits are basically the size of an adult's palm. The refugees will spread these biscuits on the ground and expose them to the sun. I only took a small bite. The smell of the soil remained in my mouth for several hours. The local refugees have been eating these things for a long time. The elderly and children eat them to fill their stomachs. So, they are as thin as firewood and have chronic diarrhea. Almost every day, a child dies from diarrhea. Do you know? When we were on the road during the day, I swore again. But now, if there are mud biscuits, I'm willing to eat until my stomach is full. Jinjin turned the skewer in his hand and asked, speaking of digestion, Mr. Kang Shu, how is the digestion of wild beasts? What kind of wild beasts have the strongest digestion? Kang Shu muttered, compared to humans, wild beasts have very strong digestion. Hyenas are notorious for eating bones. So, almost all the corpses visited by hyenas have no bones left. The bearded vulture has an extremely corrosive digestive fluid. It's very easy for it to digest bones and bone marrow. Pythons can digest food raw, whether it's crocodiles or elephants. Generally speaking, birds have the strongest digestion ability. Eating insects only takes 15 minutes to digest. Eating berries and other foods can be excreted in 30 minutes. Some seabirds eat fish. Some fish have just been swallowed, the tail is still in their mouth, and the head has already dissolved in their stomach. Then, how is the digestion ability of the spear scorpion? Jinjin asked again. Kang Shu said, very strong. The spear scorpion is a magical beast. Its innate ability surpasses that of normal wild beasts. It can eat metal and has an extremely strong digestive ability. It can completely melt and decompose metal. According to my autopsy, its digestion speed is also very fast. It only takes about 5 minutes to digest a metal rock that it ate. Jinjin nodded and did not say anything else. When the jerboa and lizard's meat skewers were about ready, Jinjin's expression suddenly changed and he tilted his head to listen. This action immediately alerted ZDI and Kang Shu. There's movement. Jinjin's expression darkened. ZDI and Kang Shu did not hear anything, but they knew that Jinjin was a battle energy cultivator. His body was far stronger than normal people. It was normal for him to hear some sounds. You guys eat first. I'll go stand guard and chase away or kill any wild beasts that might be around. Try to stay where you are. Don't move. Jinjin reminded the two of them. After passing the meat skewers to them, he slowly stood up. Sir, you must be careful. ZDI was extremely concerned. Jinjin nodded and quickly moved. His figure quickly disappeared into the night. He first circled around the area. After confirming that there were no traces of wild beasts, he quickly ran in a direction. Without carrying by YA and without ZDI and Kang Shu slowing him down, Jinjin soon arrived at the gold stones. The gold stones were also very safe. There were no spear scorpions around. Jinjin took a deep breath. His face revealed a hint of hesitation. But soon, he made up his mind. He began to take off his clothes. Soon, he had taken off all his clothes and was completely naked. The next moment, he activated his core. His entire body emitted a red light. The rich red light covered his face and body, leaving only a red human silhouette. Then, the red human silhouette quickly collapsed like water and turned into a scorpion silhouette. The red light faded. Jinjin disappeared from his original position. Instead, he was replaced by a spear scorpion. Silver-ranked life force overflowed. Jinjin had turned into a spear scorpion leader. This was the first time he had completely transformed. There was no trace of a human on his body. This was actually very risky, but Jinjin had to do it. He was too hungry. He was at least a silver-ranked chi cultivator. The only two meat skewers were of no help at all. In fact, even if ZDI ate all of them, she would not be full. So, Jinjin decided to use another method. The gold stones were not human food. In that case, he would try turning into a complete spear scorpion. Jinjin's perception at this moment changed drastically. To him, the curtain of night was no longer that deep. With the help of the spear scorpion's eyes, he could see very far in the dark. The spear scorpion did not only have one pair of eyes. The main eye was right in front of the scorpion's head, and the two pairs of auxiliary eyes were distributed on both sides of the spear scorpion's head. So, Jinjin's vision was very wide at this moment. The spear scorpion also had a good sense of smell. Jinjin immediately smelled a rich fragrance. He quickly found that this fragrance came from the gold stones around him. People could not smell anything from the gold stones. At most, it was the smell of stone or metal. But at this moment, Jinjin, who had turned into a spear scorpion, smelled a wonderful fragrance that he had never smelled before. This wonderful fragrance immediately tempted Jinjin to raise the scorpion tail behind him. The scorpion tail shot out like lightning and pierced through the gold stones. Jinjin used his giant pincer claws and the scorpion tail to smash the pockmarked gold stones into many pieces. The claws crushed these pieces and put them into the spear scorpion's mouth. Jinjin chewed. Oh. Delicious. It's like a chocolate-flavored cookie. The texture is crisp, and the final taste also has a touch of silkiness. Jinjin almost cried out. So to the spear scorpion, the gold stones were such a delicacy. The spear scorpion's taste system was completely different from a human's. Jinjin ate heartily and chewed continuously. He was very hungry. He ate 2 large pieces of gold stones in a row before he stopped. He laid on the ground in his spear scorpion form and did not move for a long time. He was sure that the gold stones in his body had been digested. A numb and itchy feeling began to spread throughout his body. What's going on? Jinjin felt that something was wrong. He had been paying attention to his internal organs and digesting the gold stones was very smooth and thorough. Could it be? Jinjin's head suddenly flashed. He thought of what Kang Shu had said before. The general idea was that the spear scorpion ate the gold stones and could absorb the metal in the stones to make its scorpion shell stronger. Jinjin immediately swung his scorpion tail and stabbed the shell on his back. However, they were all part of Jinjin's body. The scorpion tail and the scorpion shell were the same and could not cause any damage. Jinjin activated his heart core and returned to his human form, but he kept the scorpion shell on his chest. Maybe it was because there was only a small piece of the scorpion shell left, but the numb and itchy feeling gathered in his chest and became extremely strong. Jinjin's 5 fingers turned into spider blades and stabbed at his chest. The brand new spider blades were very sharp. They pierced through the scorpion shell and made many cuts. Instantly, the numb and itchy feeling that Jinjin could not endure was mostly relieved. However, after a few breaths, the strange feeling became stronger again. Jinjin looked at his chest and realized that the wound on the scorpion shell on his chest had mostly healed. Jinjin's face was filled with joy. Because he had proven that his guess was right. He immediately used the spider blades to stab his chest again. He poked again and again, poking out many small holes. The scorpion shell quickly healed again and again. The numb and itchy feeling gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Jinjin touched his chest and realized that the newly grown scorpion shell was much stronger than before. This should be the reason why the silver spear scorpion chased after me. So it wanted to be beaten up and injured. I lured it to the gold hemp stones and let it eat again. Instead, I harmed myself. After realizing the truth, the joy on Jinjin's face disappeared and was replaced by a helpless and bitter smile. Jinjin did not stay for long. After eating his fill, he immediately rushed back. When he came back to the bonfire, he saw Zdi and Kang Shu. The jerboa and lizard meat skewers had been roasted long ago, but Zdi and Kang Shu did not eat them, even though they were very hungry. "Sir, you eat. Lord Jinjin, don't be unnecessarily modest. Only if you have enough stamina can you ensure everyone's safety, isn't that right? Even if we have enough stamina, we can't deal with ferocious magical beasts." Even though Zdi and Kang Shu were very hungry, they still tried their best to persuade Jinjin to eat the 2 skewers. Jinjin obviously refused. He was already full. Both sides pushed and gave in to each other, but this time, Zdi and Kang Shu's attitude was very firm. Jinjin could only change his expression. "I still have enough stamina. My body's condition is much better than the 2 of you. You have eaten too little food. If you don't eat this, you might not even make it through tonight. This firewood might not be able to last through the night." At this point, Jinjin gazed at Zdi affectionately. "I said, I will protect you until the end of my life." Then, the youth looked at Kang Shu. "Old scholar, even if you don't want to rely on me, and don't want to be my subordinate, I will do my best to save you. I once swore an oath to do my best to save everyone. Including you and by YA. Do you want me to break my oath? Do you want my honor as a knight to be tarnished?" Jinjin's expression became very solemn. Zdi and Kang Shu both looked at Jinjin. They felt as if his whole body was emitting a holy light. For a moment, both of their bodies and minds were shaken. They did not make a sound. Burp. At this moment, Jinjin could not help but burp. Kang Shu and Zdi. Chapter 73. In the early morning, the temperature in the desert was still very low. Every time Kang Shu breathed, he would bring out a cloud of white mist. As the old scholar walked, he stretched out his hands and grabbed the front of his robe so that the sheepskin robe would wrap him tighter. This sheepskin robe was obtained from the large-scale massacre of the mountain goats in the forest. The sheepskin robe was very rough, but Kang Shu cherished it very much. He knew that it was this inconspicuous piece of clothing that had saved his old life last night. The dry wood burned out, and the bonfire was extinguished in the middle of the night. Without the fire to warm up, the 4 of them fell into the torment of the cold. Jinjin and Zdi, Kang Shu and Bai Ya hugged each other for warmth. Only then could they persevere. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, Jinjin and the others set off again. Although their vision was still very dim, they had to move quickly to warm up their bodies. Kang Shu's lips were blue from the cold. Moving forward made his body generate heat, but it also stimulated his hunger. There was no food, and there was only a little water left. The future seemed to be like this dim world. Kang Shu began to miss the barbecued lizard that he ate last night. That was so delicious. I should have left some for now. Sigh. Jinjin was still walking in front, carrying Bai Ya on his back. Bai Ya was still unconscious. Zdi also had a sheepskin robe, but it was covered by the apprentice's magic robe. She put on the hood, but her body was still shivering from the cold. But in the next moment, her pair of amethyst-like eyes suddenly lit up. "Look." She suddenly pointed to the front. A few shadows gradually appeared in the desert in front of them. It was a few pieces of golden hemp stones that stood silently. Kang Shu laughed. "It seems that my speculation last night was not wrong. The golden hemp stones are nearby, and we are back. You deserve to be called." Jin Jin praised, but she didn't feel strange in her heart. Just last night, he had already made a trip here. He put Bai Ya down and said, "You guys stay here. I'll go investigate first." Kang Shu and ZDI had no objections. At this time, the gold hempstones were not safe. The acid green lizards rushed to the golden hempstones and used the heat from the golden hempstones to increase their body temperature and increase their mobility. The spear scorpions would appear here and break the golden hempstones to satisfy their hunger. "Be careful, my lord," ZDI reminded him, her face full of concern. Jin Jin nodded. "I'll be back soon. If you have to move, use the pink potion to mark the route along the way." "I understand, sir." ZDI nodded repeatedly. Although Jin Jin was worried about the safety of the three of them, he had no choice but to act alone. Fortunately, as a pharmacist, ZDI was not completely helpless in the face of danger. "If there really is danger, with such a short distance, I should be able to return quickly, right?" Jin Jin could only comfort himself like this. Under the silent gaze of Kang Shu and ZDI, Jin Jin jogged and finally disappeared into the golden hempstones. Hiss hiss hiss, as soon as Jin Jin stepped into the golden hempstones, he heard the sound of a snake coming from deeper in. Jin Jin was delighted. He had encountered the acid green lizards before and knew that this was the sound they made. As expected, when he followed the sound, he found dozens of acid green lizards hiding in the golden hempstones. Good, good. Jin Jin was overjoyed. The acid green lizards had appeared. They had appeared at the perfect time. At this time, Jin Jin and the others had run out of food, so the lizards' meat had come at the perfect time. Some of the acid green lizards were lying on their stomachs, resting on the surface of the golden hempstones. Some were sitting on the ground, leaning on the stones with their thick backs, and their long tails were circling the golden hempstones. There were also some that had their two front limbs on the stones and their hind limbs on the sand. Their heads were raised high, and their mouths were wide open, constantly hissing. The snake sound that Jin Jin heard was mainly made by this kind of lizard. There was no wind. There was no upper wind or lower wind. Jin Jin approached quietly, trying not to make any noise. He used the golden hemp stones to hide his body, ensuring that he was always out of the lizard's sight. Soon, the acid green lizards at the periphery turned their heads and looked in Jin Jin's direction. The lizards' faces were full of vigilance. "We can't go any further." Sensing this, Jin Jin decisively stopped behind a golden hemp stone. He was a 16-year-old boy with a small body. At this time, he was curled up, so the lizards on the other side could not see him at all. But even if they could not see him, the lizards still had their sense of smell, taste, and instinct. Therefore, they sensed that something was wrong. Jin Jin calmed his breath and did not take the risk to poke his head out to observe. He hesitated for a moment, then took off all his clothes and became naked again. Compared to yesterday, his body's condition was much better. The wound on his left shoulder blade had scabbed over, and the other scars had obviously faded. Perhaps it was because he had a full meal last night that his body had been nourished and once again displayed a strong self-healing ability. Jin Jin activated his heart core and turned into a complete silver spear scorpion again. This time, the acid green lizards noticed the flash of red light behind the golden hempstone and were alarmed. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the golden hempstone. The snakes hissed loudly. The next moment, the lizards saw a dark gold spear scorpion crawl out from behind the golden hempstone. Its scorpion shell was thick and hard, and its pincers were as big as two shields. It was very mighty. The scorpion tail behind it was very long, with some elegance and coldness. The lizards immediately felt a strong threat and became even more restless. This was because a few days ago, the lizard community had been massacred by scorpions. More importantly, Jin Jin's Silverank life force was very strong at this moment. These lizards, who were at most iron rank, could feel the difference between their life force levels. Seeing Zhenjin slowly approaching, the lizards started to panic, and their hissing became louder and louder. They wanted to scare Zhenjin, and it was obvious that they were bluffing. Zhenjin felt very strange at this moment. He realized that his field of vision had become much lower, and his human form's field of vision was much higher than the spear scorpion's. However, his field of vision had become very wide. A human's eyes are at the front of the head, but the spear scorpion not only has the main eye in front, it also has two pairs of auxiliary eyes on both sides of its body. Zhenjin was trying his best to adapt to the life form of the spear scorpion. Everything was so new. Although this was the second time he had changed, the first time was in the middle of the night. Moreover, he was tortured by hunger at that time, and his main focus was on eating. Now that he had filled his stomach, he began to fully experience the unique life experience of the spear scorpion. Due to the sufficient light, Zhenjin realized that he could see further, and the colors of the things he saw were more vivid than the human eye. This meant that the spear scorpion's visual ability was better than Zhenjin's. Clang, clang. Zhenjin raised his commissary, and let the giant pincers open and close twice. The pincers collided with each other, and a dull sound of metal colliding was immediately heard. In the eyes of the lizards, this small action was no doubt a demonstration and a threat. The group of lizards became even more restless. Most of the lizards had already jumped onto the golden rocks. They looked down and hissed at the golden needles. At the same time, the lizard crowns on their heads opened up like umbrellas, trying their best to show off their strong and huge bodies. The snake hissing reached its loudest, as if thousands of poisonous snakes had gathered there, and any existence that dared to offend them would be destroyed by them. Zhenjin stared at the lizards with several pairs of scorpion eyes, and at the same time, he looked at his pair of giant pincers. Humans had 2 hands and 10 fingers, but they never had giant pincers. Zhenjin looked at his pair of giant pincers, and felt how thick and sturdy they were. Now that I have these 2 shields, I can completely block the acid that's coming at me. I won't have to dodge left and right like before. If I'm careless, I'll be seriously injured. Zhenjin had witnessed the battle between the silver spear scorpion and the acid lizards with his own eyes. He knew that even the acid sprayed by the silver lizard leader would not be able to corrode the spear scorpion leader's shell. This gave him a strong sense of security, and at the same time, it was very interesting. If I clamp the lizard's neck or tail, will it break them directly? Zhenjin could not help but be eager to try when he thought of this. Come on, I'm not afraid of your acid anymore. Charge! After shouting in his heart, Zhenjin ran towards the group of lizards. The lizards were shocked. After all, they had yet to produce a leader. Without a silver leader to hold the line, it was like a pack of hyenas had encountered a lion. When the lion rushed over, it was not that the hyenas did not have the strength to fight back, but none of them could resist the lion head-on. When the 2 lizards at the front saw Zhenjin rushing over, they even jumped off the golden stone and fled. However, at this moment, Zhenjin fell onto the sand with a thud. His entire scorpion body was lying on the ground, and the bottom of his scorpion body was rubbing against the sand. Because the momentum was too strong, he slid forward for a distance. The acid lizards. At this moment, the snake's cries stopped. The 2 fleeing lizards also stood on the sand, looking back at Zhenjin with shock in their eyes. What did they see? A spear scorpion leader was tripped by him? Zhenjin felt his face burning. If he was still in his normal human form, his face would probably be red. He had never made such a low-level mistake. As a knight, he actually tripped over himself while charging. I'm not a real spear scorpion. This is my second mutation. Usually, according to my instincts, I can control the body of a spear scorpion. I can do it for a normal walk. But if I fight, I'll be flustered and my body won't be able to keep up with my consciousness and thoughts. A human only had 2 legs. A spear scorpion had 4 pairs of legs, not counting its commissary. Zhenjin was not used to it for a moment. When his 4 pairs of appendages were running, they made a mistake and tripped him. Looking at the spear scorpion that they tripped, the acid lizards did not move. They seemed to be thinking, this spear scorpion seems to be very stupid. For a moment, the scene fell into a strange stagnation. Suddenly, a black iron-level acid-green lizard with the most majestic body let out a sharp cry and charged at Jinjin first. The surrounding lizards were also stimulated and charged over. For a moment, smoke and dust were everywhere. The lizards surrounded Jinjin and attacked him from all directions. They stomped, ran, hit, bit with their teeth, swung their tails, and slapped him with their giant claws. Jinjin was surrounded and attacked. He fought back as he was beaten. He was beaten many times and fought back very few times. The hard scorpion shell had a strong defense and withstood all kinds of attacks. Jinjin only fought back with his scorpion tail. Although the scorpion tail fought back very few times, every time it attacked, it would take away the life of a lizard. The lizards were powerful, but Jinjin still had the upper hand. At first, the lizards saw that the spear scorpion was being beaten passively and could only move around on the spot. Their ferocity was stimulated even more. But gradually, they noticed that their companions were getting fewer and fewer. The lizards also felt that something was wrong. A black iron-level magical beast lizard's Adam's apple bulged. Then, it spat acid at Jinjin. Jinjin's vision was very wide. When the lizard spitting acid raised its head, he had already noticed it. As the acid approached, Jinjin was not in a hurry. He moved his appendage to the side and raised his right chelicerae. The chelicerae were like a large umbrella, blocking all the acid. Some of the acid still splashed on his body, but Jinjin did not feel it at all. Back then, the silver spear scorpion could even block the acid of the lizard leader. Now, the acid spat out by these black iron-level and bronze-level lizards was no threat to Jinjin at all. Moreover, unlike the silver-level lizard leader, the black iron-level and bronze-level lizards would fall into a state of mental exhaustion and weakness in their limbs for a period of time after spitting acid. Jinjin stared at the lizard that had just spat acid. He took the initiative to attack. He advanced while being beaten. The black iron-level lizard that was the target turned and fled, but its speed was greatly reduced. It was no longer as majestic as before. After Jinjin pulled some distance with difficulty, he suddenly stabbed out with his scorpion tail. The scorpion tail was very long, so its attack range was very wide. In the next moment, the scorpion tail accurately pierced through the black iron-level lizard's head, killing it directly. Jinjin was not used to the spear scorpion's chelicerae and appendages, but he was very familiar with the scorpion tail. On one hand, it's not the first time I've used the scorpion tail. On the other hand, it's probably because I've cultivated my family's fighting skills. The 100 Needles Wind and other skills are mainly used for stabbing. Therefore, using the scorpion tail to attack is very suitable for me. Jinjin secretly evaluated in his heart. Although he was not used to the spear scorpion's life form and could not move as fast as flying in a short period of time, his solid and profound fighting skills allowed him to quickly exploit his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He quickly found the most suitable fighting style for himself. The acid was the lizard's strongest weapon, but even it was ineffective. The lizard's defeat was already set in stone. After leaving behind the corpses of more than 10 lizards, the remaining lizards finally recognized the reality. They were terrified by Jinjin's killing and retreated in panic. "Don't run," Jinjin shouted in his heart and immediately chased after him. This fierce battle had stimulated his instincts and trained him. He was no longer tripped by himself. The 4 pairs of appendages crawled alternately in a smooth and natural manner. They actually increased Jinjin's speed all of a sudden, but in the next moment, bang! Jinjin crashed into a golden stone. He still could not control the direction while running at high speed. The fierce momentum of the pursuit and charge just now came to an abrupt end. When the fleeing lizards saw this scene, they were stunned again. But immediately, they continued to flee at an even faster speed. Chapter 74. Jinjin was only a little stuffy from the collision. The hard scorpion shell protected his brain, and he did not feel dizzy at all. If a normal person were to collide with the lizard at his speed just now, they would definitely end up with their heads broken and bleeding. Seeing that the lizards had run far away, Jinjin knew that he could not catch up with them. In addition, Zdi, Kang Shu, and the others were still far away, so he gave up the chase. After this battle, Jinjin deeply understood one thing: the spear scorpion form is indeed very powerful, but I still need a lot of practice to fully unleash the spear scorpion's abilities. Right now, he couldn't even run normally. To be more precise, he couldn't even adjust his direction while running. Looking at the core again, a quarter of the magic energy in it had been consumed. Completely transforming into a spear scorpion consumed magic energy at a very fast rate, far more than before when he transformed into 1 or 2 parts. Jinjin was not in a hurry to remove this form. He moved his feet and crawled to the side of a lizard's corpse, stabbing the scorpion tail into the lizard's stomach. The next moment, he used his mind to mobilize the magic core in his heart. A familiar red light appeared, and 4 bloodlines appeared on the lizard's body. The bloodlines quickly wrapped around the lizard and tied it up. Then, the bloodlines sank into the lizard's body and became a little dimmer. But soon, the bloodlines became ruddy again and quickly shrank, withdrawing the lizard's bloodline essence into the core. The lizard's corpse turned into a pile of carbon powder. The magic energy reserves in the core rose a little. Now, I can mutate the lizard's crown. Even if my whole body mutates, in this situation, I can still activate the magic core to absorb and transform the target's life form. After confirming this conjecture, Jinjin removed the spear scorpion form and returned to his human form. Next, he absorbed and transformed most of the lizard corpses in the field. These lizards had just died and were still very fresh, and most of the magic energy contained in them was still left, so each lizard transformed quite a lot of magic energy. Finally, Jinjin checked and found that the magic energy reserves in the core were half as high as before the battle. Now, I can completely transform into this acid lizard. But only into black iron level. This result made Jinjin fall into deep thought. He had a new understanding of the magic crystal in his heart. It seems that the life form level I mutated is not based on my own life form level, but the life form level of the life form I absorbed. I've absorbed a silver-ranked spear scorpion leader, so I can mutate a silver-ranked spear scorpion. But I didn't absorb enough silver-ranked lizards. The highest level I absorbed was only iron-ranked, so I could only mutate iron-ranked lizards. However, after the silver lizard was killed, I disposed of its corpse and obtained a lot of lizard meat. After that, I ate a lot. Therefore, there is actually a quantitative accumulation in this. If I had only absorbed a small part of the silver spear scorpion's body, I wouldn't have been able to transform it into a complete silver-ranked spear scorpion. As the sun rose, the temperature in the desert began to rise significantly. Jinjin stopped his train of thought and began to put on his clothes. Although a complete mutation is powerful, it's very inconvenient to have to take off my clothes every time. While putting on his clothes, Jinjin saw the hole in the back of his pants, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. After putting on his clothes, he deliberately fiddled with his shirt so that the back of his shirt covered the hole in his buttocks. He then picked up his saber and aimed at the remaining lizard carcass, cutting many wounds. This saber originally belonged to a member of the exploration team, who died in the volcanic cave. When Jinjin carried by Ya on his back and left, he did not forget to take these precious survival supplies with him. This was just an ordinary saber made of iron, and its sharpness was far inferior to the spider blade. A normal person would have to continuously slash it several times before they could break through the black iron lizard skin. Jinjin then swept away any suspicious traces on the battlefield and buried all the carbon powder. After a final check, he walked out of the range of the gold stones and jogged all the way to Kangshu and ZDI. Seeing Jinjin's tired face and the bloodstains on his body, ZDI was very concerned and quickly went forward to check. After confirming that Jinjin had no wounds, the girl exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. There were a few lizards, and I killed them. I chased the rest away, and now we have food. Jinjin said with a smile. This good news made Kangshu and ZDI beam with joy. Jinjin carried by Ya on his back and hurried back to the gold stones with the 2 of them. Seeing a total of 5 lizard carcasses, Kangshu and ZDI revealed a shocked expression. Kangshu scanned the battlefield again, and saw the messy traces of fighting on the sand, as well as the many lizard footprints that stretched out. He let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. Lord Jinjin, now I'm beginning to believe Lady ZDI's guess. I'm afraid that you're not just a silver-level cultivator. It's very unusual that you can still have such powerful battle strength when your physical strength is so poor. There were at least 30 lizards in this group, but you relied on an ordinary sword and didn't use any fighting spirit to kill 5 of them, and even forced the whole group to flee. My lord, you're so brave. But what this old man admires even more is your brave and fearless spirit. You charged alone into a huge group of magical beasts, not fearing a strong enemy. Such a scene and action, if placed in the history books, would be one of those famous lone heroes. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I can imagine the heroic scene of you charging alone into these lizards. Those lizards surrounded you, but you relied on your extraordinary courage and exquisite battle skills to fight bravely. Those lizards spat acid, but you were in danger, but your willpower was extraordinary, and you maintained an icy calm. An ordinary sword, in your hands, could cause waves of blood. You moved and dodged among the lizards, heroic and exquisite, just like an elf dancing in the forest. Jin Jin touched his nose, a little embarrassed by the praise. You flatter me. No. Kang Shu shook his head, his attitude was very firm. Although I'm not good at fighting, I'm still at this age. These traces on the battlefield can't be faked. A large part of these battle traces were forged by Jin Jin. Seeing that Kang Shu was successfully deceived by him, Jin Jin was a little relieved, but also a little ashamed. I had to do this. This lizard meat is enough for us to eat for a long time. ZDI seemed to be frightened by Kang Shu's description. Her purple eyes stared at Jin Jin, and she said softly, "My lord, please don't take such risks in the future. Many times, we can take the long view." Jin Jin nodded. "Don't worry, I know what to do. In fact, ever since I got rid of the scorpions, I felt like I had been reborn. I seem to have broken through something, but it also seems like I haven't. Now, when I fight, my thoughts are clearer than before, and I understand the state of my body better. I know what I can do and what I can't do." Needlework said this after careful consideration. He wanted to pave the way for something. He deliberately said it vaguely, to leave some impressions on the people around him. In the future, after he used the heart core to resolve the threat, others would not feel that his strength was strange and abrupt. Kang Shu heard this and nodded repeatedly. "I've heard a little about your situation. In the east of the empire, there is a group of chi cultivators who advocate bitter cultivation. When they cultivate, they take the initiative to wear anti-magic rings, heavy weights, and the simplest clothes. They either tread barefoot in the mountains, or sit cross-legged under a waterfall, enduring the impact of tens of thousands of tons of water. They imprison most of their strength, putting their bodies in the most difficult environment at all times, using this to torture their bodies and temper their spirit and will. Often, their chi cultivation is able to break through the limit and grow rapidly. In the end, chi is extracted from the human body and squeezed out power. The stronger the human body, the higher the limit of the body, the more potential is squeezed out, and the stronger the chi. The human body was the foundation of chi, but magic was different. The essence of magic was to pry open the external elements. The essence of divine arts was the divine power that the gods took the initiative to lend. Master Jin Zhen, your experience on the island is like the experience of these painstakingly cultivated strong men. At the juncture of life and death, your body broke through the limit and unearthed the hidden potential. It is very likely that when you leave this island, your chi cultivation will take another step." Kang Shu spoke with conviction, and as the person involved, Jin Jin was a little confused. He did not expect that he had just started, and Kang Shu had already given him a perfect explanation. Jin Jin reacted, and he could not help but admire Kang Shu even more. If I had such a retainer or subordinate, how much easier it would be to deal with affairs in the future. Unfortunately, Kang Shu is just an ordinary person. If he could cultivate, it would be perfect. As for Kang Shu's identity as a wanted criminal, Jin Jin did not care. Because only the Sand Tower clan wanted Kang Shu. The 100 Needles clan and the Sand Tower clan's territories were far apart, and they had already taken refuge in the Shengming Emperor's faction. Protecting an ordinary person like Kang Shu, the Sand Tower clan could not do anything to Jin Jin. Immediately, the three of them began to dispose of the lizard's body, cutting it into strips of meat. Although there was meat, everyone did not eat a big meal. Although the food was sufficient, it was still not unlimited. After being tortured by hunger this time, Zhenjin and the others cherished every piece of food very much. After counting the amount of lizard meat, they already had a detailed plan, how much meat each person would eat every day. Another important reason why they did not eat a big meal was that there was very little water left. The human stomach did not store water, but a lot of water was needed to digest food. The water in the human body penetrated the stomach to participate in digestion. Under the condition of a lack of water, eating a lot of meat could be fatal. Next, we need to replenish the drinking water. ZDI said. If we can't find water, even if we don't starve to death, we will die of thirst. However, I believe that there must be a stable and large-scale water source nearby. Kang Shu said with a firm tone. There were scorpions and lizards living here. The two groups were very large, and a lot of water was an essential resource to maintain life. Unless they were also transported here. However, all the signs indicated that this possibility did not exist. These two groups of beasts had been living here for a long time. We can observe the lizard's footprints, maybe these traces can lead us to a water source. Kang Shu made a good suggestion. In the evening, the sunset on the horizon was like a burning satin. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on ZDI's face, and her pair of amethyst-like eyes suddenly sparkled. Look, the oasis is over there. The girl who climbed the sand dune excitedly pointed in front of her. Zhenjin had already seen and sensed it. At this moment, with Bai Ye on his back, he sighed and said, "Sure enough, we found it." The traces of lizard's activity gave them a lot of clues. Kang Shu was the last to reach the top of the sand dune. He looked into the distance and gasped for breath. Yes, that should be the oasis. But we also have to be careful of the mirage. A mirage can cause a great psychological drop. Many people who survive in the desert fall into despair because of this and give up on survival. As they got closer, the scenery of the oasis became clearer. ZDI saw tall and green coconut trees, and she also heard the fiery red mirror of the lake under the setting sun. All of this is real, this is not an illusion, the girl shouted. The problem of water was solved perfectly. Zhenjin and Kang Shu's faces were filled with joy. But Zhenjin was still calm and reminded them, be careful, the oasis provides a steady supply of water and food, there must be other life forms that visit it. We can't be careless. Kang Shu looked at Zhenjin and praised him in his heart. After going through so many hardships, this young knight's growth is not only his combat strength. They officially entered the oasis. Wait, there are footprints here. And these footprints are very new. Zhenjin whispered. He had the strongest vision and was the first to discover the abnormality. So, there are people in this oasis? Who could it be? ZDI and Kang Shu looked at each other and became alert. Chapter 75. Following the footprints, they carefully moved forward and soon found something. Lan Zhao, it's you? You're still alive. What happened to you? When Kang Shu saw Lan Zhao, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. In his impression, Lan Zhao was a strong and steady middle-aged man. He had a strong will and was always vigilant. But now, Lan Zhao had lost a lot of weight. His hair was unkempt and his face was covered in blood. He was like a puppet, sitting blankly in the lush grass, completely defenseless. When he heard someone call his name, he slowly turned his head sideways. His face was dazed and sluggish. ZDI's heart sank. She secretly guessed, could it be that he was attacked by some magical beast, causing his soul to be damaged and turning him into a retard? The moment they found Lan Zhao, everyone was happy. They didn't know that Lan Zhao and Huang Zhao had secretly retreated and left him in the lurch. In the eyes of Zhenjin and the others, Lan Zhao had been separated from them in the sandstorm. Being able to meet up with Lan Zhao at the oasis was naturally a pleasant surprise. But this joy was like a gust of wind. It quickly dissipated along with Lan Zhao's mental state, and was replaced by uncertainty. Lan Zhao, is there anyone else besides you? Where's your brother Huang Zhao? Zhenjin asked. Hearing the name Huang Zhao, Lan Zhao suddenly trembled, like a magic statue that had been activated by a password. He was stunned. Soon after, the expression on his face changed dramatically, as if he had suddenly recovered all his memories. He was extremely anxious, flustered, and nervous as he shouted, "My lord, Lord Zhenjin, you've come. Quickly save my brother, quickly save him." As he spoke, he threw himself at Zhenjin's feet and hugged Zhenjin's calf. When he saw ZDI again, it was as if he had seen her for the first time. He shouted in surprise, "Miss ZDI, it's great that you're here too. With you around, you'll definitely be able to cure my brother." "What happened?" "Calm down, Lan Zhao." Zhenjin frowned. He leaned over and grabbed Lan Zhao's shoulder, lifting him up. "Quick, come here." Lan Zhao suddenly broke free from Zhenjin's grasp, turned around and ran towards the nearest coconut tree. After running a few steps, he tripped on the grass and fell to his knees. He was extremely anxious. He used both his hands and feet to crawl and run, leading the way in front. The situation is very strange, but they can't get anything out of it. Zhenjin and others raise their spirits and follow the blue-green algae. When they reached the coconut tree, Zhenjin, who was walking in front, narrowed his eyes. He saw Huang Zhao in the grass. Huang Zhao's clothes were very tattered. Most of his flesh was gone. His pale ribs, arm bones, and leg bones were exposed. He lay motionless on the ground. The remaining half of his body had already started to rot and began to emit a foul stench. Huang Zhao was already dead. Now, he was a complete corpse. But the strange thing was that the corpse was still bandaged. The bandages were obviously long strips of cloth made from torn clothes, and they were also covered with many huge coconut tree leaves. "Brother, brother, quickly open your eyes. Look, Lord Zhenjin is here. Miss ZDI is also here. You're saved, you're saved. You're really lucky. You fell into the desert, but you still managed to meet the two lords." Ha ha ha. Lan Zhao knelt beside Huang Zhao. He used his arm to support the back of Huang Zhao's head so that the latter's upper body could be straightened. It had to be said that this was a horrifying scene. Huang Zhao was already dead. His face was pale and his body was broken. The bloodstains and white bones were a shocking sight. Kang Shu and ZDI, who came later, saw this scene and suddenly stopped in their tracks. "Ooh!" ZDI was caught off guard and immediately retched. She almost vomited out the acid in her stomach. "Huang Zhao." Kang Shu's eyes widened behind the broken lenses. "He's dead. When did he die? How did he die?" Lan Zhao was shocked. He shook his head frantically and refuted, "No, he's fine. He's not dead. He's still alive." "Kang Shu, you're old and blind. Look carefully again." Then, Lan Zhao looked at his brother and suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother, quickly wake up. Open your eyes and look." Huang Zhao was already deader than dead. How could he open his eyes? Lan Zhao stared at Huang Zhao's face closely. When he saw that the latter had no reaction, he gradually became anxious. "Brother, brother, open your eyes and look. Quickly open your eyes and look." Lan Zhao began to go crazy. He stretched out his right hand and pushed open Huang Zhao's eyelids, revealing the white of his eyes. "Look, look." He opened his eyes. My brother opened his eyes. Cyanobacteria shouted happily. ZDI and Zhenjin were silent. Kang Shu shook his head and sighed deeply. "Lan Zhao, wake up. Your brother is indeed dead." "No, he's not dead. He's not dead. You're lying. You're lying." Cyanobacteria roared and became hysterical. He placed his ear on Huang Zhao's right chest. Half of it was flesh and the other half was bone. His heart had already disappeared. "Listen, he still has a heartbeat." Lan Zhao's face was suddenly filled with joy. Everyone was silent. Lan Zhao looked at everyone's expressions and became extremely anxious. He stretched out his finger and placed it under Huang Zhao's nose. "Look, he's still breathing." Lan Zhao shouted. Everyone was still silent. Lan Zhao shouted at everyone. "He's still alive." His shout was very loud. This was Lan Zhao's shout with all his might. It shook everyone's eardrums. Everyone stood in place, motionless like three iron men. "He's still alive." Lan Zhao half knelt on the ground, his arm wrapped around Huang Zhao's corpse. He opened his eyes wide and shouted at everyone again. But his shout was only half of his previous volume. Cyanobacteria's eyes were bloodshot. Tears streamed down her face, leaving 2 streaks of tears. He's still alive, he's still alive, Lan Zhao shouted in a low voice. He seemed to be proving this point to everyone, but also seemed to be calling out to Huang Zhao. This strong man's upright upper body bent down. He slowly lowered his head and buried his head deep into Huang Zhao's broken chest. The sun had already sunk below the horizon. The last ray of light was gone. Everything was in darkness. Lan Zhao's cries drifted in the oasis. He wept and told, "It's me, it's me, it's me who killed him, it's me, it's me. Woo woo, these days. I'm alive, but he's dead. I'm the murderer, I'm the murderer. I'm sorry, little brother. I'm sorry, mother. I didn't take good care of him. I deserve to die, I really deserve to die." Woo woo, it was hard to imagine that a strong man could cry so miserably. Her cries were like ghosts floating on the surface of a calm lake. The starry night sky was still bright. The temperature in the oasis was much more normal than the outside world. It was not as cold as the desert at night. There was also a bonfire. The orange-red flames burned quietly, occasionally emitting the crackling sound of wood cracking. Every time there was a sound, there would be a small spark of flame that quickly dissipated in the air. There was a wooden rack above the bonfire. Lizard meat skewers were being cooked. There were several coconuts beside Jinjin and the others. There were many coconut trees in the oasis. There were 2 types of coconut trees. One type produced coconut fruits, and the other produced date palms. Using a knife to cut open the coconut shell, there was fresh and delicious coconut juice, but it had a clear smell of sulfur. The problem of water was solved in a better way. It was much better than expected. Jinjin and the others now not only had lake water, but also fruit juice. Of course, because it was late at night, the situation by the lake could not be ascertained. To be on the safe side, Jinjin and the others did not rush to fetch water. Not far away, Lan Zhao was half kneeling in the grass. His eyes were dull, only staring at Huang Zhao's corpse. He did not respond to the barbecued meat's fragrance or the calls of Jinjin and the others. He was like a puppet. Apart from being able to breathe, he seemed to be dead. Bai Ya was lying next to the bonfire. His eyes were closed and he was unconscious. He still had a fever, and his temperature was getting higher and higher. It was obvious that his condition was worsening. Perhaps when the next day came, these 2 people would become corpses. The firelight reflected on the faces of Jinjin, Zdi, and Kang Shu. Zdi glanced in the direction of Lan Zhao, and then her eyes moved to Jinjin. The girl took the initiative to break the long silence. "Sir, this kind of person cannot be left alive. There are many marks on Huang Zhao's corpse. How can we leave him alive? I also found that Lan Zhao's back seems to have been sprayed with acid. The wound is rotten, but it is obvious that it has been treated and bandaged before. This is obviously done by Huang Zhao, but Lan Zhao could not have done this with the wound on his back." Huang Zhao helped his brother and carefully bandaged Lan Zhao's wound. Jinjin did not respond. His eyes were still fixed on the bonfire in front of him. Kang Shu spoke at this time. "I have a question. Since Lan Zhao has already arrived at the oasis, there is plenty of food, and he has weapons on him. Even if he can't hunt wild beasts, there are still coconut fruits on the ground." Zdi immediately replied, "It's obvious that he just rushed here. Lan Zhao was able to last until here. Perhaps it is because he came to the oasis that Lan Zhao fell into endless regret and pain. Because he understands." Kang Shu nodded. Sir Zdi's guess is very reasonable. Therefore, Sir Zdi also believes that Lan Zhao fell into this state because of regret and pain. In other words, Lan Zhao is suffering from the torture of his kindness, morality, and familial love. Is that so? Zdi immediately frowned. She slightly glared at Kang Shu. "What do you mean? Are you trying to absolve a person who killed his own brother?" Kang Shu shook his head repeatedly. "Sir Zdi, you misunderstood me. I don't want to absolve anyone. No matter what kind of person Lan Zhao is, he still killed his own brother. He is a murderer." At this point, Kang Shu looked at Jinjin again. I just want to clarify some of the shallow and perhaps narrow truths that I know. Zhenjin's interest was piqued. He said expressionlessly, "Scholar Kang Shu, please speak without reserve." Kang Shu smiled slightly and threw a piece of firewood into the bonfire. "We humans are actually very weak. Compared to wild beasts, we don't have sharp claws, hard shells, wings to fly, or gills to breathe in water. Moreover, the intelligence that we are so proud of is actually not exclusive to us. Elves, beastmen, demons, angels, goblins, and so on all have intelligence that is not inferior to ours, or even superior to ours. In today's world, we humans are the strongest in terms of overall strength. But if we look back at history, we will find that our ancestors were always at a disadvantage, struggling to survive in the midst of danger. The prosperity of the human race and its rise to the top was only a change in the last few hundred years. So, a long time ago, when our ancestors ate raw meat, drank blood, and lived in nature without clothes, our ancestors discovered an important point: as individuals, we are too weak. Only by helping each other and borrowing each other's strength can we have a higher chance of survival. Gradually, the earliest human tribes were born, followed by families, and then the embryonic form of a country. Now, we humans have built a powerful empire that rules the entire human continent. And in this process, we developed ethics and morality. We worship the strong because we can survive by relying on the strong. We recognize the nobility brought by bloodlines because excellent bloodlines are more likely to be able to cultivate the strong. We have the concept of community, sacrifice, and honor. We despise selfishness, we advocate sharing, and we don't want to be ostracized by the collective. This is because individuals are too weak. Being recognized by others in the collective is more beneficial to the individual's survival. However, in reality, selfishness is the first instinct of life. The emergence of ethics and morality came after selfishness. Fundamentally, ethics and morality are also due to the selfishness of life. Just like sharing, the essence is to exchange conditions that are more beneficial to one's survival. Just like how we despise selfishness because we don't want others to be selfish. This is not beneficial to our own survival. We help others because helping others allows us to survive better in the group. Surviving alone will reduce our survival and reproduction rate. It will make it more difficult for our bloodline to be passed down, regardless of whether it is high or low. Enough! ZDI shouted in a low voice. She stared at Kang Shu, her gaze penetrating the bonfire between them with anger. "Scholar Kang Shu, are you trying to say that it is because of the instinct to survive? You are not only exculpating Lan Zhao, you are also exculpating yourself." Kang Shu did not stop because of ZDI's interruption. At this moment, he showed a rare toughness. His gaze was focused on Zhenjin's face. Yes. The strong male lion chases away the old lion and becomes the new leader of the pride. It will do its best to guard its territory and show off its strength. It would let the lionesses go out to hunt for food for it, and it would kill all the cubs of the old lion. They will not have the morals of respecting the old and loving the young. These words are harsh to the ears, my lord. Kang Shu sighed bitterly. His gaze was sincere and sorrowful. But this is Chapter 76. Ah. Don't come over, don't come over. ZDI fled in panic. Zhenjin chased after the girl. So hungry, I'm so hungry. Zhenjin had completely transformed into a silver spear scorpion. He had been defeated by hunger, and his mind was filled with thoughts of eating. ZDI was finally forced to the bottom of the cave, tripping over a rock and falling to the ground. Zhenjin pounced on her, his huge chelicerae and sharp scorpion tail fiercely moving. Poochie! ZDI was dismembered in an instant. Blood splattered, dyeing the bottom of the cave red, and also dyeing Zhenjin's vision red. The next moment, Zhenjin suddenly opened his eyes. He saw the dark night sky. He gasped for breath, cold air filling his chest and lungs. His pupils gradually expanded to normal size, and his mood gradually calmed down. A nightmare. He had a nightmare. In this nightmare, he became a spear scorpion and attacked ZDI, treating the girl as food to satisfy his hunger. Zhenjin quietly sat up. He broke out in a cold sweat. Looking around, ZDI was sleeping soundly beside him, while Bai Ya and Lan Zhao were lying not far away. After hearing Kang Shu's words, Jin Jin knocked Lan Zhao unconscious and put him down. As for Kang Shu, he was responsible for keeping watch for the second half of the night. The bonfire was still burning quietly. The flame was half of what it was before, but it still provided a steady stream of warmth. The light of the fire shone on Jin Jin's face. The young knight's expression was uncertain. Why would I have such a nightmare? Is it because I've always been worried and afraid of the magic crystal in my heart? This was a very normal psychological reaction. Imagine a normal person suddenly growing horns, or a tail, or lumps all over their body. How could they not be worried and afraid? No one would have a magic core, but Jin Jin had managed to grow one. Moreover, this demon core was extremely mysterious, strange, and powerful. It could turn Jin Jin into a monster and absorb the bloodline of living beings. I can't use my Do Chi. If I encounter danger, I can only use it. Sigh. It's best if I don't use it in the future. Who knows what serious consequences there will be. Jin Jin subconsciously touched his chest. He was afraid that if he misused the magic core, he would one day turn into a monster and never regain his human form. Jin Jin felt that this magic crystal had already begun to tempt him, tempting him to slaughter the common people and sacrifice the innocent in order to obtain greater power and authority. On the other hand, I'm also afraid that I'll become Lan Zhao. Jin Jin glanced at Lan Zhao in the distance. To be honest, he could empathize with Lan Zhao. And this kind of understanding was very profound. Because Jin Jin had once faced the same choice as Lan Zhao. Hunger could drive people crazy. Hunger could turn Jin Jin into a spear scorpion to steal gold stones. It could make ZDI feel that cooled lava was like burnt chocolate bread. It could make Kang Shu want to grab a handful of sand and eat it. It could make them not let go of anything that could be eaten. It could make them feel that jumping rat meat and lizard meat were the most delicious. In addition to understanding, Jin Jin also felt fear and lingering fear. If I had chosen to treat Bai Ya as food, would I have ended up like Lan Zhao? Although Bai Ya is not my biological brother, I will always be tortured and interrogated by the kindness, morality, and honor of a knight. I will be like Lan Zhao, living a life worse than death. Jin Jin's heart was very heavy. Because he naturally thought, in the future, will I become such a person? When he returned to the volcano cave and carried Bai Ya on his back, the young knight told himself, I have not fallen. However, he was very clear, he had many thoughts. Those thoughts were selfish, evil, shameless, and despicable. They made Jin Jin almost unable to face himself afterwards. In addition to understanding, fear, and heaviness, Jin Jin also felt a sense of pity for Lan Zhao. In order to survive, he became a beast. He killed his own brother. After that, he came to this oasis. This kind of arrangement was simply a joke and a mockery of fate. Lan Zhao regretted it. Perhaps if he had discovered the oasis earlier, perhaps if he had held on a little longer, Huang Zhao would not have died. Extreme regret made him unable to believe that Huang Zhao had died. He desperately denied the fact that he had killed his own brother. Even if his vision was normal, he still believed that Huang Zhao was still alive and that there was still hope to save him. He lied to himself. He did his best to lie to himself. He fell into his own fantasy. Only in this way could he escape the condemnation of his conscience and the torment of his morals. This oasis is real, but he has fallen into his own mirage. However, everything is just a fantasy in the end. Our appearance and attitude burst the bubble of his fantasy. The ruthless reality and the truth were placed in front of Lan Zhao again. And this time, he could no longer avoid it. He could no longer lie to himself. Just like what Kang Shu said before, people who survive in the desert will collapse because of a mirage. Lan Zhao is the same, and the situation is even worse. Frankly speaking, if Jin Jin did not experience life and death, he would also despise, loathe, and hate the current Lan Zhao. It was very likely that he would have taken ZDI's advice. However, after experiencing so much, the young knight's body and mind had undergone tremendous changes. He is our companion. I once said that I would do my best to save everyone, so I will help him. This was the decision Zhenjin made by the campfire when he was faced with the two completely different suggestions from Kang Shu and ZDI. Then, he got up and put half a bowl of coconut water and barbecued meat in front of Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao did not react at all. He was still staring blankly at Huang Zhao's corpse. In the end, Zhenjin could only knock Lan Zhao unconscious. Why did he make such a decision to help Lan Zhao? Zhenjin also felt that it was strange at the time. But now, he understood a little. Maybe it's because of a desire in my heart. I hope that if one day I fall into Lan Zhao's situation, there will be outsiders who can help me. However, Zhenjin knew very well that he could not really help Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao's problem did not lie on the outside, but on the inside. Zhenjin even doubted and asked himself whether he should help a person like Lan Zhao. Human society had ethics and morals, so the ethics and morals of the Knights Templar must be above the standards of the public. Lan Zhao's behavior was undoubtedly anti-moral and anti-ethical. Am I right to help a person like Lan Zhao? Am I helping him because I see myself in him? Am I making excuses for my possible depravity? At this moment, looking at the swaying flame, Zhenjin felt that he was hesitating and wavering. He had gained initial control of the magic crystal in his heart and became very powerful. He had enough food and water, so he was able to get rid of this crisis. But the young knight felt that he was weak. He asked himself in his heart, "What kind of person am I? I am afraid of death. Can I continue to uphold the spirit of a knight? Can I shoulder the responsibility of my family? Am I a selfish person? If I were in Lan Zhao's situation, what would I choose? If I choose not to eat, then I will lose my life and will not be able to reach the oasis. If I choose to eat, then I will live a life worse than death. Which choice is the right one?" Zhenjin faced himself bravely. He did not use the magic crystal as an excuse to avoid his true self. Zhenjin could not answer his own question. Every time he thought, every time he faced these questions, every time his soul was tortured, he lost a part of his strong self-confidence, and then another part. Zhenjin was very clear. When he saved by YA, he told himself that he was not depraved. This was actually just a subconscious denial. Who did not want to be brave? Who did not want to be honorable? Who did not want to be upright, without any moral shortcomings? However, Kang Shu's words are not without reason. Zhenjin was really thinking. This kind of thinking forced him to face the ugliness and darkness in the deepest part of his human nature. This was undoubtedly very painful. Losing confidence in himself, Zhenjin fell into deep self-doubt at the same time. Beside the bonfire in the middle of the night, the young knight quietly got up and half-knelt on the ground. He lowered his head, covered his heart with his hand, faced the direction of the Shengming continent, and began to repent. "God, Shengming Emperor, my great lord. Under your gaze, the world is bright, and the shadows flee in panic. Now, your believer, your knight repents to you, because I have fallen into the mire of my soul. Please shine your light on me, and let my corruption, ugliness, filth, and filth fade away. I beseech you to forgive me for the sins of my thoughts." The long confession ended. The gentle night wind blew in the young knight's ears. Everything was within Zhenjin's expectations. God did not respond. The young knight sighed in disappointment. ZDI was sleeping soundly. Bai Ya was lying flat on the grass, and Lan Zhao was curled up on the ground, like a shrimp. Both of them were frowning, and their expressions were painful. They were both struggling. Time passed, and the night gradually faded. The sun rose, casting a scorching light. Just like the countless days and nights before, nature still operated in an unchanging pattern. Any feelings of distress, sadness, pain, confusion, and so on seemed pretentious in this vast nature. The world was big, but living was the most important. Before wealth, power, beauty, and honor, there must be food and water. No matter how painful, how confused, how sad, life still had to go on. Chapter 77. The next day, Zhenjin prioritized exploring the entire oasis. The environment in the oasis was unexpectedly peaceful and quiet. The footprints by the lake were basically spear scorpions and acid lizards. This made it easy to speculate that there were only 2 large groups of spear scorpions and lizards near the oasis. The lake water could not be explored, so they did not know what was hidden in the lake. However, according to the traces left by the beasts by the lake, there did not seem to be any signs of fighting. This might mean that there was no threat hidden in the lake. There were many small creatures. For example, small lizards, normal scorpions, spiders, and jerboas. Occasionally, a bird would land on a certain coconut tree in the sky. After everyone discussed, Jinjin began to cut down these thick coconut trees. After plucking all the coconuts, he still had to process the tree trunks, chop them into dry wood, and use the tree core to make the body of the short bow. ZDI, on the other hand, was concocting potions. Compared to the barren desert, the oasis contained much more resources. Kang Shu was in charge of making the hemp rope. Until now, there were only 5 people left in the exploration team. 2 of them could not even walk on their own. Among the remaining 3, Kang Shu was old, and ZDI was only a 15-year-old girl. Therefore, the labor force was reduced sharply. Fortunately, there were not many exploration team members, and there were not many things needed. After a morning, Jinjin had already made 5 short bows. ZDI finished the preliminary grinding process and began to test the medicinal properties of the various materials. In the afternoon, Jinjin went to the lake to dig deep and obtained a lot of soil. Using the soil and fire, Kang Shu began to make clay pots. In the evening, Jinjin stopped cutting down the coconut trees. Instead, he climbed to the top of the coconut trees to pick the coconuts. The coconut shell was very hard. Even if it fell to the ground, as long as it did not hit a rock, it would be intact. Jinjin also picked a lot of palm leaves. Like the coconuts, whether it was the palm leaves or the coconut tree itself, they all emitted a strange smell of sulfur. With ZDI's potion, the first clay pot was made. During dinner, a pot of hot water was successfully boiled out of the clay pot on the fire. Drinking hot water and eating barbecued meat, Jinjin and the others felt a strong sense of happiness. "This is the ultimate enjoyment in the world," ZDI exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Morning of the 3rd day. Whoosh! A wooden arrow flew out, and a bird on the crown of the coconut tree was frightened and flew away. Jinjin sighed under the tree. "Although the first short bow has been completed, I'm not good at adjusting the bow, and the arrow's accuracy is terrible." Jinjin stretched his left shoulder a little. The injury from before had mostly recovered, and it would no longer affect his archery. Looking at the bird flying away, Jinjin took out a wooden dart and threw it out based on his intuition. The moment he threw it, Jinjin activated his heart core and turned his arm into a bear's arm. Then, almost instantly, the mutation was cancelled. The speed of the dart was astonishing. Like a bolt of lightning, it swiftly and accurately hit the flying bird and fell to the ground with it. Jinjin walked over and picked up the bird's body. The wooden dart was deeply embedded in the bird's chest. Only the tail of the dart was left in the bird's body, and it almost flew out. Bird meat was no longer precious, and there was still a lot of lizard meat. But bird feathers were very important. They were the source of material for arrow feathers. Bird bones were also useful. Last night, Jinjin told himself not to use the heart core as much as possible. But without bird feathers, there was no way to make qualified arrows. In addition, the number of birds in the oasis was very low, and it was completely incomparable to the forest and rainforest. So, Jinjin could not easily let go of any bird. Carrying the bird, Jinjin returned to the original place and found a brand new basket made of rattan. The basket was filled with mud from the lake. Breakfast had already been eaten, and Jinjin's original goal was to dig up the mud and transport it back in the basket. When he saw a bird on the way back, the young knight did not let it go and killed it directly. Carrying the bird in one hand and the basket in the other, Jinjin returned to the temporary camp. ZDI was setting up a tent in the camp. This kind of tent was very simple. The framework was a stable triangular structure built with a few slender wooden strips, and then the surface was covered with palm leaves. Then, the palm leaves and the wooden strips were tied together with rattan or hemp rope. The wide palm leaves were stacked on top of each other, and the ground of the tent was covered with fluffy hay, successfully creating a warm and windproof private resting place. It was estimated that 5 such small tents would be built. Zhen Jin, Kang Shu, and the others would each have one. ZDI had already built one and was building the second one. At this rate, no one would be sleeping in the open tonight. There's an unexpected gain. Zhen Jin handed the bird to ZDI. ZDI looked up and smiled at Zhen Jin. Just put it on the ground. Here, this is the medicine I made. It has almost no smell, but it can repel mosquitoes and poisonous ants. Zhen Jin took the medicine and checked the situation of Bai Ya and Lan Zhao. The two of them were lying motionless on the grass, not far from each other. Zhen Jin bent down and touched Bai Ya's forehead. He found that his fever had subsided, and his breathing was steadier than before. This was a good sign. Zhen Jin was slightly happy. Bai Ya was better at adjusting the bow than he was, but he could not count on him for now. I hope he wakes up soon. Zhen Jin silently wished in his heart. If Bai Ya woke up, he would need to be fed water, and he would be able to eat on his own. He would eat more than now, and his intake of nutrients would be more beneficial for his recovery. As for Lan Zhao, he had already woken up. He was curled up on the ground, still motionless. His expression was dull, and his eyes were numb, like a lifelike puppet. He was a bronze-ranked Do-Chi cultivator, and his body was much stronger than Bai Ya's. But his mental state was not good, and he had no interest in the food placed in front of him. Zhen Jin sighed softly. The young knight was not good at persuasion and comfort, and more importantly, his feelings towards Lan Zhao, who killed his own brother to survive, were very complicated. Even Zhen Jin felt a faint fear towards the act of persuading Lan Zhao. Was this a form of forgiveness and connivance towards his own darkness? If he continued to connive, would there be no bottom line? Would he allow the core to corrode his heart? Would the noble knight of the temple cease to exist, and be replaced by a dark and depraved evil follower? Zhen Jin carried the basket of soil and walked out of the temporary camp, arriving at a nearby open space. This place was originally a grassland, with lush grass that was taller than a person's knee, but now the grass was all burned. A fire pit had been dug out in the open space, and Kang Shu was using moist soil to cover the fire pit. The building he had built was already in its embryonic form, like a towering cylinder surrounding the fire pit. This is the earthen kill. The firewood is burned underground, and this is the grate. It is divided into 2 layers, and the firewood is burned in the lower layer. This kind of structure allows air to flow in faster, and makes the fire burn brighter. Kang Shu explained. The height of the earthen kill did not reach Zhen Jin's knee, but even the complete kill was not half of Zhen Jin's height. Zhen Jin looked down, and immediately saw the bottom of the kill, which was separated by a great bridge. The great bridge was a round mud brick, about 30 centimeters in diameter, and its thickness could not be seen clearly. The mud brick great bridge had clearly been dried, and there were small round holes evenly distributed on it. Zhen Jin could imagine, once the kill started operating, the dry firewood below would burn, and the flames would rise from these small round holes to the great bridge. Although the kill was small and crude, once it was built, it would be far more stable than a bonfire, and the temperature of the flames would be higher, and its practical value would be greater. With this kill, we can make bricks and tiles, and in the beginning, we can build a wooden house with tiles. When the kill expands, or even more, we can use the mud to make bricks, and then we can build a brick house. Kang Shu continued to explain. Zhen Jin could not help but praise, "Scholar Kang Shu, is there anything you don't know?" Kang Shu smiled and shook his head. "There is too much I don't know. Actually, I only learned this knowledge in recent years. I have long wanted to go to the wasteland continent, and I wanted to perfect my book. I studied a lot of information about the beasts, and this is actually their way of life. The beasts are much more backward than us humans, and most of them are still in the tribal era. In the vast wasteland continent, there are very few beastly city-states. Then, is this mud enough?" Zhen Jin pointed at the basket full of mud. Kang Shu calculated for a moment. "It is more than enough to build the kill, but I'm afraid it is not enough to make clay pots. I will have to trouble you, Lord Zhen Jin, to make another trip." Kang Shu naturally did not plan to make any bricks or tiles. After going through 2 teleportations, Everyone knew that as long as the teleportation formation was there, the houses and camps built on this island would not have any practical value. The reason why they were making clay pots was because they needed containers to store water. Zhenjin, Kang Shu, and ZDI each had a water bag. However, the amount of water they had was far from enough to fill these water bags with water. They needed more water, and the more water they had, the safer it would be. The oasis was only a place to rest, and they still had to set out on their journey through the desert. They had a lot of water stored, and even if they did not have a new source of water, they would be able to last for a long time. This would allow them to resist greater risks. Zhenjin poured all the mud on the lakeside and left the clearing with the empty basket. He did not immediately go to the lakeside, but instead sprinkled a circle of medicine around the camp. He did not find any threats. For now, the oasis was still safe. However, it was better for Zhenjin to do something like going out. Whether it was ZDI or Kang Shu, it would be very difficult for them to defend against a sudden attack. When Zhenjin returned to the camp, ZDI was already building the third tent. The progress was so fast because this kind of private tent was too small. A few wooden sticks were used to build the frame, and then layers of natural palm leaves were draped over it. When people entered the tent, they could only lie down flat, and only cover their heads and feet. It was very difficult to even turn over on the spot. This kind of natural tent was like a small green coffin made of shoddy materials, and the space was very cramped. Seeing that it was Zhenjin who had returned, ZDI was immediately relieved and began to work again. She half knelt on the ground, and her upper body went into the tent, as if she was adjusting the palm leaves inside. Her lower body was left outside, and her small brown leather boots were no longer covered by the magic robe. Because of her posture, the magic robe clung to her buttocks, outlining a moving curve. Seeing this scene, Zhenjin could not help but feel a little moved. Chapter 78. When he came to the open space again, Zhenjin found that Kang Shu had already started to light the fire. The flames were burning at the bottom of the kill. The kill had been built and was being tempered by the flames. The water inside would evaporate, and because of the heat, the soil would undergo a certain degree of qualitative change, becoming dry and harder, and becoming more stable. Kang Shu looked at Zhenjin. After the fire, if the kill doesn't crack, then it's a success, and we can rely on it to make pottery. If it dries and cracks, then we'll have to make it again. But the possibility of that is not high, Kang Shu said as he began to make pottery. He first cleaned up the mud, taking away the grass, leaves, small stones, earthworms, and so on. Then he constantly kneaded and patted the mud ball to make the texture of the mud ball more uniform. Then, he separated a part of the mud ball and used his palm and fingers to pinch a plate. The edge of the plate rose vertically. Then, Kang Shu separated a small part of the mud ball and rolled this part of the mud ball on the stone slab, forming a long mud strip of roughly uniform thickness. Kang Shu put the cylindrical mud strip on the vertical edge of the chassis and gently squeezed with his fingers. Finally, the mud strip and the chassis were tightly integrated as one. After that, Kang Shu kept repeating the process. One by one, the mud strips were built on top of the chassis, and the height of the chassis was constantly changing, finally forming a shrunken pottery jar. The pottery jar was the size of an adult's head, pitch black, and looked very ugly. Kang Shu carefully lifted the pottery jar and placed it on another stone slab. Zhenjin carefully noticed that whether it was the stone slab used for work or the stone slab on which the pottery jar was placed, Kang Shu had spread a layer of charcoal ash in advance. This was to prevent the bottom of the pottery jar from sticking to the stone slab. Kang Shu worked with the mud. His old hands and thin fingers looked very agile. His clothes and white fluffy beard were stained with mud, but the worn-out lenses were still spotless. Zhenjin did not stay to help Kang Shu. He had a more important task. That was to patrol the oasis again. Zhenjin had done a thorough investigation on the second day he arrived at the oasis. But that didn't mean that oasis wasn't dangerous. Wild beasts were allowed to move freely, and Zhenjin's patrol area was limited. He could only try his best to avoid a single patrol route. Maybe if I mutated into a spear scorpion, I would be able to see further and hear more. However, this idea was rejected by the young knight as soon as it appeared in Zhenjin's mind. He was very cautious about the core. He had made up his mind that he would not use this mysterious magic core unless it was absolutely necessary. Jinjin patrolled carefully and confirmed the safety of the oasis. Of course, Jinjin had no way to investigate the lake in the oasis. The lake water was cool and azure in color. When there was no wind, the lake water was as calm as a mirror, like a sapphire wrapped in the yellow desert, contrasting nicely with the blue sky. After lunch, they continued to work. The production of the clay pots had encountered a setback. Most of the clay pots had cracked after being fired in the kiln. It should be a lack of clinker. Kang Shu knew the reason, but there was nothing he could do. ZDI couldn't provide any help in this regard. Fortunately, crushing the cracked clay pots into slag and merging the slag into the mud would increase the success rate of making new clay pots. Jinjin began to regret it. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought back all the water bags from the volcanic cave. Almost every member of the exploration team had a water bag, but when Jinjin left, he only picked up some weapons and took away the empty water bags. It was unrealistic to go back now. On one hand, it would consume food, time, and physical energy to go back and forth. On the other hand, the risk would greatly increase. Don't forget that the place was erupting. Whether it was bringing ZDI and Kang Shu back or leaving them here, it was not a good choice. If bamboo grew here, it would be much more convenient. Jinjin thought of the bamboo forest that he had discovered and used when he was hunting yellow algae. The bamboo joint was a natural container, and it was quite convenient to store water. However, the shell of the coconut was also good. However, the coconut milk was rich in nutrients, so Jinjin and the others chose to keep it. They tried their best to drink boiling water. Towards evening, Jinjin returned to the camp again. ZDI had already set up the 5 tents and was concocting potions. She told Jinjin the good news, Bai Ya had woken up. Jinjin came to Bai Ya's tent. Bai Ya was still very weak. He was lying in the tent with his head exposed. Seeing Jinjin arrive, he wanted to get up, but he failed after several attempts. Don't move, just lie down. Jinjin could see that Bai Ya was still very weak, so he quickly stopped him and sat down beside him. Lord Jinjin, you have saved my life again. You are my savior, and I will repay your kindness even if I have to sacrifice my life. Bai Ya said emotionally. Take care of your injuries, eat more, and drink more. It was not easy for me to save you. Jinjin said with a smile. Bai Ya's eyes were red, and hot tears fell. He choked and said, Lord Jinjin, I know that you carried me all the way. You are a noble knight of the temple, but you risked your life for a lowly person like me. You also gave me precious water to drink. Lady ZDI and scholar Kang Shu have told me all this. Helping the weak and saving the good is the creed of the temple knights. Jinjin smiled and put his hand on Bai Ya's shoulder to stop him from trying to get up again. Although I do not ask for anything in return, I can understand and accept your desire to repay me. You have to live well and recover as soon as possible. Today, I was having a headache about the matter of adjusting the bow. I remember that you are an expert in this area, so I was waiting for you to help me. Sir, I can now. Bai Ya heard this and became even more anxious. He wanted to get up again, but Jinjin gently pressed him to the ground, and he could not move at all. Don't worry, listen to my orders. Jinjin's face was serious. Bai Ya immediately stopped struggling and looked at Jinjin with eyes full of worship and respect. Sir, I will listen to you. Just as he was about to get up, Jinjin suddenly remembered something. He took out a few letters from his bosom. Oh, right. I will return these letters to you. We have read the contents of the letters. Originally, I thought that if you died, I would give these letters to Miss Sybil. But now that you are alive, I will return them to their rightful owner. Sir. Bai Ya suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Jinjin smiled and patted Bai Ya's shoulder. You have to work hard, live on, stand out, and don't disappoint the girl you love. When you are in a difficult situation and cannot persevere, think more. Imagine one day, you become a knight, returning home with glory, and marrying Miss Sybil. Yes. Bai Ya nodded and choked up again. His eyes were red and filled with tears again. At this moment, His entire person was radiating light, filled with hope for the future. Zhenjin was actually more inclined towards Kang Shu's opinion regarding Sibyl's matter. But Zhenjin thought about it and did not remind Bai Ya. Firstly, he did not know the truth. Secondly, the current Bai Ya needed a positive encouragement, not a blow. Bai Ya was full of optimism, as if his entire person was bathed in the bright sunshine. Lan Zhao was also lying in a small tent made of palm leaves, exuding a gloomy and deathly stillness. He was on a hunger strike. Ever since Zhenjin and the others exposed the mirage in his heart, Lan Zhao could no longer face reality. He did not eat at all, nor did he drink a mouthful of water. Over the past few days, he had either been sleeping or curled up in a ball, crying silently. The contrast and change between the two made Zhenjin's head shake, and he sighed. Human nature is a very subtle and strange thing. When Bai Ya was alive, he was willing to risk his life to save Kang Shu. He did not want to die, not at all. When Lan Zhao was about to die, he was willing to sacrifice his own brother. But now, he does not want to live anymore, and only wants to die. Zhenjin could not persuade Lan Zhao. He could not open his mouth, and he did not know how to persuade him. As long as he looked at Lan Zhao, he could tell how strong this person's will to die was. It seemed that the longer it stayed in this world, the longer it breathed, the more it was torturing the blue-green algae. This kind of torture made Zhenjin feel pity for Lan Zhao, and at the same time, it gave him a sense of pleasure that justice had been served. After all, seeing a wicked person get punished was something that made people clap their hands in joy. If a person really wanted to die, what could outsiders do? Night fell. A busy day had passed. The monotonous lizard meat and tasteless boiled water for dinner were praised by everyone. Beside the bonfire, everyone who was eating had a sincere and moved feeling from the bottom of their hearts. To be able to sit peacefully on the ground and eat until one's stomach was full, what a blissful thing this was. And to be able to sleep in a tent at night made this kind of happiness overflow from their hearts. They did not need to sleep on the ground in the open anymore. Although the tent was small, it was really warm. There was a layer of fluffy grass at the bottom of the tent, and there was also a temporary pillow. It was no longer a hard and cold ground. Even if the wind blew in at night, it was blocked by layers of palm leaves. The people inside would not be woken up by the cold. As for the space in the tent being too small and not being able to turn over, what turn over? Was the day's work not tiring enough? With such good conditions, you still can't satisfy them? Bah! Don't be ungrateful. When Jin of Needles and the others fell asleep in the tent, they were all smiling. Then, with smiles on their faces, they woke up on the fourth day after entering the oasis. Hiss! They all heard a strange sound. This sound was like thousands of snakes rolling over. The light of dawn tore through the darkness of the night, and everyone could see the truth. A large group of acid green lizards was pouring into the oasis. Chapter 79. The acid green lizards strode forward with their four thick legs, showing off their strong and powerful figures. Zhenjin estimated that there were at least 300 green lizards in this batch. Among them, there were more than 30 dark iron lizards, more than 60 bronze lizards, and the rest were normal green lizards. After the lizards entered the oasis, they went on a rampage, sweeping everything away. Then, without stopping, they rushed into the lake as if they were sprinting. There were many lizards' footprints left by the lake, and there were also traces of their tails dragging on the ground. The surface of the lake was no longer calm, and there were sparkling waves. The dark green and emerald scales of the lizards were washed clean, and there was no more dust from the desert. Some of the dark iron and bronze lizards began to have fun. They dove into the lake, strode forward, swung their tails, and swam in the lake. After swimming for a while, they swam up again and breathed in the foggy air through their nostrils. Most of the lizards stood in the shallow water, lowering their heads and opening their mouths to drink water. These lizards are hungry and thirsty. ZDI's eyes were filled with worry. Hungry beasts were full of aggression. Beside her stood Zhenjin and Kang Shu with serious expressions. Bai Ya rushed over. After a good night's sleep, he finally had the strength to move. When he heard the movements of the lizards, he could no longer hold back and walked over with difficulty. After rushing to Zhenjin's side, He bent over and sat on the ground with his hands on the ground. He panted heavily as he looked at the lizards in the distance. Bai Y's face was very pale, and he said intermittently, "The lizards are here." Huff, huff. Will the scorpions come? His broken bones still needed a long time to heal, and he could not compare to Jinjin's recovery ability. However, as time passed, the 4 people who were observing the movements of the lizards gradually relaxed. The appearance of the beast horde in the oasis was already within everyone's expectations. After all, they had deduced that there was a large water source nearby based on the beast horde. Another reason for the group to relax was that the lizards were all playing around by the lake. They rarely came out and wandered around the oasis to look for food. When Jinjin was building this temporary camp, he had already considered the possibility of the beasts drinking water. Therefore, the location of the temporary camp was quite good. Jinjin's eyes flickered. In his opinion, these lizards were food. Looking at their robust bodies, weren't they just moving piles of dried meat? These lizards are still drinking water. They can actually hold so much water. How terrifying! Bai Ya exclaimed after watching for a while. The lizards were still yelling loudly. Among them, the bronze-ranked and iron-ranked lizards were still in the lake. They opened their mouths wide, allowing the lake water to pour into their wide throats. Kang Shu muttered, "That's because this kind of acid lizard has 3 stomachs, one of which is used to digest food. The other 2 auxiliary stomachs were used to store water. They are natural giant water bags. With their physique, they need a lot of water to move around. Don't forget, they can also spray acid. To produce this kind of acid in the body, they need a lot of water to participate." Kang Shu had dissected a green-skinned lizard before, so he had a good understanding of this kind of beast. "Maybe we can put these lizards' stomachs into water bags," ZDI suddenly suggested. Of course, she knew that the progress of making clay pots was very slow. Kang Shu thought for a while, "We can try." Everyone discussed for a while and decided that Jinjin would secretly hunt these lizards. ZDI and Kang Shu continued with their unfinished work. Bai Ya was still very weak, so he still focused on recuperating. However, Bai Ya insisted on working. Jinjin saw the young man's eager eyes and gave him the job of making the hemp rope. Carrying an iron saber and an iron sword on his back, Jinjin left the temporary camp. Climbing up a slanted coconut tree that was relatively easy to climb, Jinjin had a wide field of vision and carefully investigated. He didn't find any lizards around the camp. Jinjin climbed down the tree and slowly approached the lizards by the lake. The lizards were more concentrated, which made the temporary camp safer. However, it also made it more difficult for Jinjin to hunt. Jinjin didn't want to act rashly and anger the whole group of beasts, causing them to chase after him. The nature of beasts was hard to predict. If Jinjin fell into the group of beasts, he would also be in danger. If Kang Shu, ZDI, Bai Ya, and Lan Zhao were affected, it would be even more dangerous. Although Jinjin could turn into a silver spear scorpion, the group of lizards was very large, far larger than the group they encountered in the Golden Stones. In addition, Jinjin didn't plan to use his heart core. There were many reasons. The first reason was that the sudden appearance of a silver spear scorpion was very suspicious. Kang Shu and ZDI were very smart. The more Jinjin deceived them, the more likely he would be exposed. The second reason was that Jinjin was very wary of the heart core. The heart core absorbed the blood of other life forms. This kind of transformation was very cruel and evil. As a temple knight, Jinjin had a natural repulsion and loathing towards this kind of thing. The third reason was that Jinjin was also very worried. He couldn't understand the nature of the heart core, and was worried about the possible hidden dangers. His intuition told him that the more he used the heart core, the more likely he would walk in the opposite direction of the knight's path. Jinjin was not anxious. His young and handsome face didn't have a trace of childishness, but was filled with a reliable and steady temperament. Countless times of suffering and despair had tempered his body and mind. Jinjin decided to take a look first, and wait for the opportunity to hunt. Croak, croak, croak. What's that sound? Jinjin revealed a puzzled look. After waiting for about an hour, he heard a strange sound coming from the lake. The sound was very similar to the croaking of frogs, but if one listened carefully, they would realize that this sound was even more muffled. Jinjin looked over, but didn't find any frogs, but at this time, the lizards were acting strangely. A large number of lizards rushed into the lake, moving their limbs and swimming quickly. They opened their mouths and started fighting in the water, causing waves to splash. There were also lizards that raised their heads and shot out acid. The acid shot into the air and suddenly hit a transparent existence. Under the influence of the green acid, the transparent beast revealed its true appearance. It was a type of fish, like a pufferfish that swelled up after encountering an enemy. It was white and fat like a ball, floating in the air, relying on its light yellow tail and fins to swim. Their bodies had sharp black fish bones, and it was them that made the croaking sound. After being corroded by the acid, these fat ball flying fish fell into the lake. The surrounding lizards swarmed over, fighting with each other, and quickly ate the fat ball flying fish. What's going on? Kang Shu and ZDI were attracted by this strange phenomenon. These fat ball flying fish were hiding in the depths of the lake, and now they've been provoked by the lizards. Jinjin guessed. Strange, we can't see these fat ball flying fish with our naked eyes, but we can see the lizards clearly. ZDI frowned slightly. Kang Shu's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. I think I know the reason for this. These acid green lizards have the same visual system as many snakes. What they see is formed by their own heat, and the higher the heat, the more it attracts the attention of these acid green lizards. These fat ball flying fish, let's call them that for now, more or less have heat. We can't see them with our naked eyes, probably because their skin has a camouflage effect similar to that of chameleons. The fat ball flying fish were being hunted by the lizards in large numbers. They escaped from the water and slowly floated up into the air. However, the lizards could shoot acid, and they shot them down one by one. Jinjin noticed that these fat ball flying fish also had a way to counterattack. Some of them would explode, and a ball of hot water would burst out. The black fish bones on the surface of their bodies would shoot out in all directions with the explosion. The fish bones were obviously poisonous, and after piercing the lizards, Jinjin could see that the wounds immediately turned black. The flesh and scales on the black wounds were rapidly rotting. The wounds were originally small, but in a few breaths, they quickly expanded to the size of a bowl. However, the lizards had a countermeasure against this. When they saw their companions that had been hit by fish bones, the surrounding lizards would surround them and cover the black wounds with their mouths and suck hard. The terrifying black poison would be sucked into the poison glands in the lizards' mouths. Then, the lizards would open their mouths to shoot out poison. The originally green acid would turn dark green because of the black poison, and its power would increase greatly. Kang Shu's eyes flashed with a bright light as he thought of the results of dissecting lizards. He suddenly realized, the lizards' mouths are hidden in their mouths to shoot out poison glands. When the muscles of these spouts expand, they can suck in liquid from the outside. Sucking in the poison is equivalent to detoxifying the other lizards. So this organ has such a wonderful use. The acid green lizards had been bullied badly by the scorpions, and many of them had been slaughtered by the exploration team. However, they were now on a killing spree. They were very effective against the fat ball flying fish. It seems like these fat ball flying fish are the lizard staple food, ZDI guessed. Gua gua gua. Gua gua gua. After watching the battle for a while, the fat ball flying fish's cries became more frequent and louder. The expressions of Jinjin and the others gradually changed. More and more fat ball flying fish appeared in the battle, and their numbers were increasing at a terrifying speed. This was only what they could see with their naked eyes. There were many more that they could not see. There were too many fat ball flying fish. They quickly gained the advantage in numbers and surrounded the lizards. After the lizards ate and drank large amounts of water, their aggressiveness was greatly reduced. The fat ball flying fish's counterattack became stronger and stronger, and the lizards turned around and retreated. The pitch-black poisonous fish bones flew out continuously. Many lizards that were hit by the fish bones after their companions stopped in their tracks to let them absorb the poison. In the end, they were pierced by the fish bones all over their bodies. In a dozen breaths' time, these lizards turned into puddles of black water. They diluted in the vast lake and quickly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 80. The death rate of the lizards increased rapidly. The black iron and bronze-ranked green lizards were the first to escape, and the rest of the group began to flee. The fat ball flying fish chased after them relentlessly. One of the lizards panicked and ran all the way to where Jinjin and the others were hiding. Jinjin had no choice but to jump out and use the sandao to slash at the same spot on the lizard's neck, killing it instantly. Let's go. Jinjin's face was serious as he covered Kang Shu and Zdi to retreat quickly. He was not worried about the lizards, but the fat ball flying fish. The green lizards could see them, but the human eye could not capture their tracks. Against an invisible opponent, this was too passive. Although the lizard was killed by Jinjin, the croaking sounds followed closely behind. They were getting closer and closer, and their malice was obvious. It was obvious that the fat ball flying fish had been provoked into a frenzy. Whether it was lizards or anything else, they were all targets. Run, back to the camp. You'll be a burden to me if you stay here. Jinjin's expression changed slightly as he shouted. Kang Shu and Zdi immediately turned around and ran with all their might. However, the croaking sounds were getting closer and closer. Damn it, they're too fast. If no one stops them, they won't be able to escape. Jinjin, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, gritted his teeth and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and faced the empty sky. He could not see the enemy, so he could not determine the exact location of the fat ball flying fish. However, Kang Shu's words just now were still lingering in his ears. I think I know the reason behind this. The acid green lizard's visual system is similar to many snakes. The higher the heat, the more it can attract the attention of these acid green lizards. These fat ball flying fish, let's call them that for now, more or less carry heat. We can't see them with the naked eye, probably because their skin has a camouflaging effect, similar to that of chameleons. Even though Jinjin had warned him not to touch his heart core so easily, he knew that he had to be careful. However, in this situation, if he didn't use it, not only would Jinjin's life be in danger, but Zdi, Kang Shu, and the others would also die under the pursuit of the fat ball flying fish. In the next moment, the core was activated by Jinjin. Jinjin's pupils changed. A human's pupils were round, but now his pupils had become vertical, turning into a kind of earthen yellow, emitting a cold and cruel aura of a wild beast. He now had the eyes of an acid lizard. Jinjin was stunned. The acid lizard's vision was very different from a human's. Its colors were very monotonous, like an oil painting painted by a bad novice. The outline of the food was not clear. The acid green lizard's entire field of vision was pale yellow. The trees were dark green, and the lake was dark blue. These 2 points were somewhat similar to human vision. The acid green lizard's body was also green, but it was not as dark as the trees. As for the fat ball flying fish, every one of them was red. Some were pale red, some were bright red, and some were dark red. I finally see it. Jinjin felt relieved, and his spirits were lifted. There were a total of 6 fat ball flying fish chasing after Jinjin and the others. 2 of them were bright red, while the other 4 were pale red. It seemed to be related to the level of life forms. Jinjin took out a wooden dart, and it changed again. Bear's arm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 6 darts shot out one after another, creating sharp sounds in the air. The 6 fat ball flying fish were shot down one after another. They seemed to want to dodge, but the darts were simply too fast. Most of the flying fish fell to the ground, but 2 of them were shot to death, but before they died, they self-destructed. The pitch-black fish bones shot out from the self-detonation were like a torrential downpour, enveloping Jinjin. Jinjin found that he could not dodge, so he immediately bent down and hugged his knees and legs, trying to curl himself into a ball. At the same time, he activated his heart core for the 3rd time. Almost in an instant, a red light flashed, and a hard scorpion shell grew out of his body. The pitch-black fish bones shot at the scorpion shell, creating a series of crisp sounds. Jinjin stretched his limbs and stood up again. He saw a large number of fish bones scattered around his feet. He checked his scorpion shell again, and found that it was intact. My shell came from a silver-ranked spear scorpion after all. Junjin rushed to the fat ball flying fish's corpse. Almost all that was left of the fat ball flying fish's corpse was a tattered fish skin. The fat ball flying fish was the size of an adult's head, but the skin left behind after its death had been blown apart by the explosion. The largest piece of skin on the ground was only the size of a palm. Moreover, no matter how big or small the skin was, there were small holes all over it. These were the places where the fish bones originally grew. Junjin didn't see the fish's eyes, internal organs, and so on. They must have been blown away. Apart from the fish skin, the most abundant thing was the water contained in the fat ball flying fish's body. This was almost boiling water, emitting a strong sulfuric smell that was very pungent. It was temporarily accumulated on the grass, and was quickly seeping into the soil. It was hard to imagine that a fish's body contained boiling water. Junjin was enlightened. I know. In the green lizard's vision, the higher the body temperature, the warmer the color. The lower the body temperature, the colder the color. Also, the light red fat ball flying fish should be a normal beast. The bright red fat ball flying fish has reached the bronze rank. Not only were the fat ball flying fish invisible to human eyes when it was alive, their life force was completely restrained, and there was no way to detect it. But after death, Junjin could still feel the life force from these fish skins. These life forces were quickly dissipating. After hesitating for a while, Junjin activated his heart core to absorb the fish skins and other remnants. After hurriedly cleaning up the battlefield, Junjin immediately rushed back to the temporary camp. I have the lizard's eyes, so I can see these fat ball flying fish, but they can't. If they are surrounded, they won't even be able to find a target to attack. Junjin was very worried. At this time, a large number of fat ball flying fish were floating in the sky, and more fat ball flying fish were continuously emerging from the lake. The lizards attracted most of the fat ball flying fish. Looking from the lizard's vision, there were densely packed red dots behind them, almost covering the sky. The new school of fish also joined in the pursuit of the lizards. The lizards fled towards the desert, moving quickly. The location of the temporary camp became worse. It was now between the lizards and the lake. The fat ball flying fish swam in the air, and because there were no obstacles, their path was completely straight. This caused the following school of flying fish to pass by the temporary camp. Oh no! Halfway there, Junjin noticed this trend, and his face darkened. According to his previous experience, these fat ball flying fish would most likely take the initiative to attack Kang Shu and ZDI after discovering them. I have to lure them away. Junjin took out his darts again and shot them continuously. The fat ball flying fish fell to the ground one by one, and many self-destructed before they died. Shark fins flew everywhere, causing more fat ball flying fish to self-destruct before they died. The school of flying fish was attacked, and they croaked loudly. They immediately changed their target of revenge from the lizards to Junjin. Seeing that he had successfully provoked the school of fish, Junjin fully activated his heart core. From the inside to the outside, red light spewed out. The red light covered his entire body, and his human form quickly collapsed, forming the outline of a spear scorpion. In the next moment, the red light dispersed, and Junjin had disappeared, leaving behind only a silver spear scorpion. The school of fish stared fixedly at Junjin, witnessing the entire change, but they still rushed towards Junjin. Good timing. Junjin was overjoyed. He immediately moved his 4 pairs of appendages and increased his speed. The speed of the needle gold was very fast. In fact, the spear scorpion's speed was faster than the lizard's. This had been proven many times in the previous beast fights. Junjin turned into a silver spear scorpion. The only trouble was that it was difficult for the golden needle to change its direction while running wildly. Fortunately, the retreat route of the lizards was a large arc. There were very few trees and rocks in the desert oasis, so they could not stop Junjin from running. Junjin purposely went around the temporary camp, attracting the school of fish that were flying out to catch up with the lizards. As the lizards ran, they suddenly realized that a silver spear scorpion had cut into their group. Hiss! The lizards screamed, and they became even more chaotic due to shock and fear. The lizards around Junjin tried their best, trying to distance themselves from Junjin. Don't run! Junjin stuck closely in the middle of the lizards. He followed wherever the lizards ran. This time, the school of fish in the air behind him felt very comfortable. Because their targets for revenge were all in one place, there was no need to be conflicted. The poisonous fish stings hit the lizards, and they fell one by one. When they hit Zhenjin's body, they made a crisp sound. Zhenjin was still alive and kicking. After Zhenjin gradually got used to running among the lizards, he had an idea. He swung his scorpion tail and stabbed repeatedly. The scorpion tail was slender and had a wide attack range. The lizards could not dodge in time and could only die one by one under the scorpion tail. The dead lizards rolled on the ground a few times due to inertia, and lay quietly on the ground as corpses. The school of fish did not take revenge on these corpses. Just like that, under the double attack of Zhenjin and the school of fish, the lizards suffered heavy losses. In the end, less than 80 lizards successfully escaped back into the desert. Taking advantage of the last moment of panic, Zhenjin finally found a chance to escape. He immediately ran back to the temporary camp. There was a battle in the camp. In fact, most of the fat ball flying fish had been attracted by Zhenjin and the lizards. The number of fat ball flying fish left in the oasis was very small, and they were scattered all over the place. Unfortunately, the temporary camp was visited by a few fat ball flying fish. Oh no! Zhenjin's head sank. He saw traces of battle nearby, and all kinds of signs indicated that the battle in the temporary camp had already started and had been going on for a long time. Rushing into the camp, he found the blue-green algae at a glance. Lan Zhao stood in the center of the camp. His hair was disheveled, and his face was still covered in blood. He held a scimitar in each hand, and he raised his head and shouted, "Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! A bunch of rotten fish and shrimps, you want to eat me? Only I can eat you, you can't eat me." As he said that, his ears moved slightly. He suddenly turned around and waved his iron scimitar, accurately hitting a fat ball flying fish. Chapter 81. The fat ball flying fish was killed by Lan Zhao with a single slash. Fortunately, it did not self-destruct. Zhenjin's head shook slightly. He was curious as to how Lan Zhao had determined the fat ball flying fish's location. "Sir." ZDI's voice came from the tent next to him. Bai Ya and Kang Shu also poked their heads out of the palm tree tent. They were all hiding in the tents. Even if a normal fishbone was shot out, it would be blocked by the layers of palm tree leaves. Seeing that they were safe and sound, Jinjin felt relieved. He focused on the center of the camp and saw that Lan Zhao was injured, with a few fish bones stuck in his body. He was shot by a fish bone, but he didn't die from the poison. Zhenjin was puzzled. He took out a dart and guessed, this means that the poison is relatively mild to the human body. The poison is more effective against lizards. I have to kill these fat ball flying fish immediately. The lizards have been scattered, and most of the fish are returning. If this drags on, the fish will definitely be attracted to the battle here. When that happens, I won't be able to protect the others with my combat ability alone. In this situation, Zhenjin could only take a gamble. The young knight could not discover the fat ball flying fish, but he could mutate. He immediately shifted his position so that Kang Shu and the others could not see his eyes. He then narrowed his eyes and activated his heart core. With the help of the lizard's eyes, he immediately discovered the fat ball flying fish in midair. Including the one that Lan Zhao had just killed, there were a total of 5 fat ball flying fish in the camp. The remaining 3 were light red, but one of them was the largest and had a deep red color. It was obviously a dark iron flying fish. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 darts shot out. One of them missed, while the others hit all the flying fish at the same time. The 3 normal flying fish were pierced through, unable to self-destruct in time. But the dark iron flying fish detonated itself at the last moment. With a whoosh, it was as if a storm had covered the entire camp. The force of the fishbone was very strong, and the palm tents could not withstand it. ZDI immediately let out a low cry. She had been shot. Zhenjin's head tightened, and he hurried over. A black fish bone was stuck under ZDI's right shoulder, close to her chest. "Sir." ZDI looked nervous. "Let me see." Zhenjin went into the tent and hugged ZDI. He tore a hole in her apprentice's cloak and exposed her wound. On ZDI's delicate skin, the pitch-black poison was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a black iron-ranked poison. Junjin immediately reached out to pull out the fishbone, then lowered his head, pressed his lips tightly against the wound and sucked. At this moment, ZDI's pupils shrank as she felt a strong suction force near her chest. She subconsciously reached out to push Junjin's chest. But Junjin did not move. His whole body and arms were like cast iron, holding ZDI tightly in his arms. Just like this, before the poison could spread, most of it was sucked out by Junjin. ZDI blushed and stammered, "Sir, I have medicine. It can cure this poison." As she spoke, she took out a small glass bottle from her bag. The medicine inside was light blue and slightly viscous. Junjin opened the bottle and spat the light blue liquid on the wound according to ZDI's request. The pitch-black poison immediately dissipated when it came in contact with the light blue liquid. The effect was very good. Junjin was speechless. The young knight realized his recklessness and looked a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, "That's good. I'll go check on the others." Junjin crawled out of ZDI's tent to check on the others. Bai Ya and Kang Shu had already come out of the tent. They had the antidotes that ZDI had given them earlier. But they were lucky that they had not been hit by the last wave of fish bones. Lan Zhao, on the other hand, was in trouble. He had been hit by several dark iron-level poisonous fish bones. He was now half kneeling on the ground, using his sword to support himself. He gritted his teeth and stared angrily, trying to hold on. But soon, a dark look appeared on his face and an extreme dizziness came over him. Lan Zhao could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a thud. Bai Ya and Kang Shu hurriedly surrounded Lan Zhao and pulled out the fish bones from his body. They poured the light blue liquid on his wound. The poison in Lan Zhao's wound slowly dissipated, but the dark look on Lan Zhao's face became more intense. It's too late. He's been poisoned too deeply. ZDI had tidied up her clothes and came out of the tent to see this scene. "No, Lord Cyanobacteria, you saved our lives. You must hold on," Bai Ya shouted. He forced Lan Zhao's mouth open and poured the light blue liquid in. It turned out that not long after ZDI had rushed back to the camp, she had been hit by a fish bone. She had tried many antidotes and found that the light blue liquid had a strong antidote effect on the poison. She immediately distributed the antidotes. Even Lan Zhao was given a bottle. Lan Zhao had been curled up in the tent, motionless and ready to die. But when the fat ball flying fish attacked, under the stimulation of death, he gulped down a bottle of light blue liquid. With a roar, he opened the tent and launched a desperate counterattack. Lan Zhao's actions surprised Kang Shu and ZDI. When they found that Lan Zhao seemed to have the ability to identify the fat ball flying fish's position, they immediately threw their swords to Lan Zhao. Just like that, the crazy Lan Zhao counterattacked in the middle of the camp, attracting the attention of all the fat ball flying fish. Every time a fat ball flying fish got close to Lan Zhao seemed to sense it and waved his sword to force the fat ball flying fish back. Just like that, Lan Zhao bought precious time and successfully delayed the battle until Junjin came back. It could be said that without Lan Zhao's persistence, ZDI and the others would have lost their lives. "I want to live, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Please, I beg you, save me. Sir, save me." The dying Lan Zhao grabbed Junjin's trousers and weakly begged. People were really strange. Lan Zhao wanted to die so badly that he didn't even hesitate to go on a hunger strike. However, when death really approached him, he revealed a strong desire to live. Junjin was moved. "Do your best to keep him alive," the young knight ordered in a commanding tone, showing his determination. Although Jin Zhen hadn't been told the whole story yet, he could guess the thrilling battle in the camp at this moment. It was Lan Zhao who saved ZDI, Bai Ya, and Kang Shu. What touched Junjin's heart even more was that at this moment, he saw himself in Lan Zhao. "I'll do my best." ZDI checked Lan Zhao's wounds, opened the small leather pouch at her waist, and started to concoct medicine on the spot. After a dozen breaths, ZDI poured the medicine into Lan Zhao's mouth. The black color on Lan Zhao's face slowly faded, and his wounds turned black again. Black blood flowed out. But Lan Zhao's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and he was on the verge of death. I need to concoct more. Zdi gritted her teeth. Her forehead was already covered in sweat. Seeing this, she quickly lowered her head and concocted the medicine again. Her hands moved faster than usual. He can't hold on much longer. Bai Ya was panicking. Hold on. Zhenjin said in a low voice. Lan Zhao's eyelids twitched, but they slowly closed again. Sigh. Kang Shu's eyes dimmed, and he sighed. Let me do it. Bai Ya suddenly shouted, and drank the light blue medicine in one gulp. Then, he threw himself on Lan Zhao's body, and used his mouth to suck the black blood flowing out of his wounds. Stop. Kang Shu hurriedly stopped her and reached out to grab Bai Ya's shoulder, wanting to pull her up. Using the mouth to suck the poison can indeed reduce the concentration of the poison in the wound, but it's very dangerous and can cause the user to be poisoned. You're just an ordinary person, Bai Ya. Bai Ya was pulled away a little, but he still half knelt on the ground and shook off Kang Shu. He didn't even look back as he shouted, "This is a human life, and it was Master Lan Zhao who saved us." He lowered his head again and took a big gulp of the poison. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, on his deathbed, Lan Zhao heard the sound of waves again. His vision was blurry, and he saw the light blue sky and the deep blue sea. He saw the yellow sand bumping into him, and then he fell on the sand. Brother, pull yourself together. Huang Zhao, who was still a child, shouted, and struggled to pull the young Lan Zhao's body to lie on the sand. A colorful pentagonal starfish was lying on Lan Zhao's chest. Huang Zhao removed the pentagonal starfish, and Lan Zhao's poisoned wound was exposed. Huang Zhao immediately lowered his head, sucked the poison out of the wound, and then spat out mouthfuls of blood. The pentagonal starfish wasn't highly toxic, but it would make people's limbs go numb, and they wouldn't be able to use strength. The reason Lan Zhao fainted wasn't because of the pentagonal starfish poison, but because of the numbness and drowning. He hadn't been able to breathe for a long time. Lan Zhao gradually woke up. Brother. He looked at Huang Zhao and murmured. Brother, you're awake. Don't die, I only have you left, brother. The child Huang Zhao raised his head, crying and crying. Lan Zhao heard Huang Zhao's cry, and tried to smile. He couldn't speak, but he tried his best to comfort his young brother. But at this time, the sound in his ears gradually changed. He's awake, he's alive. He's not dead. This was Bai Ya's voice. Then, Lan Zhao's blurry vision became clear. The child Huang Zhao disappeared, and in its place was an excited Bai Ya with a mouth full of black blood. Lan Zhao's heart was empty, but he tried again, trying to smile. He didn't know whether he smiled or not. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak. He wanted to say, I want to live, I don't want to die. I want to continue living, but in the next moment, he fell into a coma. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.